Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And good morning, good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 24th. It is 9:15 a.m. We on time today, but we do got a lot going on here. Um, Looking at some earnings that reported yesterday, looking at Zoom, and we're gonna check with Advanced Auto Parts. We want to check with AutoZone. We want to check with Best Buy, Zoom, Advanced Auto Parts, AutoZone, and Best Buy. Those four companies have reported earnings, you guys, and we're gonna see what they did here. It looks like the best one so far. It looks like the best one so far might be AutoZone, you guys. Excuse me for that, but yeah. Before we go any further, though, it looks like the best one so far might be AutoZone. But before we go any further, I do want to say that this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. This is live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Let Cash Accumulate Over Days live stream. Today is May 24th, 2022, once again, and welcome to the channel, you guys. Welcome to the channel. But let's go ahead and start off and see what is the pre-market telling us, because that's usually a key indicator here. Okay, so we got a lot of red in the pre-market, so we're starting off. Looks like we might start off bearish here, and see with Zoom stock. When the market's red, they're green. That's just kind of how they are. It's a weird correlation. When the market's green, they're red. So it's a weird correlation with Zoom. We are seeing some gains pick up here in the pre-market here, but we don't know how high it'll need to go for it to hold. It did spike yesterday to like 107 after hours. They was up 20%, but they lost it and came down. Now they're only up about 5% here. But yeah, basically, if you try to play that before earnings, it's looking like it's going to get wiped there. Calls and puts are going to get wiped. The contracts are going to reset though. Once it resets, just hopefully it goes to your number. If it doesn't, you're going to be out the money, you guys. The contracts are going to be screwed. Due to it going up 20% and losing 20% after hours, they just reset a lot of stuff for the contract. So I don't know. The market makers, man, they need to set a rule with that. When it goes up, it should be able to stick. They need to make a rule with that. Um, that's getting out of hand. I feel like with the earnings, it goes up, then it fades away. You know, I just think that should be a rule with that. I think they need to set something straight with that. Uh, you know, but to each his own. But at the end of the day, though, I mean, if it was a rule set to it, they probably wouldn't let you even do play earnings. So that's why they keep it ruleless. But I mean, at the end of the day, it should be something in place in between that. I just don't understand how you can lose 20%. I do understand. Yeah, we are damn near almost in a recession. I get that, but that's the case. They shouldn't even be green. You know what I mean? But to each his own. Whatever. The market makers, they run the market. They do this. We're in their field. We're in their playground. We're just trying to have some fun. That's it. But the futures right now, like I said, are super bearish here. Um, Super bearish on the futures. It does look like AutoZone went up here. They went up $33 yesterday. They went up another $24 for earnings. So AutoZone is definitely doing good. Looking at Advanced Auto Parts, it doesn't look like they did too much. They look like they went down about $3, but that's really nothing too much. But they did move, you guys. And then checking with Best Buy, you guys, it looks like they didn't do too much as well. They only moved about probably like 9 cents maybe. Um, Looking at Zoom here, it looks like Zoom, like I said, they They went up. We did watch that action here yesterday after hours, and like I said, they did go up to 107.98 cents, so that was almost at 108. Then it just faded, you guys. It just faded the whole entire after hours all the way back to 90, really. And it bounced off of 90. Now we're looking at 94, 95 right now. So you see the games they're playing, basically Zoom there. You would have had to be really deep in the money to really even try to get something off of them. But I mean, at the end of the day, all their contracts were expensive, so that's where it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would anyone pay any higher for Zoom and every contract was already expensive? It just doesn't make sense. So hopefully they give us a better direction here at the opening bell, you guys. Like I said, they did pop to 108, but they just faded away, like Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks. So at the end of the day, we'll see, man. We'll see how it's going to end up here in about 9 minutes. The market is about to open. So we'll see where things end up. But like I said, it does look like the indices futures are going to open up red here. And it does look like Amazon is down about 2% here in the pre-market. So that's going to have the market down. Booking Holdings, Travel not looking good. They're down about 1% in the pre-market. That's going to have the market down. We do see a lot of red here on the stocks. Google, ouch. They're down 4% right now. Google is down 4% right now. They're down $100 right now. Google is. So we'll see. We'll see how things end up being here. Netflix is even down almost 1.5% here, down about $3 right now. You got Nvidia down about $10. It looks no, excuse me, they're down about 1.5%, down about $2. So it's a lot of movement here. Let's check with Tesla because that's another one everyone wants to short, and they're down. They're down $20 here. They're down 3% here in the pre-market. So, but like I said, we do see a lot of red. Now this red can just really take us lower here. We do got Powell speaking at 12:20 today, you guys. No telling what he's going to say. He's a market mover. They will be quoting him when he starts speaking. Know that. But that's in about 3 hours from now. But like I said, he's the one that can make this market even more extremely red than what you see already in the pre-market, you guys. Or he's going to be the one to reverse this thing out the red, get it out the mud, and bring it back up to the sky, bring it up to the green levels that it should be. So we're gonna see. We definitely gonna see. It's weird. It's weird action right now, you guys, with the stock market. We do see that some stocks, some big names are just clap right now, but the ETFs aren't really down that much. So, the SPY did pull back $3, but for some of these stocks to be down about 3, 4, 2%, and it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, let's just be calm. Let's stay cautious. If you have a play, just focus on it, and I think things will level out as time goes on. As long as you're staying calm, as long as you're staying patient, and as long as you're staying ready, you ain't got to get ready. So everything should be fine. No worries here. LCAOD looks like crypto is a little slightly green here today. Ethereum is below 2,000 still though, and the Bitcoin is below 30,000 still. So right at 29,000 at Bitcoin and right at 1,900 at Ethereum. So that's how crypto's looking here right now. But other than that, you guys, we're gonna go ahead, get focused, get ready. We don't see any briefings in the pre-market that could possibly be moving this thing. So we're gonna play some music here. The market is about to open in about 5, 6 minutes. Good luck, everyone. You know what to be anticipating here. If not, let's go over it one more time before we get started. Uh, we got Powell. He speaks today. Um, I don't know, let me see something. Uh, Okay, yeah, so yeah, this is it, you guys. Like I said, we got uh, Powell speaking today. Powell speaking at 12:20, you guys. Then we got Bernard speaking tomorrow. That's Wednesday. We'll go over that tomorrow when needed. We're not really worried about it though. So Powell speaking at 12:20. Three things to watch: start market turmoil, Fed minutes. That's tomorrow, Wednesday. Inflation data that's coming out sometime this week. More retail earnings. That's Best Buy. We'll see which way they go. Earnings to be looking out for. Let's see what Zoom Advanced Auto Parts is going to do. Best Buy, AutoZone. Powell speaks. Economic data today. Manufacturing PMI. The data is probably out right now. I can get that to you here in a second. Service PMI come out. New home sales come out. It's all today, you guys. So we got a lot of data here tomorrow. You see what we got: durable goods orders, Fed, FOMC minutes tomorrow. Thursday, Q1 GDP second reading. Jobless claim Thursday, pending home sales Thursday, core PCE price index Friday, you guys. So this is what the market is anticipating. Top 5 things to know this week: PCE inflation data, FOMC minutes. Powell speaks today, you guys. We got earnings coming up more. Macy, Nordstrom, Best Buy, Costco, Dollar General, NVIDIA, Zoom, Snow, Dell. So you just keep your eye out on these things right here, you guys. This is what's going to move the market today. So just keep your eye out on that, man. And with that being said, like I said, good luck here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Hope you're profitable today. Hope you learn something. Hope you earn something on this channel. And like I said, man, remember this. If you don't remember anything else, stay patient, you guys. We're about to begin here. The market is about to open in 3 minutes, you guys. We're about to begin. Good luck, everyone. And have a wonderful day.
Ish, 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 ish. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rockin'. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fuckin' me, bitch, that's straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many racks, she can't fit in my pocket. That's straight up exotic. Fuckin' the bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little spade bitch, she callin' me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no sleep, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, you ain't come from the turf. RP Truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could've been worse. Camping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came through my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light on go, no, my nigga for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of that feds. You pull on the hoe, check my pen. With 10 toes in, really stay on my bed. Extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Say they gon' do what they do. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from the beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is about to open here. Ding, 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 ding. The market is officially open. The market is officially open, and Zoom has been officially IV crushed. Zoom has been officially IV crushed. It's funny to me. It is really funny to me. You know how when it's a loser, they take it really quick. When it's a winner, they will stall you to make it, try to make you not even take it. It's like, dang, that's disrespectful. But yeah, that is what it is, though. We're open, though. We're open. The market is open, you guys. Let's zoom in, get that first candle for everybody, see where it's at. That first candle on Zoom is extremely red there. That first candle on the SPY is extremely green. Triple Qs is red. The VIX, we haven't seen any type of movement yet. Let's see though. We definitely are open, so now we can go here at least. So the market is open here. We got breaking news. Wall Street resume sell-off. Snap drags tech lower. Oh, Snapchat is lower or something? Something happened with Snapchat, you guys. Something happened with Snapchat. Check news, somebody. Whoa, Snapchat is clapped. Whoa, didn't even see that, you guys. Snapchat is clapped. They're down 36%. What the? Oh, that's what happened, you guys. They clapped the tech. Snapchat did. So Snapchat went from $24. They're at 14 now. They're clapped, you guys. Snapchat is clapped here. They're down 36%. That's breaking news. Snap drags tech lower. That's who they're blaming. They're blaming Snap here now. Oh man, I didn't even know that, you guys. Wow, Snapchat is dead, you guys. Snapchat has officially died. That shit is going down right now. They're down 37%, you guys. That is a extreme correction. That isn't good. That isn't good at all. We do see a sell signal pop in right at on Zoom at the opening here. The SPY is trying to push up. We do see three strong green candles on the SPY. We see a strong green candle on the VIX. Stocks fall Tuesday as Wall Street resumes sell-off. Snapchat drags tech lower, you guys. Snapchat is down about 37%. Last I checked, they just lost $10. Zoom here is just zooming around on us. Zoom here is just zooming around on us. The first number was ugly, you guys. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't think it was worth that you guys would want or anything. It's crazy. The call is worth more than the put. Yeah. The call is worth more than the put so far right now. Zoom is actually going up here. They just reversed, got a buy signal in. Now they're going up. The SPY's coming down though. Huge red candle on the SPY. We zoomed all the way in, you guys. Huge red candle right there on the SPY. Looks like Zoom just might have topped out right there. The VIX is at $29 and about 22 cents. So the VIX is up and open and bopping and moving. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. No movement yet. The SPY is coming down though. Huge red candle right there on the SPY. Looks like the Zoom just topped out at $95.81. They're retesting it now. SPY is trying to come back up here, you guys. Let's see here. Yeah, that Snapchat movement. Yeah, that clapped. That clapped them, you guys. That clapped Zoom. In the blink of an eye, Amazon just lost $10. They're going down here. It looks like the market's coming down now. SPY's coming down here, you guys. Triple Qs is coming down. We do see the volatility definitely green today, so the bulls won't be able to step in today. SPY is coming down. Yes, sir. Zoom coming down too right now. The market's red here, starting out. Nasdaq's down 2% due to Snapchat. They have dragged the tech stocks lower. Apparently, it is Snapchat's fault right now. We're blaming Snapchat, you guys. Everyone say boo to Snapchat, you guys. You guys are taking Snapchat selfies and filters, but they are tanking the market, you guys. So boo to Snapchat. Snapchat is dragging the tech stocks lower right now. The Dow's down 43%. The S&P 500 is down 1.20%. We do see red candles now across the board. Now they did take the green away. Zoom is coming down here, you guys. Zoom is coming down. That's the low of the day right now on Zoom. Triple Qs is coming down. SPY's coming down low of the day right now. So we're starting to see things here flip around, flip flop, flippity flop. So yeah, they're still selling, you guys. Selling pressure is on here today. Snap dives 32% and it's dragging other stocks down with it. It really is though, you guys. I was trying to figure out all last night why is everybody selling after hours so heavy? I just thought it was because we're just in a bear market and that's just what they've been doing a whole time. Apparently now it's Snapchat. They got clapped and they're dragging the market lower. So a lot of these companies was invested into Snapchat, you guys, and they pulled out of Snapchat. Something happened. I don't even know the news. We do need to check news on that, but Snapchat is clapped, you guys. Snapchat is clapped. They are clapped, 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 clapped. So yeah, man, that's what's causing this red right now. The spot's still selling, you guys. Zoom is coming down here. Triple Q is coming down. The volatility is up here today. So like I said, we won't see all that bullishness today like we did yesterday. We won't see it be too aggressive is what I mean. The spot's coming down. Snapchat's coming down here. Triple Q's coming down. Everybody's continuing to sell here, you guys. It's getting ugly right now. It's getting ugly. It's really getting ugly though, for real. Ulta Beauty's down here. Everybody's down right now, you guys. Everybody. The market's extremely red here. I would be careful. Then we got Powell talking at 12:20. I don't see this thing getting any better if it's going to be this red, you guys. I'm going to be real with you. It's super early. I think the market will probably sell all day at this rate. We're not even seeing no upward momentum, and it's been 7 minutes. They've just sold for 7 minutes straight, you guys. You know how it is when they get on these type of antsies, rantsies. When they start to sell for like a certain amount of minutes straight, more than likely it's not going to bounce, you guys. But stocks open lower as Monday bounce gives way to renewed selling. Spot still coming down. Why Meta platform stock is tumbling? Why Snapchat stocks are falling? And we're going to take a listen to the news. We're going to play this audio. This article should tell us a little bit why Snapchat may be falling today. Let's listen.
Snap Inc., NYSE. Snap shares are trading significantly lower Tuesday morning after the company filed a Form 8-K with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission showing it expects to miss its previously issued guidance. The macroeconomic environment has deteriorated further and faster than anticipated, Snap said in the filing. As a result, the company now expects to report second quarter revenue and adjusted EBITDA below the low end of its guidance range. During its most recent earnings report, Snap guided for second quarter revenue growth of 20% to 25% year over year. The company said it expected adjusted EBITDA to be between break-even and $50 million. In a note to employees, CEO Evan Spiegel also said Snap will slow its pace of hiring for the remainder of the year in an effort to manage expenses. Analyst assessment. KeyBank analyst Justin Patterson maintained Snap with an overweight rating and lowered the price target from $45 to $27. Piper Sandler analyst Thomas Champion maintained Snap with an overweight rating and lowered the price target from $50 to $30. JP Morgan analyst Doug Anmuth maintained Snap with an overweight rating and lowered the price target from $47 to $26. RBC Capital analyst Brad Erickson maintained Snap with a sector perform rating and lowered the price target from $35 to $17. JMP Securities analyst Andrew Boone maintained Snap with a market outperform rating and lowered the price target from $50 to $45. Rosenblatt analyst Barton Crockett maintained Snap with a buy rating and lowered the price target from $49 to $23. Related link. Expect more Snap-like warnings from tech firms ahead, says Munster Snap price action. Snap shares are making new 52-week lows on Tuesday. The stock was down 30.7% at $15.56 at press time, according to data from Benzinga Pro. Photo.
All right, so there you have it. Got a little bit of a reasoning why Snapchat is selling off so bad, man. A little bit of a reasoning. That ain't really too much, but yeah, man, that sucks, though, for them. So Snapchat's history, it looks like. Yeah, the market is extremely red here, though, you guys. Like I said, spot selling here. It's at the low right now. Let's see. Amazon's still selling. Where is Tesla? They're selling. The market's dead. Yeah, Tesla's selling. They're down 4%. Everyone's still selling. Zoom is trying to flush. It wants to give up that green, that little bit of green. Looks like the market makers are being stingy about it. So we're gonna be in a little battle here at the Zoomies. Yeah, overall, wipe Zoom is not doing anything, you guys. So at the opening bell, like I said, we needed it to go to definitely out of this range. I mean, you opened up. Zoom basically opened up and stayed in the same range it was in pre-market and after hours yesterday. Not good. You know, that's not good at all. So that means they basically not paying no one. Everybody got wiped. I mean, if you can even buy into it, if you even brought into it at open, you're more than likely didn't win that unless you caught this little top and shorted it for that little right there, 91, boom, boom. So it wouldn't have been too much, that's what I'm saying. That's not really too much here, you guys. The SPY is bouncing back up. We just made it back into the channel currently just now. We'll see how long that lasts. We definitely seen it fade away though. This VIX just opened up here. The VIX gapped up actually about $1, $2. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's a straight red action so far, man. That's all we saying. Zoom stocks, like I said, man, it's not doing anything, man. Zoom sucks. I'm gonna be real with you. This is a China stock. China's very stingy with their bag. They'll make sure you go broke before them going bankrupt. China sucks, you guys. They don't hit on nothing. They usually sometimes they hit to the downside, but you can tell today. Biden been going to North Korea, Japan, all these different countries, China and stuff. So I mean, you can tell something had happened where they was like, well, we're not going to pay out to you Americans with these China stocks like you thought. It might be one of them that might by the end of the week. I think either Baidu or Alibaba may pay out, but between one of those China stocks, that'll probably be it. I don't see um, nothing else doing anything, you guys, as far as China. Like I said, the strata we got Zoom just kind of it did touch the upside number, but it faded, you guys, and now it's got us in between. It's staying in one spot right now, so that's like I said, that's IV crush. It's just milking time off the clock. Like I said, no one's getting paid at Zoom right now. There's nothing going on at all unless you own shares. No one's getting paid at Zoom. Believe that the options, the earnings is clapped, you guys. Unless you might have bought a put right there at the opening. I don't think your Zoom's not paying out. They're being stingy, you guys. I would give it some time though. I mean, eventually they got to make a move, right? They're starting to come down now, bringing it down a little bit, but the contract ain't really. It's still not moving. Equity not moving, you guys. So, like I said, Zoom's been very stingy with that bag. They're not doing nothing. Actually, about to just close this position, man, before it goes to zero. That's where I see it heading anyway. So the market is starting to sell now, you guys. We do see more selling pressure kicking in here right now. Zoom is starting to come down a little bit, just a little bit. Still not picking up on nothing on the contracts. You're going to need way more red than that. Technically, Zoom's still green right there, so that is definitely not enough. But we do need the SPY to come back down here below 390 at this point if they're going to sell it like this. Amazon is definitely starting to get low now. It just dropped another $10 in another 60 seconds on me. So Amazon's definitely dumping here, you guys. They're bringing the market down, but I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's definitely Snapchat, you guys. They clapped the market. It's Snapchat. They still selling too. Snapchat is down 40% now. Ouch. That's not good, you guys. If you got anybody to blame today, blame Snapchat, you guys. Pull up the app, Snap, blame them. That's who it is right now. They're tanking the market here. They're down 40%, you guys. Think about how many other companies invest with Snapchat. Yeah, that's why. Shopify's down $38. They're down 10%. Tesla is down too, you guys, about 5% now. Everybody's just selling. It's a sell-off. It's a bloodbath today, you guys. They're slaughtering the market here. The market is extremely red right now, you guys. There is no buying pressure at all. There's straight selling pressure. The VIX is up here extremely high today, almost back at 30. SPY's trying to bounce into the channel here again, but that's false. No one's going for that at this point. It's been 20 minutes, and you done came down straight for 20 minutes. It's over with here. Then you got Powell speaking at 12:20. It's extremely over with. I don't see Powell being a hero today. He's been a hero like the past 2 times he showed his presence. It's been quite a while since he actually brought the market down. The last time he brought the market down, he was sitting with a whole bunch of other world leaders. They were sitting at a round table, and the market definitely went down. But that's been quite a while. The past 2 times he showed his presence, it went up, and it faded the following day. But today it looks like it's just going to go straight down. It already is going down here at the start, so it's over with right now. As of now, it is over with, you guys. The market is extremely clapped here, you guys. Airbnb's even down here about 5% right now. You got a lot of tech names down. Adobe, they're down $13. It's ugly, man. AMD's back down 5% here. IBM's even back down. They're at 130. Google's extremely clapped. Google is down to they're down 6%. Google's down to 130. They're down $135. SPY's still selling off right here. Triple Q's are selling off too. They're coming down. Everybody's selling, you guys. Zoom just flipped red. Zoom just flipped red, you guys. Zoom literally just touched red. That's a long line down. You know, that's basically that. Zoom is back to where they closed yesterday. To me, they're stalling. They could have been did that. I don't understand what's taking so long. If you don't have the bag, go down. Just don't stall it. So they're definitely trying to stall, milk time off the clock here because they know people are brought before the earnings report. So IV crush is still in effect at Zoom unless that straight line down you see right now on Zoom, you can get that again or literally all day. Other than that, Zoom is clapped still too, as far as anybody winning, but they are clapped on the stock too as well. Everybody's clapped right now, you guys. Ulta Beauty's even down, like I said. Ladies ain't doing good today. No hair and makeup and nails today, ladies. Roku's down by 13% here. You got Regeneron down. Everybody's down, y'all. This is ugly for real. It's gonna get worse if Powell don't step in and fix something. It's only going to get worse. Now, the SPY is back at VWAP. Just made it there. Just instantly just shot up back to VWAP out of nowhere. So this looks like reserve action. I don't believe that could be real. So just stay cautious, you guys, really. But the SPY definitely just bounced back up into the channel, up at VWAP. Triple Q's made it back into the channel, but they're at the lower band still. Zoom is not in the channel yet. It's still red. Red going red to green. Zoom is like going back and forth here. So that's how I know they're just wiping out everybody. They're going red to green. That's IV crush. Market makers are not paying out at Zoom. Zoom is not paying out anyone, basically. That's what they're telling you. They're warning you right now with that action that they're doing. Look how long the line is, but look at the share price. They're not paying anybody, you guys. That line and the share price don't add up. That line should be, the share price should be at least down $10 with that line, but that's not the fact right now. The correlation's off. You can tell it's been definitely manually handled. The SPY is coming back down. Got rejected right at VWAP. Right at VWAP, they got rejected. Didn't waste no time with that rejection level. Let's check around the market and see if we got any briefings, any data. Something might be moving the market. I don't see anything. No, nothing moving the market at all. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here. It is 9:53 a.m. It's been technically 23 minutes. The market has been open. So you guys just stay calm, stay cautious. Like I said, Zoom is not paying anything, you guys. They're clapped. The market looks like it's clapped overall today. And like I said, Powell speaks at 12:20 p.m. This thing can only get more red at this point. If not, he'll flip it green, but it'll be a low green because it's too red, if you're understanding what I'm saying. It's too red, so if he do flip it green, it'll be a low green. It won't be no big, tremendous green today. I don't see it. Now, I could be wrong. This is Jerome Powell here. He is a reserve. You know, he can do whatever he wants. He controls that aspect, but I don't think so. As far as investors, you know, what they see right now is a lot of red, you guys. So, like I said, they can only get more red from here, or it'll be a very low green day today. But that's what we're looking at right now, you guys. It's extremely red right here. Amazon selling again. They're down 4%, man. That's ugly. That is ugly, fugly. Snapchat is down here right now, too, you guys. They're still selling off over there. Snapchat down 40%. That's ugly. Like I said, that Snapchat move has the market crashed right now. They're down 40%, you guys. That is ugly. So we're going to take a quick break from here. We'll be right back.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. Yeah, when niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Stacking starving with my people. Had they go swipe me a visa. Fat cat get butt full of reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna beat. Try to get wet like a pawn. Told them I'm rich, I can yes I'm a dawn. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I lie you more. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I rise with the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. And I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it. I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass fat. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving it. Rip. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. Yo. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it. When you're touching on me in public, the way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
You came in, now just chill. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle, it's up top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that black high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. This thing, so sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it as like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. Yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step. With that 4-5, I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans.
Yeah, that's my man. JLA, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. And we got it in the best, man. Niggas in some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, worked the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My niggas saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watching brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for pose, it's your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Spray for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brothers, still watching my crew. Roll me this wood, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when now you off for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn an 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. It's be crossing the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shit on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh. Yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo.
One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie that for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane.
letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting K. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm ready to keep on. I'm stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, letting money, make the money, make the steady. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break here, man. As you can see, the market's still selling. Selling pressure is definitely on here today. I mean, it's really frustrating, man. It's making the market not even fun at all. It's taking people's money left and right. You're buying puts, you're still losing. I understand. That's why it's best to stay calm, man, and stay patient. You know, that's really the only thing you can do. I mean, the market is cruel right now. They got you paying these high-ass prices, and you just may not win, and they just keeping you in the corner as an L. So, I mean, that's just what it is, man. Sometimes paying these premium prices, it'll take you higher, but more right now, it's just like it's not doing that, you know. So we're really getting to the point where it looks like Amazon might be at about 2,000 by the end of the day, man. They're really selling here, you guys. They're down $100. They're down $106 to be exact. And then just the sell off is just continuing. So it looks like Zoom's trying to go up now, but it's not enough, you guys. Like I said, there's these numbers right here. They're still in the same spot. Still same units. Numbers not changing. Equity's not going to change. Know that. So it looks good, but it ain't, you know, unless you can, like I said, I was trying to tell people yesterday the only solution was to just buy back immediately when the market opens, because wherever the needle is going to be, wherever the share price is going to be, that's where Zoom will be. That's where the money will be at. Now I know that's a lot of buying. You probably didn't, but it had to be like that if you played it before earnings. If you wanted to wait till after earnings, you could have just, it would have been all that would have been cheap. All that would have been cheap and worth the wait. But sometimes it's best to get in there before earnings because they make a huge move. So not every time, like I said, that they're gonna make a huge move before earnings and it stick. Um, Not everyone's gonna be Netflix, you guys. Not everyone's gonna be Shopify, you guys. Every company does something different. Um, you know. The market is extremely clapped though, you guys. It's in a straight line down. Everybody's selling, man. The selling is continuing. Advanced Auto Parts is even red here. And see, I told you with the Zoom situations, SPOT's still selling off, you guys. They're selling off now. They're down $8, down 2%. This is getting ugly now. This is getting ugly. They were just up yesterday. What were they at? 396. We saw 397. Now they're at 388 today. This is getting ugly, you guys. But yeah, what I was about to say with Zoom though is, man, yeah, you see the correlation. Like, see how the market is extremely red. Zoom kind of like to always be green when the market's red. When the market's red, they want to be green. So when the market's green, they want to be red. But when the market's red, they want to be green. But I don't know if that correlation will stick today, just because it is a lot of selling pressure overall around the entire market. But Zoom definitely need to go ahead and start moving this needle, man. For real. Bring it on down. At least $10. You can't come down. $10. Everybody's clap, Zoom. Come on, make it make sense. Come down at least $10. At least you owe that to the market. I mean, it wouldn't make sense. Everybody else is selling. How is you telling me y'all are green? You're telling me y'all the most dependable people right now? Come on, it's false. This is all false. It doesn't make sense. Bring it down. Let's stop the shenanigans here. Booking is down, travel's down, everybody's down here. Coinbase is down. There's nobody up. How are you telling me people want Zoom? It don't make sense. How are you telling me Best Buy's up 3%? How are you telling me everybody at Best Buy right now? If nobody's buying off Amazon, how would they buy at Best Buy? It doesn't make sense. How are they? It just doesn't make sense, man. Weird market. At this point, it looks like the MMs are their favorite stocks are green. That's what it looks like. What they might be holding is green. Everything else is clapped. It looks like that's really the case. Like, because I'm only seeing a few things be green for real. JP Morgan is green. Look at that. McDonald's is green. Like, what? Pfizer's green. I'm just looking at it. I'm pinpointing all the green out right now. Zoom is green. It just doesn't make sense. The green I'm seeing shouldn't be green. EA is green. Best Buy, Abbevie's green. What? Like, the green I'm seeing shouldn't be green, you guys. So keep that in mind. I think once that little bit of green go red, I think the overall market will just flush. It looks like we're going to flush today. Powell speaking here shortly, man, and the market's already doing this much selling. It's no way. I told you guys the first 10 minutes when they were selling that much, like, all right, you keep doing that, it's not going to recover. So we have sold off. Let's see. Let's do the count. It's been a whole 30, almost 50 minutes. The market has been selling off for 50 minutes straight, you guys. The market has went down for 50 minutes straight, and it is still continuing to go down. Now Zoom is trying to come back down here a little bit, but the market is going straight down, you guys. Straight down right now. It's been selling for 50 minutes straight down, you guys. The bears are here today. They are clawing. The market is extremely bearish right now. Ethereum's below 29,000 now at 28,760. Ethereum is below, almost right even with $1,918 on Ethereum. So it's not looking good for crypto either. Everybody's selling. There's no safe havens right now, you guys. There's no safe havens right now, you guys. Zoom's coming down now. Zoom is coming down now. And that's what I'm saying. At least Zoom got to come down $1. Damn, you can't give a $1 Zoom? Come on, let's stop the shenanigans right now. It's getting ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Like, come on, Zoom. Everybody is down at least $1 plus. You're telling me you're only down 72 cents right now? Huh? Come on. The cap must stop in this market. The cap must stop. But yeah, man, Apple's down here $5, you guys. Apple's even coming down here now. There you go, Zoom. There you go, Zoom. There you go, Zoom. Now you're starting to come down a little bit. A little bit. There you go. At least $1. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. At least come down $1. Now whatever you do from here, to each his own. I don't even care no more. Just make it look with the rest of the market. That's all I'm saying. Don't try to stand out because ain't nobody buying you. If you was a Tesla or Amazon and you were green, I would say, yeah, that might be reasonable. But Zoom, really? Come on, man. Everybody's outside. You got females out here twerking on headlights. Come on now, Zoom. Nobody's on camera anymore. So keep that in mind right now. Amazon's bouncing here, but we do see a lot of selling pressure now, though. SPY's right there at the very, very low, 387 the other day. It can flush. It can flush from here. We still got to talk to Powell. Powell still got to talk to us, you guys. That ain't going to change. That ain't going to change. Like I said, though, we are seeing some selling pressure kick in, though, heavy here around the entire market. So Zoom came down $1 at least. I mean, I really think it should be more, honestly, but what I think don't matter. But what I know is at least they got to come down at least $1. You feel me? Like, come on. There's no way you can't lose $1 and everybody's clapped. It wouldn't make sense. Tesla's down 6% now, you guys. Tesla is down 6% now. They're at 632. So they're continuing to sell here. And, man, what a thing about time, man. What a thing about time. I mean, some of these numbers were just could have been brought previously months ago, a couple weeks ago. But I mean, at that time, you couldn't probably see what I was seeing then now, but it's too late, it's too late. So that's why I say when you're doing options, you gotta be thinking ahead. You gotta be thinking ahead. You can't be like, oh, I'm gonna wait till you get there, then buy. It's gonna be extremely premium. The price will be jacked. That was the point of you buying it before the price go up, so you can make profit. You could have sold. I mean, that's just how it works, though, you guys. That's just how it works. You got to be ahead of time. You got to be ahead of time with options. You want to buy before it happens, or you're not going to catch the profit. It's just that simple. But shares are different. You buy wherever the share price is at. So, for example, if I want to buy one share of AMC right now is $10, I'll do that, and I'll watch it move how AMC moves, on the daily by the cents and the dollar. So just keep that in mind. That's the difference between shares and options, you guys. Options, you must be ahead of time. You must be ahead of time. You must be thinking ahead. That's why I tell you guys, do your research. Look into this stuff. Don't just expect someone to do this for you because they're not. Especially here at FCOD, I'm not doing anything for you guys. I think for myself. I have ideas. Now, it's up to you to decide if you want to go with those ideas. I'm not thinking for you. I'm not going to invest for you. Now, my ideas be on point. Sometimes it might sound crazy at the time when I tell you, but more than likely the option hits. So, that's just how it works, you guys. It's about trust, too. You got to trust. You got to be willing to trust and listen and do your own research. Really, like I said, if you do your own research, these numbers going to move ahead of time. That's a fact. Do your own research, the numbers going to move ahead of time. Now, when you're doing earnings, you can do your research on earnings, but as you can see, Zoom, it can go either way. It can do nothing. It can go both ways and come back and do nothing. Or it can go one way. That's just earnings. That's just the earnings turmoil behind that. Can't really go wrong. Can't really beat that. Can't really, knock that earning situation. That's just how that works. But other than that, though, you guys, the market is definitely selling off here. It's extremely ugly right now. The Dow's down 1.30%. The S&P 500 is down 2.11%. The Nasdaq is down 3.50%. They're down 3.50% on the Nasdaq. That's ugly. The Russell 2000 is down 2.30%. The VIX just made it to $30.40, back at up about 7%, almost 7%, 6.67% on the VIX. So volatility is extremely spiked up here and high today. So yeah, like I said, you won't see the bulls being so aggressive like they have been the past couple days. With their volatility being up, they got put back in their place very fast. But that's just what it is here right now. Like I said, a lot of selling here. This first almost been a full hour. And we're going to take a quick break here. Remember, you guys, Jerome Powell is live at 12:20 p.m. Make sure you tune in for that. Catch the live stream or something. But Jerome Powell will be speaking here at 12:20 p.m. And that's going to shake the market up even more right there. That's probably going to bring it down even more at this point. Or, like I said, Jerome Powell, he's a Fed Reserve, man. He can make the market go back to the middle if he wants it to, or whatever he says, and however investors take it. So that's what we're anticipating now. It's either going to get lower than what you see right now currently, or this thing will bounce back up into the channel at least and get back into the middle and confuse people a little bit. But right now we're getting one direction, and that's down. Puts, bears are winning. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, you guys. We'll be right back.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go Spizzy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days. I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fainted for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, down the expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, from the you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going in circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Well, Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. Bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets, I'm swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Look, bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these peasants. I'm trying to elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm trying to double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cut, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap and trying to bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just trying to stay tight from these fuck bitches. I'm just trying to maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Rank, going up, nigga. Rank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live. We're back from the break here. There is nothing going on at all. I'm sitting here checking and checking. There's nothing going on, man. So it looks like the market is definitely anticipating Jerome Powell. He will be live at 12:20 p.m. We'll have that pulled up when he goes live. But in the meantime, between time, it looks like the only thing that got the news outlets' attention and apparently is more important than the market again today, but it has nothing to do with the market at all, is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation. I see Yahoo Finance playing it, CBS is playing it, Fox News is playing it, NBC is playing it, Fox Live is playing it, CBS is playing it, CNBC is playing it. You got every news outlet playing it, ABC is playing it. So that's apparently more important than the economy right now, the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation. But again, you guys, it has nothing to do with the market. So what we're going to do is multitask here. We're going to do two things at once. We're going to be watching that, and we're going to be watching the charts and numbers here, and just comparing, the charts and numbers, as we're watching this. But we're not comparing it, the situation, or we're not relating it because it has nothing to do with that. But we're just, going to be comparing the charts and numbers as time goes on, and Powell is about to be approaching us here shortly, a couple hours here from now, maybe an hour. But yeah, man. So let's tune into that. Like I said, this has nothing to do with the market, so please do not relate this, you guys. Some of y'all in the chat, y'all try to say that I had something. It doesn't. Some of y'all in the chat thought I had it pulled up because it has something to do with the market. It doesn't, you guys. So I'm just warning you now. It has nothing to do with the market. We're just multitasking here. Since there is nothing going on in the market, we're going to be tuned in live to this Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation. Again, like I said, it has nothing to do with the market. We're just watching it, you guys, for just letting time pass by. So we can, by that time, hopefully, it'll be almost time for Euro Close next. So that'll be the next time you'll hear from LCOD live here. Euro Close at 11:30 a.m. Right now, it's been 1 full hour and 7 minutes since the market has been open. In the first 1 hour and 7 minutes, the market has sold off here, you guys. We sold off from yesterday's high, and we're looking like we're going back towards the direction where we was last Thursday. The past 2 Thursdays, actually, the past 2 weeks, we're going back to that direction right now. And that's just what it is here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market is definitely in the red here, so you guys be extremely cautious. The VIX is up here right now, over 7% now, at 7.30% now. So the VIX is going up higher. The volatility is spiking up higher. I mean, stocks are probably go lower here. But right now, they did just get a little bounce. The stocks and the ETFs got a bounce off the ground here the past, 8-10 minutes. But it looks like it's starting to fade early here now. So let's tune back into the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation. And like I said, this has nothing to do with the market, but we're just tuning in to milk time off the clock. And if we tune in right here today and say they're on break, we'll just play music, you guys.
This incredible dental
It looks like they might be on break. I'm not seeing anything. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Whoa. We got some market news? Oh, what the fuck? It went away. Let's see. We had some market news. Hold on, let me go to the. We do got some type of market news. It says World Economic Forum. It says NATO Security General Jens Stoltenberg on global security, and this is live. This just started, you guys, so we'll tune into this. We finally got some type of economic data here. Let's tune into this and see what they're talking about. This has something to do with the market. This is relating to the stock market, you guys.
So Ukraine immediate goal to stop Russia brutal aggression and ensures the complete withdrawal of its troops from our lands. Then we must find a reliable way to deter Russia from repeating aggression in the future. But the world order is nearly wrecked and shattered. Russia's presence in the United Nations is semi-paralyzed with the Russian presence in the Security Council. The OSCE has lost its recent data. NATO is only institution capable of providing a reliable security umbrella to its members. But some of the allied nations still allow Russia to veto Ukraine's accession. So we have to take alternative path. Today I am glad here in Davos to announce that together with the former NATO Secretary General, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, we are establishing an international advisory working group. Its aim is to make some recommendation for a reliable and efficient security guarantees for Ukraine. Leading figures from security, policy, and diplomacy, as well as a scientist, will be invited to join and they contribute. We look forward to involving the friends of Ukraine who can offer their experience and their expertise to efficiently implement the initiative. Our goal is to stop history from repeating and prepare the future for the sovereign and free Ukraine. Given the Budapest Memorandum experience, we issued that the future agreements should contain security guarantees, not insurance. And this is very important. No third-party security obligations can fully substitute for Ukraine, developing and sustaining its own strong defense capabilities. So the first block of the security guarantees, it's related to enhancing Ukrainian ability to resist aggression. To ensure Ukraine's defense capabilities, the guarantor states should provide our armed force with the modern conventional weapons and military equipment. No restrictions, nor political motivated bars. We need weapons to defense, only to defense. We must be able to withstand any aggressions. I want to say you that since February 24, nearly 700 Ukrainian children have been killed, tortured, raped, and wounded by Russian troops. We know for sure, so we told probably much higher. Over 230,000 kids, they're deported to Russia. They must be able to protect our children. They have the right to live in this safe country. And we are to ensure that the right. As a part of our commitment, partners could help us in the fields of intelligence sharing, information, security, cyber security, maritime security. We believe that rapid recovery of defense potential of Ukraine is one of the important factors in the preventing the new possible aggression. Russia has badly damaged our economy, and we can't put enough money into defense in the coming years. So we'll need annual financial help for reconstruction purposes as well as we finance the security and defense. The next block of the security guarantees in sanctions. They are an effective tools for the stopping Russian aggressions today and deterring in the future. The current sanctions should last at the very least until complete withdrawal of the Russian troops from Ukraine. Their mitigation and lifting should be agreed with the government of Ukraine. We should consider the risk of restoring Russian military technical potential. They also believe that guarantees of the imposition of the preventive sanction should be also provided in case of real threat to our state. And of course, in the event of the aggression, immediate and coordinated sanctions should be provided. The final block of the security guarantees, it's related to political and diplomatic support of Ukraine. Embedding Ukraine in the multilateral diplomatic process would improve our integration in the international community. First of all, I mean it's about Ukraine joining the European Union as soon as possible. I need to emphasize, we don't think we so-called alternative formats of the integration are acceptable here. Ukraine also supports the establishment of the coalition of the responsible states, like the Friends of Ukraine, or Until War Coalition, U24, which be ready to effectively respond to the violations of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within 24 hours. This means providing the necessary military and military technical, financial, and humanitarian aid, as well as imposing sanctions against the aggressor's country within 24 hours. When it comes to security guarantees for ourselves, we are not asking. We offer our partners to invest to common security. First, European. But in the future, the system could become the base of new global security architecture. Thank you very much for your time. And now, with pleasure, I give the floor to Ms. Platform. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Yermak, thank you. Just a quick... Mr. Yermak, just a very quick follow-up before we go to the panel. So victory, I think you were clear at the beginning, but victory in your eyes is not a full ceasefire. It's Russian troops leaving Ukrainian territory, full stop. Is that right? Is that how you would describe victory?
You see, we are not aggressive states. We are only defending. So restoring our sovereignty and territorial integrity and make our people safe is it's real our immediate priority. Now I think it's meantime the aggressor must pay the price of their choice. And of course, we need to make everything that Russia will not be able to attack us again. And of course, for us, it's the victory. It's not just ceasefire. It's our people paid the highest price. It's the life of our people, hundreds of our people. And of course, we are waiting for our victory, and I'm absolutely sure that we win. And this win will be not only victory of Ukraine, it will be victory of all democracy and freedom.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Yermak. I would love to get to our panel straight away. Alexander De Croo, the Prime Minister of Belgium, Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, Kaya Ollongren, the Minister of Defense of the Netherlands, and Stevo Pendarovsky, President of North Macedonia. So thank you all for joining us. Secretary General, let's start with you. How do you see NATO getting involved in this conflict, if at all?
Well, NATO has two tasks when it comes to the conflict in Ukraine. The first is to support Ukraine, and I am so impressed by the courage of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian armed forces, and the Ukrainian political leadership. And we all have a responsibility to support them in their fight, to help them to uphold the right for self-defense. And actually, NATO allies have supported Ukraine for many years, since 2014, helped to train thousands of Ukrainian troops, and especially the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and also Turkey has provided also critical equipment. And after invasion, all the NATO allies stepped up, and many other partners also started to provide support. That's our first responsibility, is to support Ukraine, because this matters also for our security. But the second responsibility and our core task is, of course, to protect all NATO allies. So it is important to prevent this conflict from escalating to a full-scale war between Russia and NATO. Then we'll see even more death, more destruction, more damage than what we see today in Ukraine. So this dual task of support, but not do anything that can escalate the conflict, is the challenge for NATO. And we do that partly by making it clear that we support Ukraine, but NATO will not be part of the conflict, will not send NATO troops into Ukraine. Second, we have, of course, increased our military presence in the eastern part of the lines. Now we have 40,000 troops on the NATO command. We have more naval and air capabilities, especially in the eastern part of the lines. And we have more than 100,000 troops on heightened alert. This is to send a very clear message to Moscow and leave no room for miscalculation or misunderstanding. An attack on one NATO ally will trigger the full response from the whole alliance. This is deterrence. The purpose is not to provoke conflict, but is to prevent conflict, preserve peace. So this is the way we conduct our dual task. Support Ukraine, of course also supporting the sanctions on Russia, but then at the same time stepping up deterrence and defense to ensure no escalation of the conflict.
But Secretary General, so when you look at what kind of security arrangements are needed to secure peace in Ukraine, what do those look like in the next 6 months?
Well, I welcome the fact that allies are discussing with Ukraine how to help them ensure their security. I also welcome, of course, that NATO allies and NATO is also providing support. And the strongest way of providing support is actually to do what they're asking for, and that is to deliver weapons. And that's exactly what allies are doing at unprecedented level. And then the issue of NATO membership is further down the road. The important thing now is to support Ukraine in their heroic fight for their freedom, which is also important for our security.
Prime Minister, what do you see as the most important thing in terms of a common defense strategy in Europe right now?
Well, I think we European countries are waking up from a certain degree of naiveness that we've had the last decades, thinking that a full-scale war on the European continent would never come back, and especially not this type of
They about
this
to give
type
hella
of war.
bread, and they're gonna take it out the
Um,
stores. Watch.
and the good thing is that as European countries, we're not alone.
Trust me, they
I
not.
mean, in a moment like this, if you are alone, or you're scared to death, or you're joining NATO, which is what we're seeing with Finland and Sweden these days. So it's good that this is a collective thing. Of course, the collective defensive umbrella is something that we also need to contribute to, and all European countries are scaling up in a gradual way their investment. We in Belgium have decided so a few months ago. We will continue in doing so. What is important to me is that if we invest more in defense, is that to me there are three elements which are important. First element is less fragmentation. Today, European defense is incredibly fragmented, which makes it expensive and not very operational. Second element is more industrial return for European industry. Today, that industrial return is way too low. Third element is more societal return. If we do investments in cybersecurity, it should be for our industry and our population. If we invest in intelligence, it should help us, for example, in counterterrorism. If we invest in a well-developed defense, it should be also a way of training part of our population. The last element that I want to put forward is that security is not just defense. We have to have a much more holistic view of this. And why is this holistic view necessary? That's because Vladimir Putin has also a much broader view of destabilizing Europe. He's not only destabilizing Europe just with the war in Ukraine. He's doing it with the war in Ukraine. He's doing it with strategically using his energy reserves. He's doing it with disinformation campaigns. He's doing it with refugee flows that he's trying to weaponize through Belarus. I mean, there's so many tracks that he is using to try to destabilize Europe, which means that if we want to stabilize Europe, we also have to have a much broader view than only the defense part. But the defense part is the most urgent one, then it's good to see that European countries are all stepping up.
But President Pendarovsky, if we talk about the defense part, it took years for your country to actually accede to NATO. What do you make of the fact that we're now trying to accelerate the accession of two member countries?
Being the last entry into the alliance, 2 years now, I know the desires of the Ukrainian people, why they would like to join the alliance. And I wouldn't like to forget, speaking about the NATO membership, the membership in the European Union. They have applied for that recently as well, because these are two corridors, so to say, for the better, more secure and prosperous future. We have been waiting for 21 years to become the member of the alliance, since becoming the candidate country for membership in 1999, and we have finally succeeded in 2020. And unfortunately, we're still waiting, speaking about the European Union, 17 years with the status of a candidate country for membership. So we should help Ukraine to persuade other allies, which might be skeptical. I'm not speaking only about our allies in NATO, but in the European Union as well, that both gates of these both organizations should stay open for those people, for this country, because they're not fighting only for their freedom in the first place, of course, but they're fighting. This is the war of one autocracy towards democracy. They're fighting for democratic values for all of us. And if Putin somehow succeeds in winning this war, then it's not going to be only Ukraine. So a few days ago, I have sent a letter to President Zelensky saying that we are doing everything we can as a small country. Do not forget that North Macedonia is 1.8 million inhabitants. We have a military budget of only 171 million euros, but we are helping Ukraine as much as we can, from the military hardware to the diplomatic support throughout the international fora. So, and send to him that we are going to speak with our partners, both organizations, that gates should stay open. As I said, the open door policy should not apply only for the NATO alliance, but for the European Union as well. Otherwise, the concept to have the united Europe, to be at peace with itself and with the world, from the Atlantic to the Ural, will be only a dream.
Mr. Ollongren, how much money, how much funding do we need actually to secure Europe? And how much can your country and allies keep on sending to Ukraine in terms of weapons?
Well, in terms of weapons, I think yesterday we had a meeting in the Ramstein format, so that was 40 plus countries that coordinate their efforts to help Ukraine with the weapons they need. Ukraine is very good at articulating very precisely what is needed. And I think we are now also much better coordinating amongst ourselves in a way that we can actually provide what they need. If we can not do it ourselves as the Netherlands, we can join forces with Germany or with other countries. And in that way provide them with really complex, advanced weapon systems that is very much needed in the war itself, but also, as the representative of Ukraine just said, also because Ukraine now has to sort of backfill their own military equipment, because they also used old Soviet Russian equipment. They can, of course, not replace it by Russian equipment. So they have to get stuff from our countries. Also to build on their military infrastructure. So that's really costly. And at the same time, we're also increasing in the Netherlands and other countries our own defense budgets. Of course, because we have to be stronger on the eastern flank of the alliance. We really want to step up our efforts to be ready also for the future. But one warning, I mean, if we all are going to spend more, but going to spend it separately, then only the costs are going to go up. And then we will not increase our own security. So we really have to work on that. We have to coordinate better. We have to find ways for standardization, for interoperability of our systems, and for joint procurement in ways that countries are already experimenting with now. The Netherlands with Belgium, for instance. But we have to step it up, because otherwise we will keep fragmented armies in national countries instead of a very strong NATO army and also a European defense that can step up when necessary in Europe.
Prime Minister, what happens if the war lasts years?
Well, then, first of all, I hope not, of course. But if it lasts years, we'll continue support for years. I mean, we have to be very clear on this. We're supporting Ukraine in this, and we will continue supporting with what is necessary, with equipment, talked about, with information as well, because in a war situation like this, information intelligence, of course, is extremely important. And we, as European countries, will continue improving the equipment that we have. And I think indeed, as Kasia said, I think it's important that we do it in an intelligent way, in a planned way, less fragmentation, as I said. This is about how much we invest, and how much is important, but how we do it is equally important. And if I see in some of the investment plans of some European countries, which are very aggressive investment plans, let's coordinate. Let's really sit together and let's see who is doing what are we buying, how can we standardize. I mean, what we need to do as a European Union is to do a gap analysis ourselves. And to see, okay, what weapon systems do we need? How do we develop them together? Together with the Netherlands, we do this for our naval efforts. We develop together the battleships that we need. It's good that Belgium and Netherlands is doing it, but honestly, we should be doing this together with many, many countries. And this is not just ramping up investment because of the Ukraine war. This is a long-term effort that we are putting forward for the next decades. If we do it for the next decades, let's please do it in a coordinated way so that we become more efficient. Because, if you look at the total defense budget of European countries and compare it to Russia, actually our budget is much higher. But it's much too fragmented if you compare it to the way Russia is organized today.
President, then I want to ask you.
Only one sentence plus. Of course, I wouldn't like to criticize my friends because we are in the part of the same alliance. But please, that joint procurement system, which has a big flaws from time to time and weaknesses, should be improved in the future. In my view, that should be the main task of all of us, to coordinate, to have the better procurement system, but in the years to come. Now, give the Ukrainians on the bilateral basis whatever they want, because this is a critical period of the war. In my view, that is following what the NATO experts and all of the military security experts are saying to us, in this period of the time, is probably very decisive period for the rest of the war, whatever it might last. So this is very important. Give them now on the bilateral basis. We are giving them, of course, everything they want, but give them more. And these questions, this coordination among joint procurement systems, that's a hot topic always, and been for years and years in the alliance, within the alliance, not to waste time and resources and to have duplicity in that process. But now it's critically important to help Ukrainians today, not tomorrow.
Yeah, so this is a kind of timeline. I just want to spend a couple of minutes with Secretary General because I know you spoke to the president of Turkey over the weekend over his concerns about Sweden and Finland actually accessing NATO. What does he want in return?
Well, in my conversation with President Erdogan, he expressed many of the same concerns that he has expressed publicly, and that's about terrorism. It's about their concerns about the PKK, and also, of course, the need for Turkey to be able to acquire the weapons they deem that they need. But let me start by saying that the fact that Finland and Sweden applies for NATO membership, that is historic. Very few people, if anyone, expected that as late as the beginning of February. And now they are applying. And that demonstrates a very important thing, and that is that when President Putin tried to close the door to NATO, then actually Finland and Sweden decided to move in. Because as late as in December this year, President Putin proposed a legally binding treaty for NATO, which actually was going to re-establish spheres of influence, where big powers like Russia could decide what smaller neighbors could do or not do. Because in that treaty, it was stated clearly that there was no more NATO enlargement whatsoever. NATO had to withdraw all its troops from those allies that had joined after the end of the Cold War, introducing the kind of A and B membership, first and second class membership. And then, of course, he wanted less NATO military presence on his borders. He's getting the opposite. He's getting more NATO presence on his borders, more troops, more forces, and then there will be more NATO members. And I think that's a very strong answer to a president that really tries to reshape the European security architecture by using force and intimidation. And the response is, no, we will not bow to that. Then, of course, when there are concerns, as expressed by Turkey, we sit down, as we always do when there are differences in NATO, and then we find a way out. I cannot tell you exactly how and when, but be confident we are working on the issue, and we have solved the problems before in this alliance. All allies, also Turkey, agree that NATO enlargement has been a great success, helped to stabilize Europe, and we also realize how Finnish and Swedish membership will strengthen NATO, will strengthen the transatlantic bond, and also, not least, be of great importance for the Baltic region. So I'm confident that we will address those issues.
Quickly, you have been confident in the past that actually this can be resolved quite quickly. But if you look at some of the weapon export controls, they cannot be lifted overnight.
No, but I still hope and work for a quick solution. But let me also add that I think a part of this solution is also to recognize that despite the fact that there are different views within NATO and among NATO allies on issues related to Turkey, we also have to recognize that Turkey is an important ally. Turkey is the ally that has suffered the most terrorist attacks, far more than any other NATO allied country. And Turkey is key just because of its geographic strategic location, bordering Iraq and Syria. The fight against ISIS has been totally dependent on using facilities in Turkey. And of course, when you look at the war in Ukraine, the Black Sea, you realize the importance of Turkey. So I'm not saying that there are not these differences within the alliance on issues related to Turkey, on the freedom of press and other things, but I'm only saying that we need to understand that the reason why we need to solve this issue, the concerns that Turkey has put forward, is that Turkey matters for the whole alliance. And therefore we are working hard on this.
Yeah, look, I think the question that is at hand here is, do we believe Europe will be more secured if Sweden and Finland join NATO? I think yes. There's absolutely no doubt to that. Okay, so Europe will be more secure when both of them join. That's the main goal. Then let's talk with Turkey and let's solve the issues that they have. But we as 30 countries and now 32, the main goal we have is stabilizing Europe, and we will be better off 32 than 30. So I honestly would be very surprised that things would be put on the table which are unsolvable, knowing what the goal is that we have in front of us.
Minister, you agree with that?
Absolutely. I think NATO will be stronger with Finland and Sweden in. I think they were already partner countries, member of the European Union. We have military cooperation with these countries, also with the northern part of Europe in the Joint Expeditionary Force. And as the Secretary General says, of course, there can always be issues, and issues must be raised. There is room for talking about specific issues that countries have. But in the light of the situation that we're in now, I think we have to have the confidence that Secretary General and others will be able to solve this issue.
If we're talking, I mean, have they asked you to actually lift some of the exports bans on weapons? Is it something that your country would consider?
We have bilateral talks with Turkey on a very regular basis. I think these talks are good. We take each other seriously, and we try to find solutions that are acceptable.
Just a few technical elements, because we have been, as I said, last entry, and Secretary General knows the best that procedure, but without the political agreement and full consensus among all of 30 members of the alliance, there is no way forward. If that political disputes with between Sweden and Finland and Turkey on the other side is resolved today, hopefully, as soon as possible, but let's say today, this procedure for ratification of that protocol should go into all of these 30 parliaments of the nation states. In our case, it took 20 months, but a half of that time was during the pandemic. But I cannot remember that anybody has entered the alliance without having the political disputes prior of that moment, quicker than 12 months, only for the ratification process in all of the parliaments of the member states.
Prime Minister, what can Europe actually do to not double up on NATO, but also secure as European Union? I mean, also given the fact that the funds are limited. We've just gone through COVID, so there's been a lot of fiscal spending, and debt is mounting.
That's true. I mean, a lot of things have changed for the fact that population looks much more towards the public or public service or government in solving all the big things we're confronted with. Now, first of all, on not doubling up. I know that there's this discussion if Europe has a stronger integration from a defense perspective, is that to the detriment of NATO? Not at all. Not at all. I think NATO will be way stronger if we as European countries pull our weight. And NATO will be more stable with two stable legs, which is one North American one and one European one. Honestly, I'm not afraid of that at all. What is important is that if we do these military investments, is that the return of those investments is as high as possible. As I said before, industrial and economic return should be way higher. Societal return should be way higher, but also a component in basically also dealing with climate change. I mean, we will be confronted with the impacts of climate change in the years to come in a much more drastic way. Actually, some of the defense investments could help with this. And yes, the pandemic has shown us that the bar is being put much higher on the expectations that the public has, and we have to invest in climate change. Okay. How I see it as a government leader is the bar is being put higher, which means that we have to be on the top of our toes, and it's at moment of crisis that we move forward. It's a moment of crisis that as a European Union, we take steps forward. And honestly, what I see now is that as European Union, we used to move forward because we had some visionary leaders with great ideas and they pulled the European public forward. Now this has changed. It's actually the European public that looks at us and that says, please, for those big challenges, we know that the nation state on its own cannot do it. Please do it as European Union. Healthcare was not exactly European competence. Energy isn't really as well, and defense isn't really either. The public demands from us more integration. And yes, so there's more demands of how much we should do, but if we do it as in an integrated way, we can do it in a more efficient way, and we can do more.
Minister, and then I have many questions for you, Secretary General, also from the audience, so I'll get to that in a second.
Just briefly, I think, yes, we are increasing our budgets for defense, and that is also, you have to prioritize. You cannot do everything at the same time. But I think it's not only about defense. That's not only about having military at our borders. It's also about our freedom. It's about rule of law. It's about democracy. It's about what we all stand for. So that's why I think we all feel it's important to do it, but to do it in a smart way, as Prime Minister of Belgium is just stated. And I think also you have to look at the future. So at the same time, with climate change, with the importance of having a well-educated population in our countries. And these are the choices that you have to make. And sometimes it means raising taxes, being smart, because we also have our budgetary rules, and they apply to all of us in the European Union, at least.
Thank you. I have many questions for the Secretary General, so we'll start off a bit rapid fire. This one is it time now for a naval coalition of NATO states to secure a free and open Black Sea by escorting vessels from Odessa to supply grain to the global south?
It's first and foremost time for President Putin to lift the blockade of Odessa and other Ukrainian ports to allow grain to be exported out of Ukraine, because this is really his responsibility. The war is causing the food shortage and the increasing prices. It's not NATO or EU sanctions, it's actually the direct consequence of the war and the Russian blockade. Then I welcome efforts by EU, by NATO member states and others to try to find a way to get more grain out of Ukraine by rail, on land, and also the efforts that are addressing, is it possible to get it out on ships? That is a difficult task. It's not an easy way forward. The best and easiest way is to end the war, to drop the blockade and let the food go out. Let me add one more thing. This is a war in Ukraine that affects the whole of Europe, but that it has global consequences. The increasing energy prices, and food prices affects everyone and the poorest people of the world. It just makes the whole war, the Russian invasion, even more senseless.
Another question for you. Is the best way to prevent a NATO-Russia war to ensure Russia is defeated, or is it to ensure that Russia has an off-ramp? So diplomatic negotiations, or are we beyond that?
I think the best way to prevent this from escalating, again, it's for Putin to stop the war. If that's not the case, then the best way to act is for us to be very firm. To make it absolutely sure that there's no room to believe that he can attack any NATO allied country without the full response from the alliance. Because as long as that's clear, there will be no attack. Because NATO is by far the strongest military alliance in the world. 50% of the world's military might and 50% of the world's economic might. So NATO solidarity, and also demonstrated by increased presence. The reason why we have now roughly 30,000 more US troops in Europe over the last 3 months is to demonstrate exactly that NATO solidarity. So that will not win the war in Ukraine, but that will prevent it from escalating into NATO territory. Then we need to support Ukraine to help them reach a result on the battlefield that makes it possible for them to agree on the negotiating table. This war will most likely end at the negotiating table. The question is how and when. And therefore we know that for Ukraine to reach an acceptable result at the negotiating table, they need to be strong at the battlefield. And that's the reason why it's not either support the military or be in favor of a negotiated solution. A negotiated solution, which is possible to accept for Ukraine, will only be achieved if they have strong military position on the battlefield.
President, maybe this one is for you. The former UK Foreign Secretary Haig of the UK wrote in the Times today that Putin may attempt to divide NATO by calling ceasefire that Ukraine cannot agree to. Would NATO remain alive? Do you want to take, yeah?
No, I agree fully with that, but up to now we have not showing any signs in the little one that we are divided. This was, as Secretary General knows the best, we have shown the unprecedented unity, not in recent times, in NATO history probably. But I would like to send a message to everybody speaking about this subject these days. What is at stake in Ukraine? First of all, defending the Ukrainian territory, defending the Ukrainian children and whole people. But we should help, first of all, Ukrainians to defend themselves, but we should send the message to all the prospective autocrats that democracy will always prevail over dictatorships and that we would like to live in the democratic world.
Minister?
Well, I can only agree,
of course,
with that.
But it could be much more of a challenge than we're talking about here, if this drags on again for years.
Yes, it's very difficult to predict this, of course. None of us know exactly what is going to happen, but it's one of the scenarios that we have to take very seriously, is that this can go on for years. And I think it's very important to point out that it is for Ukraine to decide whether a ceasefire or even a peace is acceptable, if the terms are acceptable. And I also agree, until then, we must do everything we can to support Ukraine. with weapons, with trade.
They're taking it off. It looks like they're trying to get it off the market right now.
Training with our
No fees or minimums and no overdraft.
It's 40%. Like I said, that ain't normal. And then today, out of all days, why do it? Why do it? Just think about it. Why do it on the day Powell speak? It's something behind it coming with it. They're doing it. Powell got to speak. It's all these earnings going on. And you just clap Snapchat randomly.
The impact of the sanctions is really, it's a thorough impact. The 6 packages there is going to go much further. And then besides the sanctions, all European countries are making irreversible choices related to energy supply. And the impact of that takes time. But in the years to come, this is going to have a profound impact on the exchange with Russia. And it's really hurting the Russian financial capability to continue financing this war. Don't underestimate, besides the packages, what we are doing in energy. And all European countries are making choices which are not going to be turned back.
I think one of the lessons we have learned during this crisis is that long-term security interests are more important than short-term economic interests. To be too dependent on Russian gas is dangerous. That's the brutal reality. It has a price to wean off Russian gas, but we have to do it. And therefore, I support free trade. I believe in a more globalized economy. But when we need to choose between protecting our values or profits, we need to choose protecting our values. If we need to choose between long-term security interests and economic gains, then of course again we need to choose economic interest. This is about energy, it's about technology, and it's about also controlling critical infrastructure in Europe. So this is a hard lesson learned. It has a price, but I think that's quite obvious in light of what we have seen over the last weeks after the invasion of Ukraine.
We're almost out of time, so I'm going to ask you each for about 30 seconds actually to give 1 or 2 priorities for what we need to do to achieve peace and security. Mr. Yermak, let me start off with you. You're still there joining us from Kyiv.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please? Because
the question is in the very short term, apart from the weapons and the support, what do we need to make sure that there's peace and security in this region in the longer term?
Thank you for your questions. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very attentively listen all your comments of colleagues. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your support, Ukraine, in this war. It's very important to understand that this war is continuing, and every day Ukraine continue fighting, but we continue lost our people. And of course, as soon as possible, we need to receive all necessary weapons. Because I'd like to say that as long this war is continuing, is starting to be more higher the risk that some in other countries, especially which have the borders with Russia, will be involved. And in this country, it is country as the members of the NATO. It means that if we receive everything which absolutely you say that in all capitals, in our friends and our partners exactly know that we need, we will win. We stop this war in central of the Europe. As we are talking for the long perspective, I explained in my speech that we are proposed and we are now in the consultation of the, first of all, of the security of the guarantees for Ukraine. But we think that after this war, we can say about strong system of the security in the Europe. it's necessary to build this system because till this war it's continue, not any countries in Europe can feel safe. And we a lot of times talk about it. A lot of conversation was before this war, but it's happened. Most bad things happened in the center of the Europe. It means that it's time to thinking together and to build new strong system which will be protect any potential aggression, any potential violation of the international law, violation of the territorial integrity of the European countries.
Thank you so much, sir. In 20 seconds, President Podarski, how do we achieve peace and
In
security?
20 seconds, some people are naming this period of the time as a second Cold War. What is important, let's agree with that, but what is important to remember, what is the main difference? The previous Cold War was about ideology. This is not anymore the battle between communism and capitalism. We are speaking here, it's clear at least to me, that this is the battle between democracy throughout the world, and autocratic leaders. And I not even dare to think, to imagine the world, if we are pressed to live in a world where the autocracy rules. It's going to be the most dangerous place to live, and certainly not the prosperous place the next generation would like to take part.
Thank you, Minister.
I think from the beginning we've said unity is our strongest weapon. So we have to stay united. If we stay united, I'm confident we can keep on helping Ukraine with the weapons, humanitarian aid, financial aid, everything they need. And the second thing I'd like to say, I think this has been a wake-up call for the European Union in a geopolitical sense. And I think we have to use that momentum to build on a stronger European defense within NATO and within the European Union.
Secretary General?
Well, my main message is that the Ukrainian war has reminded us of the importance of North America and Europe standing together. I don't believe in America alone, I don't believe in Europe alone, but I believe in North America and Europe together. And NATO is the institutionalized expression of that unity. 2 world wars and the Cold War taught us that we are not safe when we are divided. We are safe when we stand together.
Ensure the support of our domestic population. I think we are in for a somewhat longer period of instability, which means that we need to make sure that our North American, European populations are supporting us, which means that we need to protect them for the impact of what is happening. If we don't protect them well, we might lose domestic support and it might become much harder.
Thank you so much for this important conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's that. So if I found something that was about the market, you saw the Europeans over there. They're about togetherness. But you know, you feel me? They feel like they need to bring it down. They're bringing it down. That's their leaders over there, European side. So that's crazy because we got the European close approaching in about 4 minutes. And the market is, man, extremely red still, you guys. Extremely red. It's hurricane season too, so y'all be careful out there. I've been seeing some people talking about they've been in a tornado, all types of stuff. This is the NOAA Atlantic Hurricane season outlook. They just want to give y'all. This is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is hosting a news conference, you guys. The outlook of 2022 Atlantic hurricane season, and so I mean, just be careful out there, man. Y'all want to travel and go to the beach, but it's hurricane season and tornado season, all types of stuff going on.
With us today, Faman Ahmed. He's a 9th grader at Nest High School in Lower Manhattan. He's our commissioner for the day. He won an essay contest from essays across the city, and he is the future of emergency management. So we were very happy he would take a day off from school and join us. As emergency managers, we know that preparedness will save lives. Through our work, we make sure we help all communities safely and equitably to prepare for and recover from hurricanes. As has been said, we see that one storm can have a devastating impact on New Yorkers and their communities. We know hurricanes won't wait, and neither should you. With the start of the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season just days away, you can be prepared, and we encourage you all to take the first step. And as the mayor said, please know your zone. If you live in one of the 6 evacuation zones, you may be ordered to evacuate for your own safety by emergency management and by the mayor if a dangerous storm is approaching. If ordered to evacuate, it is vital that New Yorkers follow city officials' guidance. It's very easy to find out what zone you live in. You can visit nyc.gov/knowyourzone, or you can call 311. More than 3 million New Yorkers live in the city's 6 hurricane evacuation zones. To encourage New Yorkers to know their zone and prepare for hurricane season, we are once again running our Know Your Zone awareness campaign. Starting next week, New Yorkers will see new Know Your Zone ads on bus shelters, bike pumps, storefronts, online, in newspapers, and other places across the city. But even for New Yorkers who don't live in hurricane evacuation zones, extreme weather, as we have seen, can impact. Make sure that you stay informed with emergency information during hurricane season and throughout the year. The best way to do that in New York City is to sign up to receive emergency updates from Notify NYC, the city's free emergency alert program. It's available in 14 languages, including American Sign Language. So please visit nyc.gov/knowyourzone for more information, including how to sign up for Notify NYC. Thank you, and it's my privilege to introduce Deanne Criswell, FEMA Administrator.
Thanks, Christina. Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to recognize Administrator Spinrad. Our partnership has been excellent during my time in office, and the relationship that FEMA has with NOAA really helps us get the information out to the public so we can make sure that we are helping people before, during, and after disasters. And I'd like to say how great it is to be back here at New York City Emergency Management. Seeing my old colleagues has really been just such an honor to remember serving here and to be able to come back now in this role. I couldn't be more proud of the amazing work that New York City Emergency Management continues to do every day to help New Yorkers. And Mayor Adams, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. And thank you for your ongoing commitment and support of New York City Emergency Management. They do so much good for New Yorkers. As you heard today from Administrator Spinrad, we're looking at another similar season for hurricane preparedness. But that doesn't mean that we should take it lightly, right? As we saw from Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy, it doesn't even have to be a hurricane to cause such devastation to communities. And so for years, the predictive weather data that we've gotten from NOAA has really helped us, helped FEMA in our ability to support critical decision making, and not just at FEMA, but also at the state and local level. That predictive modeling that they put out and the accuracy that they've been able to improve over the years has made our jobs easier in helping to get information out and warn the public when they're facing these threats. So whether we face 3 storms or 30 storms, I'd like you to know that FEMA, we are ready for this hurricane season. We are going to continue to maintain a very strong forward-leaning presence. We want to be able to make sure that we are putting personnel, commodities, and equipment in place before the storm hits, so we are ready to respond and support the communities that may have been impacted by the storm. We have our commodities pre-staged, ready for rapid response operations, spanning from the Pacific to the Caribbean to the Eastern Seaboard. And we have at the national as well as our regional level that are ready to support life-saving and life-sustaining operations. So my question to the public today is, are you ready? We must not forget that just last year, Hurricane Ida made a 9-state destructive trek across the United States. It affected coastal, urban, and suburban communities. This shows me that no one is immune from the effects of these tropical storms. So FEMA has an urgent call to everyone, a call to action. for everybody that lives in these areas. The time to get ready is now. As this year marks the 10th anniversary of Superstorm Sandy, which although again was not classified as a hurricane, it brought devastating impacts. So there are actions that you can take today. The first one, know your risk. It's incredibly important that you understand what your and your family's risk is. Again, as we saw from Hurricane Ida, from the coast to the Midwest to the Eastern Seaboard, people had impacts across 9 states. Know what your risk is. As you heard from Christina, First Deputy Commissioner, know your zone here in New York City, but across the U.S., know what your risk is. Once you know what your risk is, then you can make a plan to protect your family. It's really important to better understand what your unique risk is going to be and put that plan in place for if you have to evacuate, where are you going to go? How are you going to communicate with your family and your loved ones? What do you need to take with you? Sign up for emergency weather alerts. You heard how you can sign up for them here in New York City, but you can also download the FEMA app and get up-to-date wireless emergency alerts. And then finally, and I think one of the most important pieces that I can share is listen to your local officials. Listen to them when they tell you to evacuate or shelter in place. It's incredibly important that you follow their advice because it's also going to protect you and your family, but it will also allow our first responders to continue to do the important work that they need to do. And so the first thing, or the most important thing that I will ask everybody is that prepared families are safe families, and a prepared nation is a resilient nation. So listen to your local officials, know what your risk is, and make that plan to make sure that you can protect your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Criswell. Before we move on to the Q&A portion of our media briefing, I would like to introduce Matthew Rosencrans, the lead hurricane season outlook forecaster with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center, who is available to answer questions about the science behind NOAA's hurricane outlook. For those of you who are joining us by webinar, I would like to remind you that you have the ability to ask written questions using the questions box to the right of your screen. Please be sure to include your full name and your media affiliation when asking your question, and we will do our best to answer all incoming questions in the time available. Now, we will take questions from our first reporter in the room. Yes, sir?
Hi, Steve Burns, WCBS Radio. I know there's so much talk about Sandy and Ida and so much in the way of following advice here, but the advice in advance of both of those storms was notoriously terrible. There were no evacuation orders and they came very late. What kind of outreach changes and, public policy changes have we seen at these agencies to be more proactive in their advance warnings and not see a repeat of what we saw with Sandy and Ida, very little warning?
Would you like to take?
Hi, thank you for the question. So for Hurricane Sandy, there actually was a citywide evacuation. We had different zones at the time, but we evacuated several 100,000 people. We have learned a lot since Hurricane Sandy. As you noted, a year ago we had Hurricane Ida. There was not an evacuation put in place. We had not seen rain like that. What happened overnight, the multiple inches per hour, but we know it'll happen again. We have done a lot of work with our federal partners, city, state, everyone. We started enhanced messaging right last September as we saw weather in September and October, and we've been doing that. It is very hard work. We need everyone in the city to come together. We know there are people at risk that live in situations that compound their risk, but we are incredibly dedicated. We've been working the whole off season, and we will message early. We will message often in all the languages that New Yorkers need. But as the administrators and others said, we need the media, we need our elected officials, we need faith-based leaders to help us when that message comes out, and we need New Yorkers to pay attention and to follow the advice.
The mayor, obviously the big story with Ida was basement apartments and how at risk they are. The former mayor mentioned a census I wanted to see what kind of effort is ongoing in terms of figuring out how many basement apartments there are, what their risk is, and how they can be protected.
Still underway. We want to legalize basement apartments. There's legislation pending now in Albany. We hope we get the support from our state lawmakers to make it happen, but we're still on the way of getting the exact total and count of those basement apartments. And also, as the Deputy Commissioner stated, the goal is to use a universal language to all of our agencies. And what we're looking at is how do we ensure a smart system that all of the agencies are kicking in gear at the same time. Know what's expected ahead of time, similar to what we do with the terrorist threat. Everyone knows their roles, and we know how to coordinate in a better effort. Coordination, communication, and implementation. That's the key to protect New Yorkers during the storm.
So, just following up on that. So, if there is a storm coming, someone lives in a basement apartment, is there any specific outreach to let them know, hey, danger might be on the way, you might need to evacuate?
Yes, we're looking at a text messaging system as well as a communication system to let people know beforehand that what their zones are, what areas they live in. And as the Deputy Commissioner indicated, we're talking Mother Nature. This stuff moves. None of us expected the level of rain we witnessed the last time. And being able to shift the communications in a rapid manner by proactively knowing what are the areas that are prone to flooding, that is extremely helpful. I never saw flooding like that in Crown Heights. Who would have imagined that level of water? And so we have to be able to communicate fast and shift because these storms are coming rapidly and they're coming in different ways.
Mr. Mayor, hi. This is what FEMA work for you. I was just looking at the emergency management map that you're sending folks to. I looked up one of the addresses where somebody died during Ida. It's not in any flood zone. So I'm curious if there has been a new plan to adjust for zones that have to do with flooding or rain flooding rather than coastal flooding. It doesn't seem like where you're sending people reflects that currently.
My understanding, that area, if you're talking about the one in Queens,
just on the edge of a flood zone, but where somebody died in their basement apartment.
right? Because part of the issues that we're facing, and that's why we put $2.5 billion into the sewer upgrades in certain areas, part of the problem we're facing is also drainage. We have to really re-examine how we're building out our sewer systems. We may be building out some of our sewer systems based on storms of the past and not storms of today. If we cannot get rid of the water, this flood zones is going to deal with those dangerous areas based on how the normal flooding areas. But if we don't do a good job in catch basin cleanup, making sure the sewer systems can handle the water, there's so much more we have to do inland that we are moving towards to correct.
Maybe for FEMA then, would the warnings go to people who aren't in any zone then if they're in low-lying areas that might flood from rain? Is that... Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, I think what I would say is when we talk about evacuations for flooding from hurricanes, we're typically talking about...
This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Bill Gates is live on
I don't know who I was before I started wearing
how to prevent future pandemics. Bill Gates is live on how to prevent future pandemics. The European market is closed. It closed about 11 minutes ago, you guys. The United States is in full control right now. You see it's trying to bounce back up here to VWAP, the spot that is. But, we'll see. We'll definitely see here. They're hitting us with a lot of top 1%ers today talking to us. Bill Gates is live right now on how to prevent future pandemics, you guys.
The reality is that political resolve to fight COVID is waning. Popular support for measures is waning. People are over COVID. The problem is it's not done with us, but we're in danger of losing this moment for transformative change. And let's face it, people are still dying in significant numbers every day. People are still developing long COVID every day. Low-income countries, horribly under vaccinated. We've got issues here and now. I think another reason is that the package of things that has to happen is trans-sector, and there hasn't yet been an effort to try and bring together a head of state and government level focus on the range of things that needs to be done. We said this needs a special session at the General Assembly. It needs a negotiated political declaration that brings the different threads together. We're talking not just the WHO and health ecosystem. We're talking the WTOs. We're talking the IFIs. We're talking the wide range of foundations, players in the space. And so a lot of people are doing bits and pieces, but it's not looking like a coordinated push to get transformational change.
And again, I really do want to come back to this idea of how we get that coordinated push. But Peter, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the news that was made today. Share a little bit about why it was so significant. The $10 million itself is not the big number, although the Gates Foundation did more than match that number. But I also want you to talk a little bit about why it's important to address diseases like malaria, TB, in the context of this conversation about preventing the next pandemic.
Well, first of all, we're really thrilled that Comic Relief US has announced this $10 million donation pledge to the Global Fund's seventh replenishment. Comic Relief has been a long-standing partner of the Global Fund, so it's great to see them recommitting to the next phase of the Global Fund's work. And as you noted, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has kind of double matched it, bringing it up to 30 million. So thank you, Bill, for that. And this is our first private sector pledge for this replenishment campaign. Now, 30 million is a great start. The target is 18 billion, so we have a little ways, a little ways to go. But it is incredibly important to have significant private sector engagement in the way the Global Fund works, both from a financial perspective, because quite frankly, development assistance for health budgets aren't going to meet the total requirements of all the needs that we face right now. But also because the private sector brings a set of capabilities. We have partnerships with tech companies, with Coca-Cola on last mile distribution, all sorts of different partnerships. So it's not just the money, we like the money, but it's what comes with the money in terms of private sector skills and expertise. You asked about the link between AIDS, TB, and malaria, diseases like that, and pandemic preparedness. I think the starting point is that actually people don't really like thinking about pandemics. I mean, most of us want to wish COVID-19 over. Nobody's told the virus that, but the general attitude is that it's over. And what we've seen in the past is the public and political interest in investing against pandemics wanes really, really quickly. So if we want to sustain it, we have to do it in a way that actually delivers for people. And we can do that by investing smartly. And the way we do that is by investing in lab networks, community health workers, supply chains, primary healthcare facilities that simultaneously help countries defeat diseases like HIV, TB, and malaria, and make us safer against future pathogens. And that isn't that hard to do. I mean, actually, many countries' responses to COVID-19 were based upon the infrastructure and capacities that had been put in place for HIV, TB, and malaria. I think we just have to be a bit more intentional in investing in multi-pathogen capability, in surge capacity, so that we do achieve those two objectives at once.
Francis, can you talk a little bit about the role of innovation in helping us prepare or prevent the next pandemic?
Sure. We've recently just crossed over 15 million deaths associated with the pandemic, and that the extreme suffering of the pandemic has really challenge scientists and physicians and technologists to deliver innovation to combat the pandemic. And as we look back on this period, I think we'll recognize just the amount of breakthrough innovation that has happened over the last couple of years on many fronts. On the sequencing front, for example, which is a technology that companies like Illumina provide, which we provide machines, you put in blood or saliva or plant material, we'll tell you the DNA in it. What's happened is over the last few years, the price of sequencing has dropped from $150,000 a genome in 2007 to $600 a genome today. So over a 99% drop in the price, and we've publicly committed to taking it down another 80% the next few years. What that's enabled is us to deploy sequencing around the world. And we've started to see that pay off in a number of ways. Right at the beginning of the pandemic, we were in Wuhan. The first notification to the WHO was on December 31st, 2019. 10 days later, the viral genome was published. We were working in Shanghai on that. And then Stefan Bancel at Moderna talks about the fact that they took that data, so they never had the live virus on their site. They used the genomic data coming off those machines to launch their vaccine development program. And then since then, we've seen sequencing now deployed around the world. Over 190 countries now have sequencing data on the virus in their countries. That's allowed us to watch and track how the virus is mutating, how it's spreading, and that informs whether the tools we're using, like diagnostics or therapeutics or vaccines, are going to hold. And it also helps us make policy decisions around, well, should we do a travel ban because we haven't yet seen local spread, or is it too late to do that? Now, there's still more work to do, and while we have the components to prevent, the technology components to prevent a future pandemic, we now have to do work on the policy. I'll give you an example. When South Africa and Botswana raised the alarm about a new variant that they'd noticed, the knee-jerk reaction from the United States and Europe was to immediately put a travel ban on them. So instead of rewarding them for identifying a new variant that, by the way, was already circulating in Europe, the reaction was to punish them. And so we need policies in place and say, look, if a country identifies a variant, we need to help them. We need to do a surge of vaccines or therapeutics or testing. We need to help them financially and make it safe for countries to report that they see a virus emerging. And then we also need to make this a global infrastructure. We now know that ultimately we're only as strong as the weakest among us, and so we need a global surveillance infrastructure. I guess the good news is, as we're deploying this infrastructure around the world, it provides infrastructure not just to fight future pandemics, not just to fight future pathogen outbreaks, but also to help countries deal with other diseases, like cancer, for example. They can leverage the sequencing infrastructure, or cardiovascular disease, or genetic diseases. And so as we lay this out to fight the pandemic, we can emerge from this stronger, and we should make a commitment. You started with this. We can't prevent future outbreaks, but we should commit to say this could be the last pandemic we see.
Right. Let me follow up with Bill Gates on something that was really important about what Francis said, which was that, you were in Wuhan, you were able to identify using next generation sequencing the risk, but that information was not disseminated as widely as it should have been. And there was, this degree of inaction. And before we even get to the policy piece, which is very important, I'd like to ask Bill Gates, since you cover this in your book, how do we come up with a coordinated effort? What is the path to creating some sort of global response so that we can help the weakest link get stronger?
Well, there certainly was time enough for some countries to respond and have, very, very mild pandemics. Ground zero, wherever the emergence takes place, is always going to have the toughest job. Will they see an elevation in respiratory symptoms? Will they see an elevation in deaths? Will they run a diagnostic panel? They're not going to be sequencing everything. But when you get an elevation, or you get your normal diagnostic panel showing something unusual, then you've got to start sequencing. And, so there could be more delay in reaction if we have a country with low capacity and we don't have a global team. People always talk about, let's help countries do better. Yeah, we should help countries do better. But a lot of the pandemic risks next several decades will not have that local capacity. So you have to have global capacity. If you're serious about pandemics, we did not exist. If it comes 10 years from now, we should have far, far better diagnostic technology. That is, be able to scale up every country within a month to diagnose their entire population. We should have much better therapeutics, some of which will be pathogen independent. And then, as we do come up with vaccines, we want vaccines that are infection blocking and long duration, which today, the vaccines have saved millions of lives, but they don't have much in the way of duration, and they're not good at infection blocking.
President Kagame, how should health organizations and leaders sort of measure the humanitarian impact of pandemics, and how should that factor into preparedness?
Well, first of all, government's responsibility being really working out these policy measures and bringing in, they have to create the trust with the citizens. So as I said earlier, building these capacities also enables us to have a clear picture of what needs to be done in the country and where we need to put the investments. And like in Rwanda and Senegal, South Africa, Ghana, we are beginning to work together and working with partners from across the world. For example, the four I have mentioned, we're working now with BioNTech to use the mRNA technology to start actually building capacity on the ground to resolve the other problem I said of always depending from how generous the rest of the world is going to be to us before we get to the vaccines. So we have to work across the private sector, government, and then the citizens themselves. Like when this pandemic struck from the beginning, and later on even when vaccines were discovered, we relied so much for a long time on what we had learned that science tells us to prevent by, the social distancing, and of course the testing, the hygiene, and all kinds of things. We relied so much on that, and it worked because we were able to communicate with the population and to mobilize them to use what was known and what was available before the vaccines, to make sure that the population remains secure. So it's working across the board. It is being organized. It is building these capacities even internally. Like the company I've just mentioned, you are going to work with, they are going to transfer knowledge to local engineers to do what they need to do in these countries, South Africa, Senegal, Ghana, Rwanda, and others are on the way.
Helen, what does an ideal coordinated response look like based on the work that you did on the independent panel and the precedents that we've been talking about? If you could design the perfect coordinated response, what are the elements of it?
Well, every orchestra needs a conductor. And so our proposal was to have a Global Health Threats Council, not a novel thought, by the way. President Kikwete of Tanzania chaired a panel back in Ban Ki-moon's time as Secretary General, which called for such a council, emerging out of support from the General Assembly to oversee, if you like, readiness across the system and hold actors to account, because there are many moving parts. As I said, what's going to happen with WTO and TRIPS? What's going to happen with this fund or that? What's going to happen with new legal instruments? And really to have some independent oversight of all of the institutions at a head of state and government level would be quite helpful in our opinion. And we would still like to see at the General Assembly this year a high-level event where the heads of state, like President Kagame, would come, the negotiators would have prepared a declaration sort of setting out the reform path across the sectors. We think that the General Assembly, which is attended at a very high level, has the capacity to do that. But if I could just comment also on the humanitarian aspects, you know, this pandemic has had very uneven effects. It's been very hard on the elderly. It's been very hard on those with health vulnerabilities. It's been very hard on those who haven't been able to access any vaccines at all. And sometimes when you see reporting on who is dying in the course of the pandemic, it's almost airily dismissed as, oh, well, they were old or sick anyway. Hang on a minute. You know, I have a dad who's 100. I don't want him dying of COVID. He's not ready to go. And I think, you know, we really have to come back to our human values here. We have a responsibility to protect our populations. We have these huge health inequity issues of the undernourished, the immunocompromised, you know, all sorts of health inequalities. And we have left a lot of people very, very exposed, by a range of suboptimal national responses, and then the inequality of vaccine and therapeutic rollouts.
Peter, in addition to funding partnerships, you've also struck some really interesting partnerships with corporations. For example, I think you've got a deal with Pfizer. When it's not a financial contribution, but a contribution in kind or a letter of intent, can you talk a little bit about how those kinds of public-private partnerships can work?
Well, obviously, as a big procurer of diagnostic, therapeutics, oxygen, all sorts of medical tools, we have a range of supply partnerships with different manufacturers. The one you referenced, on Friday we announced a letter of intent with Pfizer around the new oral antiviral. And we are working with partners through the ACT Accelerator to support countries in getting access to these oral antivirals. But equally as importantly,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just now tuning in, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and this is live right here, Bill Gates, on how to prevent future pandemics. And as you see, the SPY is back above VWAP, about to touch the upper band there. So this kind of brought the market back to life here. But the stock market is still down overall. The stocks are still red. We're still deep in the red on the indices as well, you guys. Keep in mind the Euro market just closed here about 30 minutes ago. So the United States definitely has partnered together today, and they brought it up with the Euro, and they didn't just go along with them to the downside. As you see from the opening up until 11:30 a.m., the European market sold off. But since then, the United States has carried the baton here, and it looks like we're running on in smooth right now. But keep in mind, this is going on right now live, and then Jerome Powell will be live here in 20 minutes. So this is all important. It's all going to correlate here soon. So as of right now, it looks like the market is bouncing off the bottom there. It did find support on the SPY about $4 ago at 386, and it has been in the air since then, since 11 a.m. And that was an hour ago. And about the triple Qs is the same. They found support at about 282, so $3 ago. But it still kind of looks weak. Could be setting up for a topping pattern here and retesting the lows of the day. So we're about to find out here shortly. The Powell is live in 19 minutes.
Among infectious diseases is tuberculosis. We don't tend to talk about, and the reason we don't, I'm afraid, is because they don't pose a threat to people living in rich countries. And we need to be careful that we don't just put the special effort on those things that pose a threat to people in rich countries. And also that we don't end up with a trail of kind of residual pandemics where they're no longer threatening the people in rich countries, but they're still killing a bunch of people in the poorer parts of the world. We need to kind of finish the job.
Well, speaking of finishing the job, several panelists have mentioned that we all wish COVID were no longer a topic and that we kind of wish that pandemics would just go away. Bill, you've just published an op-ed that reminds us that even as we are contending with a war in Ukraine, even as we are contending with the potential for a recession, even as we're contending with high inflation, countries still need to, and leaders in private sector still need to make pandemic preparedness or prevention a top priority. How do we do that when there are other concerns that keep creeping into the conversation?
Well, we're certainly at risk that global health issues may get deprioritized as there's so much else going on, whether it's, the ongoing pandemic or, as Peter says, however you characterize HIV, malaria, and TB, where, the equity issue there is super dramatic. And it's good in a way that, when infectious diseases hit rich countries, it reminds people, wow, we're not the only ones suffering from this. What about these great tools that we have access to? When the prevalence goes down in the rich countries, that awareness tends to diminish. Now, various bilateral programs like US PEPFAR and the Multilateral Global Fund have done a good job reducing a lot of that inequity. But it'll be an interesting test. There's a replenishment that comes up probably in the last quarter, where Global Fund's going to go out and ask for an increase from 14 billion to 18 billion. And we'll see in the face of all these priorities that are, I agree, absolutely important priorities, can global health maintain the visibility that it deserves? Lots of work to do on this pandemic, lots of work to do on those three diseases, and lots of work to do on those health systems. That's the front line for all the things we're talking about. And those investments, are very dramatic in terms of the payoffs you get, in terms of the human capacity you get by getting rid of these disease burdens.
Maybe I'll add one other dimension to this discussion, because public health funding is going to be an important factor here in terms of combating the future pandemic. But one of the realizations I think that people have been coming to over the last couple of years is that combating pathogens is not just a public health priority, it's also a defense priority.
Oh, you're doing it wrong, man.
What's wrong with action figures?
Nothing. Capital One Shopping instant.
But it could be a bioterrorist weapon. And so what that brings into the equation is that we're not just necessarily looking for public health funding, which unfortunately goes through surges and then dies off, but we should be accessing defense budgets too. And those, unfortunately, tend to be more perennial. But we've got to remember that, again, fighting pathogens is not just a public health priority, it's a global defense priority too, increasingly going forward.
Francis, at the top of the conversation, you talked about the massive scientific effort that went into creating the vaccines. And I have a tendency to make everything a talent conversation, so I apologize in advance. But are you seeing in biotech and in gene sequencing a renewed interest from young people who would otherwise have pursued careers at, a company like Microsoft, say, now turning their attention and energies to healthcare, vaccines, next generation sequencing?
That's a great question, because as we think back on what this pandemic meant, I think there's a chance we think about the fact that this pandemic launched us into the 21st century in the same way that it was actually World War I believe, that launched us into the 20th century and set the defining issues of that century. And I think as we could be entering not just the 21st century, but the era of biology and the era of the genome. And I think that as we start to think about some of the biggest challenges that we face, whether it's food security or fighting pandemics or or climate change, increasingly biology is going to play a bigger and bigger role. And if the 19th century was the era of the atom and the industrial revolution, and the 20th century was the era of the bit and the digital revolution, we'll increasingly start to think about the 21st century as being an era of the genome and the biological revolution. Now, what that means is we need a lot of talent to come to biology. And we need a lot of talent from different fields. With sequencing, we're digitizing biology, which means increasingly we need more people with deep software expertise, with deep AI and machine learning expertise. And we'll need that in a scale that we haven't seen before. And I'll give you an example. Even in the US, most doctors today went to med school before the first human genome was sequenced. And so if you go to a doctor, even where there are precision therapies available for things like cancer, many oncologists at the top of their field still don't go to sequencing yet. And so there's a need for education and sort of talent building across the entire spectrum, from continuing education, of doctors and specialists, through medical school. And I think that, Stanford and Harvard only started teaching genomics a few years ago, through colleges, through high schools. And yes, we are seeing, people that were traditionally in tech, that have worked for the last decade in tech, coming to biology and inspired by the work that's happened over the pandemic, saying, look, I want to be part of this in the future.
But biology is the biology of longevity, cancer, multi-million-dollar stem cell therapies. It's not the biology of helping developing countries. The percentage of the R&D budgets that go towards the things that cause the most deaths is well under 2%. So there's a little bit of a mismatch of what the excitement is, N equals 1 type.
Yeah, and we need to change that. I mean, absolutely, the priority going forward has to be much more around the needs of the developing world. We cannot have this biology be, a tool for the wealthy. And so we saw that in the pandemic, and we saw how we all have a vested interest in fighting this together. And then it doesn't matter if we fight it in the rich countries, because it'll just keep mutating and coming back to attack us. Also, we're realizing that we need the diversity of genomes to really come up with the best therapeutics. And so, for example, today, the genomic data sets are woefully underrepresented in terms of African genomes and Asian genomes. And we realize that's creating, poorer therapeutics, poorer diagnostics. So there's, I think, a need to make sure, as Bill said, that, the way we spent our R&D in the past is not the same as we spend it in the future. We can't be creating these multi-$100,000 immunotherapies, to fight cancer that'll never make it into the developing world.
Well, let me go back to you, Bill. You're an investor. You're somebody who cares deeply about innovation. How do we incent innovators to focus on biology for the underserved market?
Well, markets work for lots of things, but markets do not work to incent investment in malaria eradication or, TB vaccination. Those are incredibly expensive things that the affected countries, don't have the resources, and there's no market for those things. So the term investor, if that means you're seeking profit, no, I'm not an investor. If it means trying to improve, the 300,000 kids who die every year of malaria, then yes, the metric is always going to be lives saved. And, the greatest underinvestment is still in infectious disease. As we make progress there, we will want to move up and do non-infectious disease, non-communicable disease, NCDs is the term people use. And some of those, the therapies are getting cheap enough now that they really are suitable for going global and making them available for everyone. But we still have a lot left to do on infectious disease, and the generosity of rich world governments is very important for that. For pandemics, it's different. They should fund those things even if they only care about their own lives. A insurance policy that costs a few billion that fairly often will save you trillions of dollars is a very, very good deal. So we shouldn't take the budgets of the, helping out developing countries and divert that for pandemic. Pandemic money should come from health spending, or just however you think of protecting your citizens, while we continue a high level of generosity for the unique conditions in developing countries.
Peter, you look like you want to get in here. Your body language is.
I just wanted to agree with that point, which was that if better pandemic preparedness for the world as a whole is at the expense of the lives of the people in the poorest communities, that's not a great outcome. We need to achieve both. We need to do both simultaneously. But I also wanted to pick up on your reference to talent. I think one thing we have not done well in the global health community is come up with the equivalent of what the climate community did with green jobs, of making investment in the people who do things around climate adaptation mitigation into a positive. We tend to think of investments in health systems as being an expense, but actually the investment in talent, in community health workers, in lab technicians, in supply and logistics people, in doctors and nurses, these are great jobs. These are sustained, skilled jobs providing people with career paths. They're also disproportionately jobs for women, particularly community health workers. And so as a way of promoting development as well as promoting better health, that it's a really powerful mechanism. But we haven't kind of sold it that way. I'm afraid too many finance ministers, I think, still think of more investment in the health system as being a sort of negative on the P&L of the country, rather than being an investment in great jobs, which are part of the future of the economy.
I think on the funding, it most definitely should not be coming from development assistance budgets. Heaven knows they're under incredible stress now. We're seeing a number of the good traditional donors diverting money from their budgets for refugee resettlement from Ukraine and their own countries and so on. So as Peter says, to further rob the development assistance budget to pay for global public goods like pandemic preparedness and response would be reprehensible. And so I guess a number of us are looking at the way this financial intermediary fund that's sort of coming out of the G20 type process, we're looking at it with a lot of interest, because it looks again like another donor fund which will come out of assistance budgets. Our panel felt that you need a kind of global public investment model to cater for investment in global public goods, because a weak link of the chain anywhere is a threat to the health security of all. So that's really a plea for different kinds of formulas and not drawing from the funds that should be going to the world's poorest.
President Khanami, I wanted to ask you a bit of a broader question about leadership. What leadership skills did you draw on the most in addressing the current pandemic? And are those the same leadership skills that world leaders, nonprofit leaders, business leaders are going to have to apply to pandemic preparedness?
Yeah, before I answer that, let me come to a point adding to what has just been said. Learning again from the experience we have had in Africa, in my country, because if you look at across Africa, only on average 18% of the populations have been vaccinated. Now, that's a small number. And the reason is that we did not invest enough in public health systems. Because even when people received the vaccines, they were not able to administer them. Some of them actually got spoiled in stores. So that speaks to the fact that there are certain investments we have to make. Even our national budgets, we have to. I know our countries, developing countries, have many priorities, and but health, investing in health and health systems must be one of those priorities. So that I wanted to mention that. So back to your point, the leadership qualities, I mean, some of these things. In our experience in my country, in Rwanda, we have been hard-pressed to find solutions for many problems that have come almost at the same time. And in fact, we've not been able sometimes to identify which is the a priority and which one is not. So everything is a priority. So and you have to think about this as well as looking at the resources available, many times limited, but the people that must be served must be part of that solution when you are thinking about the outcomes and where you want to go. So the leadership that is therefore required is to understand the problem specifically, but how do you even introduce efficiency, that prioritization as to what needs to come to be in place first before you get to another, even in such a difficult situations, and being driven by the outcomes you want, but also being able to measure at every step, what are you doing? Does it need to change at a certain point? Do you need to do things differently and therefore, or continue the other one and do it better? So it's a broad question, but leadership has to be there. It has to be confronting the problem without excuses. So in some of us have learned this hard lesson from dealing with these difficult problems of our society. And that is Rwanda, but it is similar to many other parts of our continent. So, but there is no finger pointing, there is no blame here. You just take it as your own and bring together all the resources, human, financial, others, and see what can do. And the best thing is that now the world has all kinds of tools. There is science, there are people who are going to help. And thanks, for example, the innovation of the world putting the global fund, then there are philanthropies who want to help, who are driven by the outcomes that we want. So it's an interplay of so many things.
There are a range of leadership styles shown during the pandemic, and without doubt, I think the best responses came from those leaders who followed the evidence and the science and didn't engender distrust and cynicism about it among their publics. Secondly, on the basis of that, communicated clearly with their publics, including being honest about what we didn't know, because we didn't know much at all initially. And thirdly, had empathy. That this was about people's lives, and they were going to do whatever they could. And the leaders who put health and well-being first also tended to get the best economic responses, because if you have a society that is fearful, that's not good for an economy either. If you have a society where people are falling sick unnecessarily because you haven't put in place the most basic public health measures, that's not good for the economy. So, there were good examples across male and female leaders of these kinds of attributes. The women overall did pretty well. A lot of the men did well as well, but some did very badly.
Well, I just, to repeat what you just said, Helen, following the data, admitting what you don't know, and showing empathy just seem like good leadership skills, full stop.
Exactly.
We do have time for a few questions from Slido, but before we go to that, the word innovation has come up a number of times. Bill, you have a chapter in your book dedicated to innovation when it comes to preventing the next pandemic. What do you see as the scientific, technological, process innovations that need to happen as part of this broader conversation about pandemic preparedness?
Well, it's fantastic that in the area of diagnostics, we should be able to use low-cost approaches that still report the data back and ramp those up. There are a new generation of diagnostic machines like Lumira that can be used year in and year out for things like HIV and TB that then, actually it got into Africa mostly because we had a COVID test authorized on it, and now we'll move to use it for those other things. So diagnostic infrastructure backed up by sequencing capacity, that's very, very important. Then in the therapeutic realm, how do we get antivirals without waiting 2 years? How do we get antibodies that contract the variants very rapidly and don't require infusion? Can we have drugs that are pathogen independent and stimulate the innate immune system so you can block infection, and those could be used early on? And then finally, the profile for the vaccines, duration and infection blocking and breath being important there. So that's probably tens of billions, but beneficial to so many diseases. mRNA has some great characteristics, so if we can add these other features in, that it's a good chance that will be the solution for HIV and malaria. And we can probably move faster to develop those vaccines than using any other technology. So, besides the global monitoring piece, the next big piece is that R&D agenda. And then the hardest piece, which we've all been talking about, is the quality of the health systems in the countries themselves.
There's a question from the audience about any comments on AI-driven infectious disease surveillance systems. Does anyone on the panel have a thought on the use of artificial intelligence for surveillance?
You can use AI for a number of different things. You can use it to detect disease patterns that are out of the ordinary, and get you a better radar screen on that. We also see applications for AI in things like TB case finding, where you're trying to improve the yield, essentially, because testing is expensive, so that you find the cases more effectively. So I think we will see a range of uses of AI, from disease surveillance to improving the efficacy of diagnostic efforts.
Yeah, let me add one example that's playing out right now, which is, ideally we'd get to a world where we're doing automatic monitoring of the environment. So you're seeing examples of wastewater monitoring, for example. Say we'll do daily sequencing of samples, but you want to add other forms of signal intelligence. Say we can do sequencing of communities through wastewater or other examples, but we're also going to look at Google searches. We're going to look at the temperatures reported by networked thermometers, for example. And so integrating all this signal intelligence and trying to identify, well, what actually is indicative of an outbreak, that's stuff where you can use machine learning and AI to start to say what pattern, starts to be most indicative of outbreaks. So that's one example that's playing out right now.
Yeah. There's also a question on Slido about the use and implementation of a global vaccine passport. Now, we're not talking about the past so much as the future, but does anybody on the panel have a thought about whether or not vaccine passports are valuable in the context of pandemic preparedness and prevention?
I'm not sure necessarily about a passport, but I think what would be useful would be to have global standards of certification. Going back to the earlier times of vaccination in 2021, I was hearing from a friend who had family in Sweden who needed a particular vaccine to get there, a particular one to get to the US, a particular one was available somewhere else. Getting global standards established as to what qualifies as protection, I think would be useful. So there's probably work to be done in this space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be more valuable if you had an infection-blocking vaccine. I mean, the idea of checking if people are vaccinated, if you have breakthrough infections, what's the point? But the data system, some countries did a very good job on being able to verify vaccinated status. The U.S. did not, but there's some great examples. Even India did a fantastic job on that.
For our last question, I'd like to ask each of the panelists to make the optimistic case for preventing the next pandemic. If you had to say why the next pandemic would be prevented, what would be the case for optimism? I'm going to start with you, Helen.
We have to believe that it's possible to stop a localized outbreak becoming a raging global pandemic. And that means better surveillance, more transparency, frankly, by all member states. If they think something's happened, it's got to be reported. And the WHO needs the power to be on the site with whatever teams need to be deployed. It needs to be able to publish the information it has rather than beg countries for permission to do it. It's got to be able to take a precautionary approach in running up a flag, and it's got to be able to declare an emergency without being kneecapped by an emergency committee. These are basic things that need to be dealt with in a review of the international health regulations. Otherwise, we will lose weeks again next time something happens.
President Kagame, what makes you optimistic that we'll prevent the next pandemic?
The fact that I think we have all learned one lesson or the other as to the current pandemic, and a sense of urgency has kicked in, and we know now which strings to pull and put things together and work together. We might work together better in the next pandemic than we have done. We have already done well to an extent, working together. So I think lessons we have learned should be able to be driving us in the right direction.
It'd be reasonably irrational to let tens of millions die and all the negative effects of the pandemic and not invest something. Society does is practice. How do you quickly get diagnostic capacity up? How do you come up with quarantine policies and communicate them? And we just, we're not ready. There's a strong correlation between the countries that had some risk of SARS-CoV-1 as being the best performers, and you can directly map that to the quick action they took. So between the room for innovation, the scale of the tragedy, I think we will. We're a little distracted right now, so getting the debate going is happening slowly. That's why this panel is so important, is because it needs more discussion about exactly what form it takes. But I think this one is not super expensive compared to the benefit.
Yeah, look, the reason I'm optimistic, I'd say, is that for the first time in human history, we have the technology components necessary to think about even preventing a pandemic. We have, mRNA platforms, we have low-cost diagnostics, we have sequencing, all at price points that make it possible to think about preventing a pandemic. We've also learned not just the humanitarian cost of a pandemic, but the economic cost of a pandemic. So we've actually seen that bill, come due, and I think that'll make us more likely to invest. And finally, we've realized that we're all in this together, that we have to help everyone else, because otherwise it just keeps coming back after us. And so I think all those lessons make me optimistic.
Peter, I'm going to give you the last word.
Hard to add. I do think that there have been some sea changes. As somebody who, before I came to the Global Fund, was trying to persuade businesses and the IMF to take pandemic threats seriously, and was singularly unsuccessful. COVID did a much better job of that than I ever did. So I think the point about the economics, look, we have some fantastic science, and the more we can attract some of the best brains around the world to invest in this kind of stuff and spend their time on it, I think we'll better protection. The practice point, look, the sad truth is we have plenty of diseases to practice on. Muscles used are far more effective than muscles left idle, and by turbocharging the fight against the infectious diseases that are killing people now, we can protect people far better from the infectious diseases that might kill all of us.
Well, I'm glad we were able to end on an optimistic note. This has been a tremendous panel. I want to thank everybody, Helen, President Kagame, Bill Gates, Francis Souza, Peter Sam. Thank you all.
That's the life right there. That's the life. Yes, sir. That's what it's about. Yeah, that's what it's about right there. Oh, man, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Hell yeah. What? Yeah. No, I already know. I know how earnings work and stuff right now. Ain't nothing going on right now. Bill Gates, that gone. He just got done talking. I'm looking for the pound speech. He ain't started yet. Pfizer, let's check with Pfizer. It looks like they were green earlier. They was the only one kind of green earlier. Everybody else was red. Nah, that's facts. You can definitely tell that's true. You can definitely tell that's true. Right now, the market look like it's about to resell off again from earlier, man. Right now, it is. Nah, I haven't touched nothing yet. No, I'm just chilling right now. Yeah, I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to see where Tom Powell is speaking right now. That he's not pulled up yet. That's what I'm waiting on. You know how when nah, he ain't spoke yet. He running like 10 minutes late. But you know how it is when he start talking, the market just starts shifting. Crazy volatility. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to wait for that. I don't want to get caught in that tornado. Yeah, it do look like a new market. It is coming back down right now. But man, it's crazy though, because like I said, bro, it's really you see what happened to Snapchat. Yeah, that's what clapped the market today. Snapchat down 40%, man. They said they hurting on their ad service. They don't have good ad service no more, and they just struggling. They went down 40% for basically just out of nowhere, and so that's yeah, for real. I was thinking that too, because that's right. That's what I'm saying, right? That'd be crazy. That's what I'm saying. That'd be dope. That'd be awesome if they pull some shit off like that, bro. That'd be crazy. Dead ass. They dead ass can't change the projector on that one. But yeah, bro. That's what I'm just waiting on right now. I'm waiting on Powell ass and shit. He ain't even showed his face yet, so I'll tell him what he got going on. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. You ain't lying. That's the learn. I know, bro. I didn't come down there. Nah, no cap though. No cap. Yeah, I'm definitely there. I'm planning a little trip out there soon and shit. I'm getting my kids situated. My daughter's birthday coming up and a whole bunch of other shit. Trying to get that shit out the way first. Yeah, yeah. But shit, now once all that's out the way though, it's summertime by August for real. By August, I'm trying to come down there with. But shit. We can make a play though if you want. If you want to, though. I mean, shit, it is a little. We took kind of went a little backwards right there. So I mean, it's up to y'all if you want to jump back in there. You feel me? All right, ladies and gentlemen. So just searching for the power briefing. It doesn't look like it started, or it might be one of those private ones, and they're just gonna be quoting him. That's what it could possibly be. Dow tumbles more than 400 points on Tuesday as the sell-off resumes on Wall Street. You know what? He might have pushed it back to 2 p.m. I think he speaks at 2 p.m. Um, let me see. Mm-mm-mm. Everyone was told 12, 20 guys. So I mean, they set the rules. They do all that shit. You feel me? Not us. Let's see. Not seeing anything, you guys. And this is Wall Street lunch break, and we just saw straight sellings at 12:15, starting here at 12:30. About 6 minutes ago, Wall Street has been selling. Um, All right, you guys. So look, not seeing the Powell situation go live yet. So what we're gonna do here is just take a lunch break. I'm assuming he's probably gonna push it back to probably like 2 p.m., maybe 2:30. I have no idea, but if we do see it go live during this lunch hour, you guys, we'll pull it up here. But other than that, you guys, just pay attention to the charts and numbers. Things are like doing a lot of moving around, so just be very cautious here. The market so far has sold off. The European close sold off. The European market sold off. The European close. The United States brought it up here, and it's somewhere between the last 15, 20 minutes going into lunch here, Wall Street lunch break that is, it has been selling back off here, and we're at VWAP on the spot, so we're in the middle. It can go either way from here, you guys. Same as the triple Qs, the market can go either way as far as the stocks. So keep that in mind and just stay cautious, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Stocks making the biggest moves midday. Snap, Abercrombie and Fitch, Roblox, and more. So it looks like a lot of big moves coming from Roblox too. Let's check with them before we go to lunch. Looks like Roblox is hit dog as well. Yes, sir. Roblox got clapped $28. They opened up. Looking at it. 5 days out here. The past 5 days, they definitely was clapped. They was $35 about 5 days ago. Now they're down here at 26. So Roblox took a hit too, you guys. So yeah, keep that in mind. Snapchat is clapped here. They got the market clap. Spies coming back down below VWAP again here now. It looks like it's heading back to the lower band. The indices are red now still. They never switched green, you guys. It was red the whole time, even though it did have that little false breakout there when Bill Gates and his crew was live. But other than that, we're going to go to lunch here, you guys. We'll be back about 1:30, 1:40 p.m. Like I said, if we see Powell live during lunch, you know we're going to pull it up. But other than that, I think they have pushed his speech back to 2 p.m., maybe 2:30. Or it's just private at this point, and they'll just be giving us the quotes from whatever he said in the private briefing if it's not to the public. But I'm assuming they just pushed the time back, you guys. That's probably what it is. So just stay calm, stay cautious. Remember, Powell does still have to speak. So at the end of the day, you seeing the move happen right now. It'll be a move here again about 2 p.m. and about 4 p.m. by close. And expect to move again tomorrow, you guys. We got a lot of economic data, man. It's a lot going on this week, man. You see they randomly clapping stocks during earnings and all this data. So it's definitely a lot going on. Just stay cautious, stay calm, you guys. Pay attention to the charts and numbers. We'll be back right after lunch.
Well, Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets, I'm swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these best. Trying to elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm trying to double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm trying to bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just trying to stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just trying to maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle, it's out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans.
Yeah, that's my man. GLA, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
I just like the sound of it.
I'm just smoking big gas. Real shit, you can see me behind a mask. I be always on it. These niggas don't really want it. I'm always coming in. You can call me fucking Tony. With no frosted flakes. Wish it, hey, you know me, I was coming back. Bakers, man, I put them down. Understand the been the clap. Ooh, I be killing shit. Ooh, I be getting this. Ooh, all this cash. Understand me, you already know the shit. Ooh, 90s baby in this thing, and I'm going crazy. Somebody put a straight jacket on his brain, maybe. Like Wayne said, real shit, leave him in the living room. Kill him all though. Nigga, no, I never been no stupid fucking clown though. No it though, no Pennywise. Real shit, but I'm really wise. You can look at me in my eyes. You can look up in my eyes and see if it's a ghost town. Real shit, I don't play around. All my niggas got it now. Mac 11's big guns. Real shit, and we coming out. Guns look like Big Pun. Nigga, they gon' hit you, bruh. Ooh, we ain't playing, nigga. Ooh, I'm just getting money too. Who you know, I like I said before, it stick to me like glue. Stick to me like glue, stick to me like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. Hey, money stick to me just like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. I'm a great right in the booth. I'm a pit up on the chain. Real shit, yeah, don't let that nigga off the leash. He gon' go insane. It's a Thanksgiving feast out there for this rapper boy. Ooh, real shit. I be breaking bones, killing boy. Call me Blitz, nigga, in the shit, nigga. PlayStation 2, bring it back with them throwbacks. Nigga, who is you? Nigga, ninja stars, shooting stars. Nigga, no, I'm going to Mars. And I ain't smoking with ET, I'm smoking with the Mars. Ooh, smoking with the planets, nigga, going insane. Ooh, understand, you know me, I don't lost my brain. It don't spill that light so much, he up on that lane. Real shit, this nigga needs some more, man. So baby girl, pull me up, yeah, you know I'm on. I'm slowing down for these niggas that don't want it though. I'm the teacher, you the motherfucking student though. Take some pencil and paper, listen to me, my nigga. And I'm so real, my nigga. And I be on it though. I'm grinding every moment like I'm fucking Tony Hawk, bro. Real shit, I'm on turnpikes like I'm a fucking New Jersey. Real shit, they already know they try to put tags on my jersey. But these niggas ain't ready. These niggas ain't want it. These niggas is weak. These niggas not my opponents. Throwing shots like I'm Jordan. Going hard in the finals. 6 seconds on the clock. What I do right now, I'ma fucking take the shot, nigga, and it's over, nigga, yeah, we won. Now understand, yo, my nigga, I just do shit all day for fun. Nah, nigga, I just kill it. Nah, nigga, I just go where I'm the hitman on the game. Nigga, I am hitting Dragon Ball Z. Ooh, nigga, Dragon Ball Z. Nigga, who is he? Nigga, yeah, you go cool. Rise, nigga, with the fucking Super Saiyan power. Nigga, go inside. Yeah, you know, yeah, I kill the shit. Got big pride. Courage, nigga, no carry dog. Real shit, nigga, I'm going hard. Like a motherfucking ball hole. I don't care nobody don't like I'm doing something, you know what I'm saying? Who is this nigga? Well, I'm introduce myself. You know what I'm saying? My name Goku. What it do, G? Hey, flexing. Hey, I'm flexing. Hey, flexing. Hey, flex. I'm flexing. Yeah, big body on me. Yeah, big body on me. Oh, yeah. That's how the motherfucking money all in my pockets. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. What? I'm flexing. Big body, it's on me. All this money is on me. It's a big body, it's on me. Oh shit, yeah, it's on me. I'm bidding hard. I'm bidding hard. Yeah, I'm bidding hard. Like a motherfucking Bowflex. Understand me, I'm flexing hard. And yeah, I'm up in the field. Call me G.I. Joe. Yeah, I clean the kill. And I'm American sniper. Know me. I lay your head up on the grill. Ooh, nigga, yeah, you flake. Nigga, yeah, you fucking fake. Put that nigga with the snakes, cut his ass off every day when I fucking cut the fucking grass. Understand me, I'm the realest. Understand me, I'm a killer. Nigga, yeah, I'm a villain on these fucking tracks. Call me motherfucking Grim Reaper, nigga. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Nigga, yeah, you know me. Understand I do the shit every day. I get them dollar signs. Look at that. Other things, nigga know me. I change my ways. Positive things. Smoking dope is all my things. Nigga know me. I do these things. And I don't give a fuck what you say. How my flow is. Nigga know I'm a rock star. I be partying hard, getting money all day. I'm a rock star. Nigga know me. I'm living life. Drinking lean all day and night. Real shit, and I'm fucking yo bitch on motherfucking sight. And she know me. I'm a dog. Call me a fucking killer. And you know I like vanilla. Baby, come forward with this nigga. He be moonwalking like Thriller. Ay, killing this shit every day. Talk about money, nigga. You gotta see it every day. Yeah, I see it every day. And you know I'm Blaze. Matter of fact, I'm Blaze right now. Feeling like Wiz Khalifa right now. Real shit, yeah, I'm on a different cloud, on a Latin. Chilling with a bad bitch named Jasmine. Twisting up fucking Paula Patton. Ooh, living with them dragons. Nigga, yeah, we gone. And I feel like I'm in a race. Speed racing to the home. Yeah, you know I'm busting in like the Bengals. Call me Chris Smith. A real shit, yeah, I gotta get the Smith out the pocket, real shit. And if I had to blow it back, nigga, yeah, I'll put your ass on your back. And you already know, all my niggas been about that. What? Been about the fucking cash. Been behind that shit. Been behind the fucking money. Yeah, we living in this fucking big world and shit. But these niggas don't really understand. What we really gotta do is put it to the motherfucking man. Nigga know me, yeah, I gotta get the money, nigga, but the money ain't everything. When these niggas shooting, man, niggas trying to kill niggas. What the fuck you doing, my nigga? You kill another nigga, black brother on brother. Nigga, yeah, what the fuck going on? Gotta put the shit out here on this song. Nigga know, yeah, I'm spitting from my fucking home. This nigga ain't right. These niggas ain't right. Them other niggas right. Survive with your fucking circle. And vibe with your fucking homies. The real niggas that got you. But you can't even trust nobody. You can't even trust your own niggas in that circle. So you gotta do your own shit. You gotta go and grind, put your own mind to it. Fuck the cops, fuck 12. Nigga, yeah, they got us in here. Like a behind bars, like we fucking monkeys and gorillas and shit. Nigga, I ain't no monkey. Nigga, white people monkeys. Understand, yeah, we get it. Nigga, yeah, we fucking get it. Nigga, yeah, I gotta live it. Yeah, I'm an Egyptian. Nigga, I love gold. I'm a rock star, so I don't give a fuck what I say, nigga. Understand me, yeah? I'm a rock star, bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I say. So listen to me, nigga. Ay, listen to me, nigga. I be smoking on the killer. That's that motherfucking Doja real shit. And you know me, I love chillin' with 4 clean lovers, nigga. That's that love, nigga, with them lucky jaws. That's that motherfucking lipper combo with the damn gold. Nigga, understand me though, like I be up on the board. I be going in, getting all this cash like a bank. Real shit, fuck you think you won't come back? GTA, not today. Nigga, this ain't no game. This ain't no. We ain't playing no motherfucking games. This ain't no games. This ain't no games, little bitch. No games. No games, little bitch.
Tree time.
Oh. Oh, hey, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Oh, yeah, I do this. Oh, yeah, I do this. Hey, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. Yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, know I'm this shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Hey, yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Hey, yeah. Getting so rich, all of my niggas they with it. All of my niggas they get it. Hey, you know that money stick to me just like motherfucking glue. Hey, it was glue. Hey, you know my team is the truth. Hey, yeah, the most fucking famous classic. This is motherfucking drastic. Gold Cool came in on the fucking image. Yeah, it's a drastic. I be killing this shit. I be ripping this shit. And your girl fucking pussy. I rock that pussy, put it in the casket. No, I'm so rich. Yeah, getting that shit. Yeah, cash on bitch. Yeah, cash on your bitch. Knowing the shit in the motherfucking mall. Yeah, you know we the mall. Yeah, we do it all. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Yeah, I do this. Yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Look at it. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, no, I'm in the shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Hey, yeah, getting so rich. You know I'm the shit. Hey,
the most famous classic.
yeah, getting so rich. Understand me, you know I do this. And you know me, man, I always get my cash and I always look at it. Look at this shit. It's so many dead presidents, and I don't really give a fuck. I just look at dead presidents. Hey, yeah, Benji, best friend, nigga. Yeah, over there, my best friend, nigga. Hey, smoke loud, get high, and you know that shit. No, don't give a fuck, you know, already know that Benji roll me all day. Give me them halves, man, yeah, no, I do this. Hey, yeah, shopping with the motherfucking best, you know that. Hey, smoking no good loud, and I got it from Little P. Hey, nigga, yeah, you know I'm smoking on that sticky gas tree. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Ooh, yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Getting that shit. Yeah, cash on me, bitch. I am not a rat, nigga, but I love the fucking cheese. Real shit. Cash on me.
Who is it?
It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
Matter of fact, how much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snakes. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10.
Drill ass.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that tool, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip it beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do it, y'all just mouthing. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull that tool, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip can be. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do it, y'all just mouth. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah. Rule number 2, if you pull that tool, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit. Hold me up. Rewind.
Lean, gandhi. Lean, gandhi. Yeah. Close. Rewind.
Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Yeah, pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high as shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, forgot the shit. Damn, ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam. Damn, he don't want it. Violence don't condone it. Cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another bean. Popping beans till I dream. Ho, you geeking. We be tweaking. What you thinking? We ain't blinking, we ain't missing shit. We ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, lean, ganja, lean, ganja. Pull me up, pull me up. Roll up, roll up. Pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. Nigga, little nigga say, what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga, do not like or lose, ayy. Hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep. Yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat. Ayy, ayy. Say you defeat me, but you can't beat me. Ayy, I'm asleep in. Ayy, I'm asleep in. Pull up four. Pull up four. Pull some more. Pull some more. Down that six. Down that six. It's up my dick, it's up my dick, and do it quick, and do it quick. I nut then dip, I nut then dip, I nut then dip, I nut then dip. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe, hold me up, hold me up, hold me up, foes, Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geek, ho, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geek, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, gun off tough. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, quality, quality, ooh. Qualities. Number on the pint, 120, a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Ayy, they taxing on that. Ayy, qualities. Quality. Number on the pint, 120, a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Ayy, they taxing on that. Ayy, you know, we just be tweaking and geeking. Yes, sir. And hopefully, they rewind the EP. I hope so. Quality. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. You know, this is my first EP. It is. If you want more, hit rewind. Till the next one drop. Yeah. Repeat coming soon. Yup. Repeat next. I'm coming at throats and necks. They say life is like chess, and I'm the king. So them dates gonna be on point. Yup. Check me. Ali,
Ali. Qualities, qualities, qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, qualities, qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, I got 20/20 vision when it come to scoping lean. Yeah, the plug ain't playing me. Nah, roll that blue dream in a beam. Hey, sip that fucking lean. Hey, pour that fucking perk, not green. Hey, 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 hey. We pouring up that perk. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We throwing up that green. Blah, blah. Yeah, I'm the realest and they know it, yup. Struggle, but my skin be glowing. These thotties ain't for me. My baby crazy for I leave. Yeah, be drilling. Yeah, I'm the illest. Shout out Illa and my killers who go gorilla for a G. I'm that G. Come and shop, but fuck the ops and fuck the cops. You thotties thoughts. Ooh, ooh, qualities, qualities, qualities. Politics. Number on the pint. 120 a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, qualities. This was that rewind. So rewind. Yeah, yeah. Rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, rewind, rewind now, now, rewind now, rewind now, now. Rewind now. Rewind now. Now. Rewind. Rewind.
said Uncle went to the store for himself and didn't feed her.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little whore. She probably got a nigga. Replay. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP, ooh. Talking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't even ask the cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. I do what I want. I say what I want. Cause I be the one with the gun. Hey, I be in magic. They know when I come. Seeing hoes like lunch. That's in the back. They fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up. Let's fuck. Bust my nut. But I'm fucked up. So you know she a dime. But she ain't mine. Nah. Cause I don't never cup. Nah. Little bit wet. What? Nah. What? Hold up. What? I don't cup. Ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't even ask the cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room. Ooh, private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, take me to the private room. Yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants you bitchy. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fucked the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't even ask the cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. I do what I want, y'all. I say what I want, y'all. When the fuck I want, y'all. When the fuck I want. Wait, what? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. Ooh, I'm the boss, nigga bomb. I'm the boss like a bunch. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't even ask the cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. Replay. I'm a indigo. I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs. We got threats. Yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. We got packs. We got threats. Fuck a now, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch. I be on the go. So got that dope for low. Fresh up off the boat, though. Cause I'm the hood stove. I got that green, I got that coat. Smoke a O, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. Better before we snatch and grab, yep. And you won't get it back. My goonies never slack, bet on that. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Yeah, smoke a O. We got bud for low. We got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro. Ayy, pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Thotty stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling. in my blood. Nah, you a stupid boy. Yeah, I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. If she swallow when I come, Ali, I'm the man. Hey, grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OG tasting clutchy. And she said she wanna fuck me. Got me feeling lucky. Big old packs, big old racks. Pour that quality from the act. Big old bricks, like I'm Shaq. Like I'm Shaq, yeah. Big old dope, big old dope. Big old dope, yeah. Smoker, oh. Smoker, oh. S-O-L-O, so. Smoking choke, yeah. Big old dope, big old dope. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, what? What? Huh? What? Hold up. No. What? What? Hold up. What? What? This is replay. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Cut a nigga dope, I just do the most, I'm gon' go. I be pump, gotta choke. I up that bit and blow, it get gritty in the post, so you better hold your own, for sure. I'm the realest and they know, quit the fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your hoe, smoker, oh. On my S-O-L-O, hot shit. I be on the grind, on my money mine. I just put the shit on time, on that nigga that's the show. On that also, put that replay on repeat, till I drop that repeat, yeah. Then that 3-peat, hey, this that Ali, and they gon' respect me, yeah. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, hey. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, yeah. I'm a indigo, dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine, yeah. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. I'ma shine. I'ma grind. Time is mine. Replay, yeah.
Benefit, camera, finesse. Over. Ayy. LCAOD. Shout out to my nigga, man. OD. Stick to the truth. I cannot lie. Can't lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. But I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. Ayy, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. Wait, I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. I ain't little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn. Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't believe that you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Still like this, 100 and a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned through. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They don't fucking play. If I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Fuck is you? I'm a lose. Screaming that jungle and out. And in the swamps in the gator's mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. I said I don't give a fuck. Nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she wanna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. OD, Yeah, it's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think, if they hating, you doing something right. So keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. Good job. You wanna keep them hating.
DJ Goldie.
Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought? I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hugged, left by yourself. If you ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Brother I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As as long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. 'Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. 'Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. Then she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really noticed we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy, slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
Hey, Leonard P. D. Pluto on the beat.
DDP, let's go.
My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
$1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas, don't think you really tough. 30 took by my lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the vibes. Luke Cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy in the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up, head on my shoulders. I just turned down a little hole. You dripping right about me.
I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out, for real to knock niggas out.
You don't really want pop. Money made with the hands. I really take advance. I really take advance.
My pack don't sell out. I'm serving nigga like right now. My pack so strong, I'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the eyes and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I'm serving nigga like right now. Serving 5 packs so strong, I'll flick, knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the eyes and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch your homie hit damn mouse. They ain't help get trapped, then you get trapped. Stop smoking on that shit pack. Curtis Dookie, smell like crap. My pack so strong, you'll feel it in your skull cap. I got what you need. Come and get it ASAP. I'll be so high, I'm not coming back. I'll be so strapped like Rambo with a backpack. I made it out the hole just like a halfback. The eyes are in my favor to win like blackjack. Try to take if you want, get your whole wig split. My niggas ain't playing that, ain't none of us counterfeit. All of us successful something, that's what make us legit. My pack don't sell out, I'm serving nigga like right now. My pack so strong, I'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the eyes and I made it out. Beat the eyes and I made it out. I beat the eyes and I made it out. I beat the eyes and I made it out. My pack don't sell out, I'm serving nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the eyes and I made it out. Beat the eyes and I made it out. Beat the eyes and I made it out. Beat the eyes and I made it out.
DJ Goldie.
Damn, bro. Oh, but they say he need a thing, you know, so he need to call, you know, you pick up. Yeah, bro, you need to call Stunner, bro. Call this man, bro. He with a female. In the concert, he might be in the booth. He's still in the trap with them niggas. Bro, call this man. They say they trying to turn up the night too, bro. Call Stunner. Bro, we need this, man.
Yeah. You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game it is taking? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
You need to connect on them pounds. Call Stunner, fucking with lil' bro. Ran my bands up, now my pockets dumber. Y'all just keep eye, think they ballin' like they Stunner. Roll that big dope, make me choke. I pulled up before, call Stunner, they on 4. Earn strikes like Adidas, but get to some more. Just left the plug, we eatin' for sure. Like KD, high search, trade 5. Head in the bill, my nigga thuggin', serving straight. Pies, what my shoulders work. You would think I'm Jesus. My K ain't no way, break hearts, I ain't easy. Break it like Reese Peace. All the small talking, man, tell me what you need, bitch. We ain't playing love, bro, got it if you need. Have them bar, catch it like long. Call Stunner, turn up. Call Stunner, turn up.
You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game and is taking? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
Bitch, you better call Stunner. I'm a ganja monster, he the celebrity. Tell her back up, get the top. Hey, this bitch love us. Tell her back up, get the top. Cause this bitch love us. That's my little brother, bitch, he is a brother. He like a big brother, cut that motherfucker. Gritty Gucci, hold him on my brothers. Pull up before Vegas, I'ma come out there and stop you. Lick your ass like I done know that. Fuck with them and them boys gon' blow. want that so damn bad. Before we be clap, clap, pop out, we ain't with the chit chat. But it's nothing, it's this with shit, man. Tell your ass we ain't with that. All through the poster, gotta get that. Gotta get that. Skirt on the mission. Forever, bitch, we winning. Fuck the competition, y'all forever, bitch, we winning. Fuck the competition, bitch, I'm winning. With my niggas. Call Stunner. Hey, call Stunner.
All right. We back from lunch here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we are back from lunch. As you can see, Wall Street brought it back up here when they got back to the podiums. Market trying to pick back up here. We're almost at where we opened up at. So we're not getting that flush like we had this morning. There's no continuation on that. And it's not really going up either. So what does that tell you, you guys? Credit spread. The credit spread in here. They're consolidating, not really doing nothing, trading sideways, basically. Limited on both sides, you guys. Limited on both sides. Calls and puts there. No one's really making too much. But, you know, if you can get in there at the right time, you're golden. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like they pushed the Powell speech back, or it's not going on today. I have really no clue where is Jerome Powell. He was supposed to talk about an hour ago. They might have pushed it back to 2 p.m. or 2:30. If you don't talk by then they might have just canceled it and just, you know, or it might be tomorrow. I have no idea what they're going to do as far as that, but I'll definitely get an update to you guys once I know. You know, so I would just really just stay calm for now. But we do see that, what's his name? Ned Price, he's about to have a briefing here shortly in about 20 minutes, and the market is picking up, man. It is definitely picking up. And so, yeah, Ned Price, State Department, he's about to talk here shortly. The volatility is actually looks like it's at 30, but it did just come down there a few cents there, and bulls took a little bit of advantage of that. The SPY is back at the upper band, 391 though, so that's extremely bullish, making everything pop to the upside here. Stuff is starting to pick up here. Tesla's starting to pick up here. Everything's starting to pick up here off the bottom at least. The flushing looks like it might be possibly over here, you guys. You know, price is just going a lot. It's doing a lot. It's going both ways here. So these are some big candles coming in right here on Amazon. They are really picking up here. They're only down $63 still. That's still down a lot, down 3%, but they were just at 2,055. They just shot up here. Now they're at 2,088. So these are some big candles coming in here. They're actually going up 2,090 here. So yeah, they're starting to really run right there. But other than that, EA, let's see, they're starting to pick up here. They're up $3 here. Who else was a leader today as far as being green earlier? Looks like they still are. Looks like Zoom is actually trying to hold up about $95. Me and the client already kind of expected that, but still no payments over there, but they actually are green. It looks like, what else? Pfizer is a little bit of green here. They're holding up. JP Morgan is still green. IBM is still green a little bit. Home Depot's green a little bit. So we do see a little bit of green here on these names here, on certain names here. But you know how it go. You know how it go. But not really going on right now as far as economic data or briefings, anything. So really just chill right here. I guess just basically these little these little pop-ups being false breakouts. So just kind of think about what you think is about to happen next, because that definitely was a breakout right there in that little 3-minute span. The market just kind of went up there, right there. So yeah, that's the volatility in it too. But like I said, these tops have been getting shorted left and right. So just be cautious out there, man. Be very cautious. Yeah, be very cautious. Like I said, Powell could be about to be speaking, and that could be approaching. That's why he's trying to pop back up here. We still trying to really figure out if he's going live or not. But right now, like strong greens right now. Strong greens right now, you guys. But like I said, yeah, these little, you see these tops have been getting rejected. So this was the what? It started out this morning. No sign of trying to go up. Sold off immediately. Then over here, this was like during after Euro close, lunchtime, before it sold off. It topped out, went back up there. Coming back from lunch, sold off. Then it just shot up just now, coming back from lunch, going to it's about 145 now. They just topped out again on the spot 391. So is this going to be a triple top here? Because I see 1, 2. I'm seeing 3 form, but this third one can break out, or this would definitely just come back down like you see 1 and 2. So just keep that in mind right now. Yep. So it looks like they are finding support though, for them to keep bouncing immediately off of when it gets towards these lows, it's just bouncing right back up. That means that they're supporting that area. So the SPY is finding support. It looks like at 388, about 387, you guys, and they just keep bouncing off of it. They're not letting the market go no lower than that today. Amazon, they keep finding support off of 2055 here, and they're just not letting it go no lower than that. It went lower than that this morning, like I said, but that was the Euro market, you guys. That was this morning, coming off of yesterday's close all the way until that this morning, you guys. It's about an hour into the market, so I don't know if it's gonna keep selling off back down like after they keep buying it up like this, At this point, they might really try to go up here. Third time could be the charm here. But like I said, I do see a triple top pattern forming here, so this will break out to the upside. Or like I said, 1 and 2, boom on the SPY here. It'll sell back down to 3, and it'll retest 388 again. So it just kind of, it's really it's consolidating. It really is credit spreading, so it wouldn't surprise me if it comes back down again into the channel. But like I said, third time is the charm here. Amazon is starting to pick up here. Looks like they might touch 2100 this time. So yeah, you guys, Ned Price is about to go live here in about 10 minutes. Yeah, this volatility is insane, you guys. This is extremely fast, man. They're moving at the blink of an eye. Like it's like literally 3 seconds. You have to like get in there at the right time, and they're like literally changing the options equity, you guys. Each flip here, they're not really wasting no time. And when they change it, it's a skip. It's like it's a glitch, you guys. It's not really pricing it correctly. That's what I'm saying. It's switching it really fast. You could be up 600 and down 600 in a matter of 60 seconds. So it's like you gotta like really be quick about the decisions you're making, you guys. This is really not fun to most people. This is not fair to most people because some people can't think that fast. Some people can't move that fast. But you know, we're just dealing with inflation and volatility, and that's just what it is right now. So there's nothing really you can really do about it or complain about. You know, you just gotta get in where you fit in, man, or just wait, weather the storm, hold it out. Things will die down eventually, but just not right now. Thank you. With your cup. Go get it. So yeah, you guys, like I said, man, this volatility it's insane. And like I said, we were supposed to have, you guys, we're supposed to have Powell live at 12:20. He hasn't been live yet, so I don't know what it is. He's supposed to speak this week. He's supposed to speak today at 12:20. Maybe they pushed it back here to 2:20 or 2 p.m. I have no idea. Still haven't got an update on that, you guys. But economic data here looks like we got service PMI, new home sales, and manufacturing PMI. That's what's moving the market here like this today. Tomorrow we got durable goods orders, and FOMC minutes tomorrow, you guys, will be a big factor in moving the market. Q1 GDP second reading on Thursday, jobless claims on Thursday, pending home sales on Thursday, core PCE price index on Friday, and this is everything that's moving the market, you guys. Top 5 things to know this week: PCE inflation data, FOMC minutes. Fed Chair Powell, he's supposed to be speaking at any time now. He's still not live, still hasn't said anything. They might have pushed it back or canceled it. Macy's, Nordstrom, Best Buy, Costco, Dollar General earnings, NVIDIA, Zoom, Snowdell. Just keep your eye out on these earnings, you know, see what they going to do. Zoom already reported they ain't did nothing, so it's like, you know, but just keep your eye out on them. Snapchat pulled that same stunt 2 months ago, and look at Snapchat today. They just got clapped, man, down 40%, so keep that in mind. That's just how it works here. And looking at the companies that could issue a stock split, let's go ahead and get into that. Google, AutoZone had earnings this morning. You see they went up. Chipotle, Shopify, really all of these names right here, you know, this is old too. They're not this share price anymore, as you can see. Give you an update, and you can see why people think we're in a recession, because the share prices were this way when the start of when President Biden started out in the Oval Office, but then it came down, then it went back up, and then it just recently came back down. So all these numbers have changed from then to now, but drastically too, like majorly got clapped. So that's why people think that you know, we're in a recession or possibly heading there. But these companies could issue a stock split at any moment because they had too much equity. Basically, their share prices were too high. So they had to, they got to split it. They got to be fair with the universe, with the economy. They got to spread the wealth. So a lot of these companies got clapped and they're going backwards now. They're all down now. But a stock split just means like a company can issue. They can split their stocks. So some companies have already started doing it. Google's already one that's doing it. They're doing a 20-to-1 stock split now. So you see them going backwards, meaning soon here Google will not be 2,000 any longer. They're going to go down and reset their share price. That's just what a stock split means, you guys. A stock split just means when a company resets their share price and they share the share price too. They share the shares with investors. So, for instance, like I said, Google's doing a 20-to-1 stock split. For example, for every one share that Google is offering you 20 shares, and that's just how it works. So, if you buy Google at 2,000 now, and then they reset to $100. And you get 20 shares and they go back to 2,000, you will be paid. You'll be rich. That's how it works there. But basically, these are the companies that can issue that amount of leverage and can do these type of things, you guys. So just keep that in mind, man. Just keep that in mind. Like I said, these are some ones that can issue a stock split. Tesla on there. You see Tesla. They were supposed to announce something on their earnings. They never did. They're supposed to announce maybe the talks of one coming up. Tesla, they did a stock split in 2020, you guys. They did a 5-to-1 stock split, if I'm not mistaken. It was either 4 or 5. Man, it went ballistic. That's probably the best stock split in stock market history, the one Tesla did. They just went up entirely. They never came down. It was like a 2 months straight. They just went up, man, every day. They had some red days in between, but it wasn't that bad. Them green days overpowered it, and it was unlimited, man. And that was back in 2020. Tesla did that. I want to say they went from 900, you guys. They went to like 900 to all the way to like 2,300. It was amazing. Then they reset, and then when they reset, they went back to 400. Then they went down a little bit to almost 250, I think. Then bounced back to 400. Then went back to 700. Then ultimately hit 800 again. Then it got clap reset, went back to 500, went back to 400, then went back up to 700, 800. Then just recently went to 1,200. It was up there for a while, you guys. Then it came back down recently. Then it came back down to like 900, 800, 700. Then it just recently in March went all the way back to daggone 1,100 again. And then it just recently came back down, you guys. Bad. Now Tesla's like around 600, you guys, 630. So just keep that in mind, man. These stocks have been doing a lot of movement. It's a lot of volatility behind them. That's what's making them move so fast. And like I said, when the share prices are this high and the company's worth this much, and when people really like it, they have to issue a stock split. Not all of them, but they get requested to issue a stock split, and it's up to them if they want to do it or not. So just keep that in mind. Stock splits are healthy for stocks, and it's good, man. Like I said, you can come up off of them, and just keep it in mind. Like I said, companies, they do it when their stock is getting overwhelmed and it's going up too much. So but just that's like a random announcement. You won't ever know about a stock split beforehand unless work with the company. But other than that, the stock splits are randomly announced. But trust me, the news, you'll know. Somebody will get the information to you, so you won't be left out. But that's just how that works, you guys. Companies that could issue a stock split. These are the top ones. But yeah, man, the market's going up currently right now. You see the SPY is retesting. The SPY is finally out of the channel. This is the first time since this morning, you guys, back at around 12, around lunchtime. The SPY is out of the channel, you guys, a little bit up here at the upper band. Just made it out. It's really hovering above. It looks like we got the triple Qs almost out of the channel too. Amazon's out of the channel. They're up and above. They're still down in the red though. It's ugly, but as far as the been in the channel, we're not actually credit spreading no more. They're just going up here a little bit, trying to turn green maybe, possibly. But if they know at these levels, they are touching a wall of resistance. They're running into a wall. And they know how it is up here at these levels. Things can easily just come back down into the channel if you don't push up quickly from these levels. As you've seen earlier, like here, it didn't even stay out of the channel for too much longer until it realized it needed to come back in. So that's just what's going on again right now. History is repeating itself, time and repeating itself. It might be frustrating the shit out of you, some of you guys, but just stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and stay patient, man. We're going to go ahead and get into the LCAOD word of the day since we got Ned Price about to go ahead and speak here in 2 minutes. We're going to get into the LCAOD word of the day. And the word of the day, ladies and gentlemen, greed. Ooh, wow, really? Greed. Greed. That's crazy. Greed. Word of the day is greed, ladies and gentlemen. The word of today, let me remind you again, today is greed, ladies and gentlemen. The word of today, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you again, is greed, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, greed. Greed is not good, you guys. It is not good, you guys. No plural. The feeling that you want more than you need. Desire for wealth. Desire for wealth. The feeling that you want more than you need. Desire for wealth. Oh, man. Y'all ain't hearing me. Greed, ladies and gentlemen. I can relate this to the market. I can relate this to reality. Sometimes, in the market, they say people get greedy, and they say sometimes when the market is being fearful, get greedy. Sometimes they say when the market is being greedy, be fearful. So to each his own how you take that. But greed, sometimes you just need to take what's in front of you, what's been offered. You're not going to get what you want all the time from these numbers and these charts and these companies. They're not going to pay you what you think you deserve here, ladies and gentlemen, all the time. That's just how it works sometimes, It's just how it works sometimes. You just don't want to be greedy because being greedy just gets you to the point where you just get down on yourself and you're feeling like you want more than you need, but then you end up not even wanting or needing it anymore. That's greed though. That's part of it. That's how it works, you guys. That's how greed works. So it can get the best of you, man. It can. It really can. But that's just greed. That's just how things work, you guys. But just don't let it get the best of you and the desire for wealth, You want that, but be humble about it. Be patient about it. Do it the right way. Learn how to, become that. Learn how to become desirable for wealth, But out here in the reality world, you don't want to be greedy in reality, though, because the eye in the sky don't lie. There's always somebody watching, man. And you just don't never want to be greedy. And just don't let that overtake you because it can stop you from being your best self, man. Greed is not good. Greed is not good. You want to be humble at all times, no matter whether you're doing good or bad, how rich or poor. You do not want to be greedy, you guys. You want to be humble. Sometimes things don't go your way, but sometimes things don't go nobody's way. That's the point of life. But don't get greedy because of it, Stay humble. Have a plan, have an idea about life out here. Respect others, be positive, and things will come your way. And a positive greedy, a positive greedy. So, like I said, greed can be good. Greed can be bad, but it can be good to the point where it's going to be good to the point where what I'm meaning is if it's good for you and if it's helping you and you're benefiting and helping others, then that greed is not really a bad greed. I'll say that's a good greed because like I said, it can help you. You can help others and, sometimes it might feel like, oh, I'm being too greedy. I'm doing this for too long, but that's good greed. If it's going your way and it's right, you guys. And if it's wrong, you guys. So you guys know that gut feeling inside, if it's good greed or bad greed. I can't tell that, for you, most people, but you can tell that for yourself. But the word of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is greed. The feeling that you want more than you need. Desire for wealth. Everybody wants more than they need. Sometimes I get a little greedy. I want more than I need, but then I have to step back into reality and remind myself, like, I don't even need that. There's people out here doing worse than me. I came from the streets. I came from nothing. I came from the bottom. I trapped in the trenches. So how can I even want more than I need when I never had anything? You get it? Well, I was born into nothing, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what I have to snap my mind into so I won't become greedy and I can stay successful and stay humble. You know, some people say, oh, stuff is getting to your head. Something, it just depends. I mean, if you're knowledgeable, then I don't call that getting to your head. Being knowledgeable is not greedy. You know, being knowledgeable is good. Some people need to know the truth at all times. Some people can't handle the truth, but that's not your problem to make them realize that they should understand the truth, you know? So just keep that in mind, you guys. Greed, you guys. The feeling that you want more than you need, desire for wealth, but just remember to stay humble. There can be good greed, there can be bad greed. The good greed could be if, like I said, you're doing what you're doing and you're making a lot, but you're helping others, you're giving back. You know what I'm saying? You're feeding your family, you're paying your bills. That's good greed. Ain't nothing wrong with that. The bad greed is if you're making a lot, you're taking from others, you're doing this, that, and the third, you're flashing, you're flaunting, you're bragging. That's bad greed, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to do that. You don't want to become that ever. So just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that a lot of that is taking place right now. And that's what is causing this market to be what it is today. Greed itself, you guys. And it's causing the economy and people to be what they are today. Greed, you guys. People are very greedy out here. So watch others' actions, and that'll tell you about themselves. It'll tell you how greedy they are. And whether it's good or bad, man. Watch their actions. But other than that, man, the desire for wealth, you do want that, but you want to be humble. You want that to come to you on the eye in the skies timing. You know what I mean? You want that to come whenever it comes, whenever it lands. You don't want it. You don't want to rush it and be like, I need it now. I need it now. Come on now. Hurry up. What's taking so long? What the fuck? Nah. That's not how it works. You'll fail every time. You'll fail every time, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep that in mind, man. Like I said, good greed, bad greed. Greed is greed, you guys. Just keep that in mind, like I said. But that's the word of the day here with LCAMD. We're going to shut it up. We're waiting on Ned Price. He should be live any moment here. We still waiting on Powell. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Some of y'all blowing me up. Where's Powell? Where's Powell? Did he speak? What did he say? I have no idea. I do not know. I don't know where Powell's at. I'm not him. So you're going to have to calm down. Take a deep breath. We're going to play some music. We're going to come back, and Ned Price should be live by then. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market is in the red. Yes, it's in the red. It did just have a moment. It went up, but we did just get rejected again. I see triple tops forming on the spot. We'll see which way it heads after the break. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'm at my limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. I'ma beat it. She called domestic violence. I hit it physical, but not fiction science. I do what I gotta do to survive. You talking shit, but you ain't got no money.
and that don't add up to me. I'm getting money, I ain't got no limit, honey. What the fuck you wanna do, honey? I shop on fucking summer, I shop on fucking winter, I shop on fucking spring, I shop while I'm eating dinner. Don't rush, just chill, get money, pop a pill, relax, get bills, pay your bills, for real, shit serious, in the field, get popped, I'm tryna squeal, you already know, what's up, over here, try it, my limit, hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer, it's chase a bag, oh yeah, I'm chasing bags, oh yeah, finna eat this beat to death, finna beat your bitch to death, call her what you want, oh yeah, limit, hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer, it's chase a bag, oh yeah, I'm chasing bags, oh yeah, finna eat this beat to death, finna beat your bitch to death, call her what you want, oh yeah. Ain't no fucking stopping me, your bitch, she stay copying me. I'm counting up Monopoly, I gotta smoke my broccoli and save up all my cottage G. My doctor stay prescribing me, those hands all on my body G. You know I got the gas for cheap, or you can't get taxed a petty fee. It's whatever you wanna do, my bag stacking double cheese till it ain't no limit left on my masterpiece shit. Ain't no passing me, bitch, yeah, I'm gonna get rich, fucking with Leonard P, yeah, that's my little cuz, nigga. And if you fuck with him, you know what I'ma do to you. Nah, cause I'm at my limit, bitch.
Man, it's Stunna Beans.
She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. I had to cut her off, she wasn't good for me. She like a gnat, always bugging me. Get the fuck on, away from around me. Before I slap your ass for stealing money. I'm trying to chase a check, you take it from a king. I gave you everything, so fuck the money, fuck your diamond rings. You a petty bitch and that's on everything. I hate your ass and that's a rarity. I look at you but now it's like barely. I should've bagged your Aunt Beverly and took her to the hills while I'm smoking on this medicine. You know how I do when I'm down bad. I used to call you boo, but now I look at you and call you crew. Cause that's where you been, but I don't give a fuck. But I never did what I never was, and now this who I am. And that's on everything. You stay lying, you ain't loyal. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying like love is a crime. You stay whining, no turn. You a legend, yeah. I'm tired of that complaining. Sneak this in with your main bitch. All that full shit, I can't handle it. That's why I keep the Glock near me. Straight like that. I don't care, baby. If you wanna sneak this, I'ma sneak with this bitch. Cause I can lie to you if I am lion-hearted, but I see through. I'm a puzzle, I figured out everything across the map. Fit in all the gaps. Punch in, throwing jabs. And I might just take a dab. And I'm swimming, that's Michael Phelps. I don't give a fuck how they feel.
cause they ain't get the cards that I was dealt. Nah, and this shit fucking hurt me for real. It did. 2 more days to smoke till I chill. Say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She say she love me, but I really think she lying. I really think she lying. She say she love me, but I really think she lying. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying. Tears running down your eyes, crying. Over and over, over and over. It's like every time you stay lying.
Bricks on the beat.
Across the Taiwan Strait, of course, remains. He also reiterated our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to provide Taiwan with the military means to defend itself. In short, there has been no change.
But the fact that he's saying that there's that the U.S. would defend Taiwan, I mean, do you think that the Taiwanese should feel more reassured than they were before about the possibility of a U.S. military defense?
The Taiwanese should feel reassured that we will continue to comply with and to fully satisfy our commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act. That we will do so consistent with our One China policy and the other documents, including the 3 joint communiques and the 6 assurances.
Let me follow up on one point there. You tweeted just a couple days prior to this that Beijing is misrepresenting the U.S. position on One China, on the One China principle. The president himself said that we agree with on One China. Could you state what that means? I mean, is there
Sure.
any inconsistency there? Does the United States agree with the Chinese interpretation of the 31 China?
Well, the Chinese, the PRC, has frequently attempted to misrepresent our policy in their briefings and statements from senior PRC officials. Let me just give you one example of that. The English version of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs readout of the call between our National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Wang Zhichi on May 18th incorrectly stated that, quote, the U.S. pursues the One China principle. Beijing's, and this is important, One China principle is not the same as our One China policy. In a May 12th press briefing, the PRC spokesperson stated that we had made a quote-unquote commitment to uphold the One China principle. That is also not correct. We are committed to upholding our One China policy, which again is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 U.S. joint China communiques, and the 6 assurances. The PRC statements attempt to mischaracterize our position and our policy. Our long-standing bipartisan One China policy has not changed. These are policy issues of enormous sensitivity, and we are I think, appropriately careful and precise with our language. And we urge the PRC to cease its mischaracterization of U.S. policy and statements from senior U.S. officials. Yes?
Well, the problem with that is that you're quibbling with the word principle instead of policy.
It is. It has a different meaning. We stand by our One China policy.
So what's your understanding of the difference between One China principle and One China policy?
We have a One China policy. As we said.
What's the difference between that and One China principle?
We have heard from the PRC that there are so-called commitments under what they call the One China principle that are distinct from our One China policy. And again, we are having this conversation now because for us is important to underscore that we comply with, we abide by our One China policy. It is a policy that, as we have said, is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 U.S.-China joint communiques, and the 6 assurances.
Well, maybe you could just like change the name of policy to principle without changing what's in it, and then you could all be happy.
I'll take that suggestion on board. Yes, sure.
And then, so, I mean, I understand that you guys, in the aftermath, President's aide, and he himself said the policy hasn't changed, but he also did say yes to a question which was asked whether the United States would be willing to get involved militarily. I'm sure you guys have internal talks about this, and since he did say yes, does that mean Washington would be willing to commit troops to battle in defense of Taiwan?
The president was not announcing any change in our policy. The president actually.
But the question was very clear, and he did say yes.
Well,
and
but
this is not the first time.
But you are also omitting what he said when he started the question. I don't want to embarrass you. I know you walked in a couple minutes late, but I did start by saying
there was no 2-minute warning.
I did start by saying that the president, when he was asked, very clearly stated, and I quote, "Our policy towards Taiwan has not changed at all. We remain committed to supporting the peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits and ensuring that there is no unilateral change to the status quo." He went on to say, "We've made a commitment. We support the One China policy. We support all that we've done in the past to ensure that Taiwan has what it needs to defend itself." Okay. That is consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act.
I'm gonna join the group of people who can't see how those two things are compatible together. But just on this China-Russia exercise, I'm just wondering if this is the kind of action for United States that requires a response from you and allies, perhaps beyond rhetoric. And if that's the case, what kind of response would that be?
So to your question, Humaira, the PRC in Russia did conduct a joint military patrol involving their strategic bombers on May 24th. The patrol, as we understand it, traversed the Sea of Japan and continued through the East China Sea and the Philippine Sea. This exercise was likely planned well in advance by both countries, and Beijing's decision to cooperate with Moscow in this way, amid Russia's further invasion of Ukraine and the Kremlin's dangerous nuclear rhetoric, demonstrates the quote-unquote no-limits partnerships that they talked about in their joint communique is quite alive and well. And the president's, on the other hand, the president's successful visit to the ROK and Japan, where he met with our treaty allies on a bilateral basis, where he also convened the Quad for the 4th time during this administration, coupled with the launch of discussions on IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, that demonstrates a stark contrast to what we've seen from Russia and China. It demonstrates our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific region. That was at the heart of the president's visit to Japan, to the Republic of Korea. And you also heard from the president and senior officials while there more about our long-standing commitment to the defense of those allies, including Japan and the ROK. We've consistently made the point that attempts to intimidate U.S. allies and partners will only strengthen our collective resolve. Of course, we've discussed and worked very closely with Japan, with the ROK, on matters of defense and deterrence. Barbara.
Staying on China, the BBC has a report out today on Xinjiang, which is based on data from police computers in the region, and they lays out in meticulous detail the way police have been targeting any expression of Uyghur identity or culture, and also evidence that the chain of command runs all the way up to Xi Jinping. So I wanted to ask, first of all, does the State Department have any reaction to the information in the report?
So I did happen to see that report. We are appalled by the reports and the jarring images of the PRC's internment camps in Xinjiang from 2018, those reports that are in those images that are being shared online. Unfortunately, the PRC's genocide and crimes against humanity against predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and Muslims of other ethnic and religious minority groups remains ongoing in Xinjiang. And this new reporting further adds to an already damning body of evidence of the PRC's atrocities in Xinjiang, including evidence previously disclosed in earlier publicly reporting, seen in satellite imagery and gathered via witness testimony from survivors and escapees of the internment and forced labor camps. Despite increasing public awareness and strong calls for accountability, the PRC government continues to deny any wrongdoing. We are deeply concerned by the PRC's failure to acknowledge and to stop these atrocities and to transparently address the chorus of concerns raised by the international community. And we'll continue to work with our partners and our allies to promote accountability for those responsible for these atrocities. We have and we continue to call on the PRC to immediately release all those arbitrarily detained people, to abolish the internment camps, to end mass detention, torture, forced sterilization, and the use of forced labor.
Does the State Department assess that the chain of command on Uyghur repression runs directly up to the president?
I don't want to offer a tactical assessment of that, but I will just say in a system like the PRC's, it would be very difficult to imagine that a systemic effort to suppress, to detain, to conduct a campaign of genocide and crimes against humanity would not have the blessing, would not have the approval of the highest levels of the PRC government.
Sure. On this, this of course happens as the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights is in China. Do you think this adds any complications to her visit? Do you think that she should be looking specifically at this? Are you at all optimistic that she'll get more answers?
We discussed this on Friday, and I then voiced our deep concerns about the upcoming visit of the High Commissioner, Michelle Bachelet, to the People's Republic of China. Based on our understanding of the planned restrictions that she will be subjected to during the visit, we have no expectation that the PRC will grant the necessary access required to conduct a complete, unmanipulated assessment of the human rights environment in Xinjiang. We think it was a mistake to agree to a visit under these circumstances where the High Commissioner will not be granted the type of unhindered access, free and full access that would be required to do a complete assessment and to come back with a full picture of the atrocities, the crimes against humanity, and the genocide ongoing in Xinjiang.
All right, can I just say, in your response to Barbara's second question about whether the chain of command runs all the way up to the president of China, in your response, are you suggesting that it's hard for the U.S. to believe that President Xi or his inner circle, his top aides, did not specifically order war crimes, quote, crimes against humanity?
I don't believe I said war crimes.
Well, you said crimes against humanity.
Correct.
Okay, so crimes against humanity. Are you saying that you?
I believe the question was, are they aware of it?
Yeah, but you said it would be difficult.
That runs up to the president.
Right. So
is it the U.S. So is it the administration's position that President Xi or his inner circle have like specifically directed local authorities on the ground to commit crimes against humanity?
I believe what I said is that it would be hard for us to imagine that the type of systemic atrocities, crimes against humanity, and ongoing campaign of genocide would not, the senior-most levels of the PRC government would be unaware of it.
No, not unaware, but that they ordered it.
Again, I don't want to speak to specific potential crimes against humanity, specific acts, but what we're seeing is not a one-off occurrence. What we're seeing is a systemic campaign of repression, of crimes against humanity, of genocide. Yes?
I don't know if you made any statement regarding the Turkish plan to control more territories in North Syria, or if you have any comment on that.
Yes, I do. So we are deeply concerned about reports and discussions of potential increased military activity in northern Syria, and in particular its impact on the civilian population there. We condemn any escalation. We support maintenance of the current ceasefire lines. We believe it's crucial for all sides to maintain and to respect the ceasefire zones that serve to enhance stability in Syria and to work towards a political solution to this conflict. We expect Turkey to live up to the October 2019 joint statement, including to halt offensive operations in northeast Syria, And we recognize Turkey's legitimate security concerns on Turkey's southern border, but any new offensive would further undermine regional stability and put at risk U.S. forces in the coalition's campaign against ISIS. Yes?
On Russia-Ukraine. Today marks 3 months of the war. Let me start with the Secretary's call with Ukrainian foreign minister. One of the topics was about unblocking food export. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Will there be U.S. warships involved to ease up the situation?
Sorry,
a U.S. warship. Are you considering sending a U.S. warship to the Black Sea to help Ukraine on this?
So we are deeply concerned with the attendant consequences and implications of Russia's war against Ukraine. And one of the most concerning trend lines has been the rise in food prices, the rise in commodity prices that Russia's war has precipitated. This is, of course, a result of the fact that much of Ukraine has been subjected to Russian aggression, to Russian violence. There has been death and destruction brought by Russian forces, but also because Russia's forces have seemingly targeted silos. They have targeted ships containing foodstuffs. They have, of course, made impossible the task of completing the cycle of planting and harvesting for the country of Ukraine, a country that is a major supplier of both wheat and fertilizer to the region and well beyond. And so this is precisely why we have sought to do several things. First and foremost, the most effective means by which to put an end to the spike in food prices is, of course, it would, of course, be to put an end to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. That's what we have sought to support, including by strengthening Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table as we hold Moscow to account with the sanctions and other measures, including the export controls that we have placed. We have also, and you saw this last week when Secretary Blinken was in New York City, we have focused on the task of shining a spotlight on this, but also engaging in concerted diplomacy. And the ministerial last week brought together dozens of countries, including countries that are in need of additional food supplies, that are suffering from President Putin's war and the attendant rise in food and commodity prices, and those countries who are in a position to potentially do something about it, whether that is to donate funds, whether that is to make in-kind donations, in-kind contributions to those countries who are in need of additional food. Of course, the UN Secretary General has been deeply engaged in this as well. He has been working very closely with our Ukrainian partners, with our Turkish allies and others to determine if there are ways to help facilitate the export of Ukrainian food supplies. That is something that we stand ready to assist, knowing that it is in the not only our national interest, but of course in the interest of those countries that have been deeply affected by the rise in food prices.
One more question on Ukraine.
Sure.
There are rumors about the U.S. Considering sending special operations forces to Kiev to protect the embassy. Is that on the table?
We are, as we always are, we're in close discussions with our colleagues at the Department of Defense about security requirements for our resumed operations at our embassy in Kyiv. We haven't made any decisions about the potential return of U.S. military members to Ukraine for that purpose, and that purpose being an effort to guard our embassy compound. We've said all along that U.S. forces are not engaged in conflict with Russia, and we have worked to put in place mechanisms to avoid the potential for escalation. But as you know, we don't make a habit of commenting on our security mechanisms or requirements, and so we'll leave that there. Yes?
Thank you. The Senate passed $40 billion Ukraine aid bill last week, and the State Department provided additional $100 million. In this situation, we're just witnessing some suggestions that Ukraine must make some concessions to Russia to end this war. And one of the statements was in Davos, Switzerland, by the former Secretary of State. I wonder if you could give me your commentary on that, please.
Our commentary on that is that it's not for the United States to decide how and when this war should end. It is for the Ukrainian government, representation of the Ukrainian people, to determine how and when this war should end. It is our task to support our Ukrainian partners, to see to it, as I said before, that their hand at the negotiating table is as strong as it could possibly be. And so that's why, to your question about the $40.1 billion in additional assistance that's now been signed into law, we are in a position to provide more security assistance. We are in a position to provide more economic assistance. We are in a position to provide more humanitarian assistance, just as we will continue to impose increasing costs on Russia should it not end its war against the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government.
And quickly, the second question, there will be NATO summit in Madrid next month. We understand in today's go-ahead agenda is Sweden-Finland membership. However, there are some countries who are trying to get membership action plan. I mean, Ukraine and Georgia. What is the administration's position on further expanding NATO?
Our position is that NATO's door should and must remain open. It should and must remain open for all aspirant countries. Right now, we have 2 applicant countries whose accession is pending before the alliance. These are countries that have worked closely with NATO over the course of decades. We've worked closely together militarily. These are developed democracies. They are fully integrated in terms of with NATO militarily. They're close partners of the United States. They're close partners of many members of the alliance. That, in large part, is what undergirds our assessment that their accession process will be swift. It is something that we are confident will continue to have support from the alliance and its membership.
Thank you.
Yes.
As Russia appears to be making some gains in Ukraine, Ukraine has ramped up calls for multiple launch rocket systems. Now, they've even said that it's a potential that they could clear sea routes for trade in that case, and other allies have been ramping up the kind of supplies they're giving to Ukraine. What's the administration's temperature on that?
Well, in terms of what we've been doing, no country has provided more security assistance to Ukraine than the United States. $3.8 billion since the start of the invasion alone, since February 24th. More than approximately $4.5 billion since the start of this administration. What we have done is to provide our Ukrainian partners with weapons and systems that are appropriate with the contours of the battle in which they find themselves. The systems that we provided early on in this conflict, the types of systems that they would need to defend urban centers like Kyiv, of course, are going to be different systems than we have provided more recently, in more recent weeks, as the battle has shifted to the east and to the south, as the Russians have narrowed and forced to narrow their war aims, given the effective resistance and the effective defense that our Ukrainian partners have managed to muster with the enabling support of the United States and the security assistance that both we and dozens of countries around the world across 4 continents have provided. So these are discussions that we constantly have with our Ukrainian partners, as has been alluded to already. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba earlier today. Oftentimes in those conversations, Foreign Minister Kuleba does relay needs and the assessment of needs from Ukraine to the United States. In response to those calls, the Secretary in turn often does get on the phone, get in contact with countries that may have systems or capabilities or models of systems that the United States doesn't have in our inventory. So this is a constant dialogue, a constant conversation to ensure that our Ukrainian partners have precisely what they need, when they need it, and where they need it. Yes.
So yesterday, the Ukrainian Prosecutor General mentioned that they are investigating more than 13,000 war crimes now. She also said that because Ukraine is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, that certain crimes in Ukraine cannot be prosecuted by the ICC. And at the same time, the chance of establishing an international criminal tribunal similar to the ones for Yugoslavia and Rwanda seems low, since those were established by UN Security Council resolutions. China and Russia, of course, would almost certainly veto such a resolution for Ukraine. Is the U.S. still considering supporting an international criminal tribunal for Ukraine? And what mechanisms exist for establishing a viable tribunal without the support of the UN Security Council?
Well, we're supporting all appropriate mechanisms, and right now we are providing extensive support to the Ukrainian Prosecutor General and to her team, as we've discussed. The Prosecutor General and her team have appropriate jurisdiction, they have the capabilities, they have the wherewithal that with our support can be effective at holding to account those who are responsible for war crimes. We've already seen one Russian soldier not only go on trial, but plead guilty for the crime that he has committed. Now, of course, the war crimes have been committed seemingly at scale. And so this will be a large-scale effort. It will have deep requirements. We are prepared to continue our support for the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, providing expertise, providing funding, providing information. Part of that effort to collect, to analyze, to document, and to share the evidence of war crimes with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General and her team. Now, of course, this is not the only venue that we've talked about. The Moscow mechanism emanating from the OSCE is another important tool. We worked with the Human Rights Council at the UN to help establish a commission of inquiry on potential war crimes in Ukraine. There are other mechanisms, including the ICC, and we did welcome the announcement by the Prosecutor General of the effort to investigate potential war crimes in Ukraine that we are prepared to support as well. Yes.
Yes, so the President of Turkey, Erdogan, said yesterday that Greek Prime Minister no longer existed for him after he visited the United States and met with President Biden. Also, Erdogan is threatening Greece with war. But please, I wanted, if you have any comment on this very serious escalation, and what are you going to do if Turkey attacks Greece? Thank you.
Well, we continue to encourage our NATO allies, of course, including Greece and Turkey, to work together to maintain peace and security in the region and to resolve differences diplomatically. We urge our allies to avoid rhetoric that could further raise tensions. As you know, the Greek Prime Minister was in Washington last week. The administration had a very good, important set of meetings with our Greek counterparts. We know that Greece is an indispensable partner and a key NATO ally to the United States. Similarly, Turkey is an important partner of the United States, an important NATO ally. We want to see our partners work together to maintain peace and security in the region. Yes. Yeah. Nick.
On North Korea. South Korean officials today said North Korea has finished preparations for a 7th nuclear test. Does the United States share that assessment?
We share the concern that North Korea may be on the verge of another provocation. This is a concern that we've spoken of for some time now. We have said for the past couple weeks, we have spoken of our expectation that the DPRK may undertake an additional provocation either during the course of the president's visit to the region, which is now essentially concluded, or in the days that followed. Our concern for another potential provocation, be it an ICBM launch, be it a potential 7th nuclear weapons test, our concern has not abated in any way. Yes.
What would a U.S. response look like, or a coordinated response look like? It's unlikely there's going to be any additional UN Security Council sanctions given current relations with China and Russia.
Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are, but we believe it is important for the international community to weigh in on the side of accountability for these provocations, to impose costs on the DPRK for its continued provocations. This is something that we are discussing with our allies and partners in New York. It is something that the president had an opportunity to discuss in Japan and the ROK as well. He made clear that our commitment to the defense of our treaty allies, Japan and South Korea, is ironclad. We will continue to work closely with them to ensure that we are postured appropriately in terms of our defense and deterrence, and to continue to impose appropriate costs on the DPRK should its provocations continue as we are concerned they might. Saeed.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about missing the beginning, but
Oh, no problem.
we did not hear the call. Can I switch to the Palestinians?
There was
There wasn't.
There wasn't one. Okay. All right. Apologies. I don't know if you talked about the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh in the beginning, and maybe not. But it's been 2 weeks, and I wonder if you saw the review today by AP. That basically puts it squarely and put the blame squarely almost on the Israelis. So, and Israel, I mean, a lot has happened in the last couple of weeks. Israel said that it will not pursue a criminal investigation, and now you demanded an investigation. So, where do you stand? Tell us how to navigate this issue.
Saeed, it's my understanding your depiction is not quite right. And in fact, the Army Chief Prosecutor in a speech on Monday noted that the decision of a pending criminal prosecution would have to wait until the initial probe is completed. That initial probe has not yet been completed, so I'm not aware that there's been any final determination about the suitability of a criminal investigation or not. Regardless, we have publicly condemned the killing of American-Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in the West Bank. We continue to do so. Not only was she a close partner of ours, she was an inspiration to millions around the world. She was a dear friend to many in the U.S. government. Her death is a great loss. It is a great tragedy for those who knew her, including my colleagues, my counterparts, but also for individuals around the world who counted on her coverage, who counted on her ability to report from the region. We've reiterated to both Israel and to Palestinian officials our call for an investigation that is immediate, is thorough, transparent, and impartial into her killing. We do expect full accountability for those responsible for her killing. And importantly, we do expect both Israelis and Palestinians to keep us apprised of developments in their investigation and to share with us their findings. We deserve, but much more importantly, Ms. Abu Akleh's family deserves to understand the circumstances surrounding her death.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's all fine, but the Palestinians are saying we don't trust the Israelis investigating themselves. Almost, the Israelis are saying they want to conduct their own investigation. They insist on retrieving the bullet, which the Palestinians have, and so on. You're at a stalemate. Now, the Palestinians are saying they are willing to share whatever information they have with anyone, any international body, presumably including the Americans. Would you sort of endeavor to do something like this, to work with the Palestinians on this issue on your own without the Israelis?
We have urged our Palestinian and Israeli counterparts to cooperate as appropriate. Our interest is that there is a thorough, complete, immediate, transparent investigation that entails accountability. We want to see that carried out.
Well, you used the word immediate twice now in two different responses. So what's your definition of immediate?
Well, an investigation is ongoing. And so these investigations, we know we can't prejudge.
Okay, so right now, you're okay with the status of whatever investigation is? Obviously, it's still in progress.
The investigation...
But it has not yet gone beyond immediate, where you would complain that it's not taking, it's taking too long.
Again, we can't prejudge the conclusion of the investigations, nor can we unduly rush any investigation. Our desire is to see the investigations be completed in a comprehensive and transparent way, in a way that culminates in accountability.
It's my understanding that neither the Israelis nor the Palestinians have actually requested U.S. assistance in this investigation, or whatever investigation or plural investigations are going on. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any requests for assistance.
But the Israelis have said that the U.S. could participate as an observer, quote unquote, as an observer. Has the U.S. taken them up on this offer?
I'm not aware that we have, but as you said, I'm not aware of any requests for assistance.
Then I just want to ask you about another investigation. It's one that I've raised sporadically over the course of the last year or so, and that is the discovery of the swastika in the elevator. It's been 300 days now since the Secretary promised an investigation into this incident.
And it's been almost 300 days since we've had an investigation. This has been an incident that has been investigated thoroughly by our Bureau of Diplomatic Security. We don't have anything to share in terms of the individual or individuals who may be responsible for this, but the investigation was focused on attempting to determine if we could identify a culprit, a person responsible, or persons responsible, but also steps we could take to see to it that any such incidents would either be deterred or, in the event that something as horrific as this were to happen again, we would be able to identify the individual or individuals responsible in due course.
So was an individual or individuals identified as being responsible for this?
I don't have anything further to share on.
Investigation over?
The investigation is not over in the sense that if we learn information that is germane to, again, the identity of the individual or individuals behind this, of course, we will take appropriate action.
Okay, but it's been 300 days, literally 301 days now. I mean, we're coming up on a full year next month, or July. You tell me there has been no determination of who did this at all?
Matt, there is no one who would like to.
I'm not asking. I'm sure everyone wants to know. Everyone wants to get to the bottom of it. But the investigation that's been now going on for 300 days has not yet uncovered the culprit or culprits. Is that correct?
And there is no one who would like to see the perpetrator of this horrific act, this horrific graffiti, identified as much as Secretary Blinken and other members of the State Department leadership team. That is why he immediately ordered an investigation, why this investigation was launched, but importantly, why this investigation is also focused on steps we could potentially take to see to it that an incident like this does not happen again.
It seems to be that when you undertake an investigation, like the investigation you were just talking about with Saeed, you want accountability for it, right? And so what you're saying is that no one person or people have been identified as doing this, so there has been no accountability for it.
Matt,
regardless of what steps you might take to prevent something like this from happening in the future, there hasn't been any accountability for what did happen. Is that correct?
I will make the point that in order to have accountability, you have to have credible facts pointing at a specific perpetrator.
All right.
In this case, I will say, as I have before, that this is a large building with many people coming through this building. Some people, employees, some are guests. We are focused on trying to determine if we can identify the perpetrator of this, and in some ways, just as importantly, to see to it that we put measures in place so that something like this cannot happen again.
I have a couple more issues to raise, if I may. Now, the Palestinians are saying they have turned whatever investigation they have, or results, or story they have, narrative they have, to the ICC. Would that be agreeable to you?
As we said, we want to see a thorough investigation. We do not believe the ICC is an appropriate venue.
Okay. Now, there are also a lot of other things that have happened in the last 2 weeks, or the last 10 days, including.
Can I just interrupt? Why is the ICC an appropriate venue for the Ukraine, but not for the situation in Ukraine, but not an appropriate situation? Because it's an individual.
We believe that the ICC should maintain its focus on its core mission. And that core mission is to serve as a court of last resort in punishing and deterring atrocity crimes.
So, there are orders for home demolition, there are expansion of settlement, there are killing of other Palestinians, something like maybe 4 or 5 people, including maybe 2 or 3 teenagers, and so on. I don't want to go on and on lamenting, but tell us where you stand. There's an article in Foreign Affairs by a former U.S. official and so on the settlement and say, and it said that nobody listens to you in Israel on the expansion of settlements when you express your dissatisfaction or your disagreement and so on. So when will the United States take a stand? I mean, a real stand. Say, if you do this, we're going to do this. We're tit for tat. Are we likely to ever see something like this?
Said, we have spoken publicly. We also have conveyed very strong messages in private when it comes to settlement activity. And you know better than most that we have spoken out very forcefully, including in recent days, making clear our deep concern about steps that exacerbate tensions that have the potential to move us further away towards a two-state solution. We remain committed, as successive American administrations have, to that two-state solution. We believe it's important in its own right, but also because, importantly, it would convey what is really at the heart of our policy. That is to see to it that Israelis and Palestinians alike have equal measures of security, of peace, of prosperity, of dignity. That is not something we can see until and unless there is a two-state solution to this conflict.
Yes. Yet we have not seen the Israelis, roll back any expansion of settlements as a result of your statements, have we?
So,
to Latin America.
One more on the peace process.
Sure, we'll take these two and then we'll go to Latin America. Kylie?
Sure. So CNN came out with a new investigation just today that has evidence that Shireen was killed in a targeted attack by Israeli forces. I'm just wondering if you have a response to it and what your response is to the fact that a news outlet has been able to definitively come up with what happened here more quickly than the Israelis themselves.
So on the second part of your question, Kylie, at least the coverage I have read has not portrayed this as absolutely definitive. And of course, any investigation that is conducted from afar, I think, would have a hard time claiming that it would be absolutely definitive. We want to see an investigation that is thorough, that is comprehensive, that ends in accountability. I don't have any comments on the allegation you just made, but it is precisely why we want to see these investigations conducted. If that is in fact the case, we would expect to see those responsible held accountable.
And do you view investigations like this by news outlets as something that the Israelis should take into account when they are conducting their own investigation?
Just as when we conduct our reviews, when we monitor any given situation, we take into account all the various inputs. It is information that is available to us as the U.S. government, but also, importantly, inputs including from open source press reporting. Those can be quite valuable, quite insightful, quite useful. So it is our belief that they should be incorporated. That is the way we tend to operate in terms of our own reviews. Yes.
Thanks.
Arabia, Egypt, and Israel in bringing Saudi Arabia to Abraham Accords, and will there be a regional summit in the region next month when the president visits the region?
The White House has not announced any POTUS travel for next month. I think, as you probably noticed in a recent readout between President Biden and Prime Minister Bennett, President Biden did offer that he would seek to travel to Israel in the coming months, but we haven't announced any travel formally, of course.
He accepted an invitation. He didn't offer to travel. The Prime Minister invited him, and he said, "Sure."
He indicated that he looked forward to traveling to the region in the coming months. To the broader question of normalization agreements and the Abraham Accords, we've made the point repeatedly that we support the Abraham Accords. We welcome the normalization agreements between Israel and Arab and Muslim majority countries. We don't have anything to announce regarding additional countries joining the accords or normalization agreements, but this has been a topic of discussion with countries around the world, and will continue to engage with Israel and with countries in the region and in some cases beyond as we seek to expand these normalization agreements and look for additional opportunities to enhance cooperation between Israel and its neighbors, and in some cases countries that are farther afield. At the same time, we do not believe that normalization agreements and the Abraham Accords are a substitute for progress when it comes to Israeli-Palestinian peace. This was a point that you heard from Secretary Blinken. You also heard from several of the ministers that took part in the Negev summit in the Negev desert a couple of months ago in Israel. So it will be important for us to continue to seek to make progress towards a two-state solution, just as it's important for us to see if we can continue to build bridges between Israel and its neighbors and other Arab and Muslim majority countries.
Can I go to Latin America?
Sure.
Colombia has an election coming up shortly. Gustavo Petro, who's considered the front runner by many polls, has expressed concern about the conduct of the election, about the counting process, and also about his physical security, saying that from the right wing there may be threats. Do you share, you being in the United States, does the United States share any concern about the elections? Are you confident that the elections will be held on time and peacefully?
We are confident in Colombia's democratic institutions. Ultimately, we're not going to weigh in, of course, on the election beyond that, other than to note this will be a decision for the Colombian people.
Could I actually just jump completely to a different region, to Ethiopia?
Sure.
There has been a roundup, according to various reporting, in Amara of particularly of people in the media, but also of others. Just last week, the Secretary was discussing saying that there have been some progress in Ethiopia. How concerned are you about this, and what it means for?
Well, there has been progress. There's been important progress in terms of the humanitarian truce that has allowed additional provision of humanitarian aid into the Afar region. It is still not at a point where the humanitarian aid that is flowing in is able to meet the requirement, but we have seen an influx, and we hope to build on that by sustaining the ceasefire and continuing to work with our partners on the ground to see to it that humanitarian aid continues to flow into the region. You are correct, though. At the same time, we are deeply concerned about the narrowing space for freedom of expression and independent media in Ethiopia, including a troubling increase in reports of harassment, detention, arrests of journalists, media professionals, and activists. We strongly urge the government of Ethiopia and regional authorities to uphold the rule of law and provide all applicable procedural safeguards for any individual arrested. We also urge the protection of press freedom online and offline, and for the safety of all persons advocating for their rights. Samara.
Just one thing on Quad and India. So there was no mention of Russia or Russian, neither of those words in the joint Quad statement. Do you know why it was left out? Was that a concession to India?
Obviously, we don't speak to the diplomacy that goes into joint statements, but we have heard from countries around the world, including from the Quad, the importance of key concepts like territorial integrity, sovereignty, the idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific in which the rules of the road are adhered to and respected. Those rules of the road that apply in the Indo-Pacific, of course, apply equally in other regions as well, including in Europe. And so you've heard our fellow Quad counterparts speak to the importance of upholding and respecting those principles around the world.
Does it bother you guys that whenever India is in these groupings that you guys seem to fail to put out a strong statement when it comes to Russia, and in other venues, other groupings, you guys do make an effort to call out Russia as the invader? Do you have any worries that might weaken Quad?
We talked about this quite a bit in the context of the 2+2 that we had with our Indian counterparts a number of weeks ago now here at the department with Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken and their Indian counterparts. We made the point then that India has a relationship with Russia that has developed over the course of decades. What we have seen Russia perpetrate in Ukraine is something that has now transpired over the course of 3 months. And of course, our focus and our concern for potential Russian aggression.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD,
And
it
of course,
is Power Hour. Oh man. So yeah, man, it's Power Hour. That volatility is still amazing, man. Just had to get out of another 8 to 10%er, man. It's too fast. It's just really too fast, you guys. It's not worth the hold, I'm telling you. You can't. You must be taking profit wherever you decide to buy. And when it goes your way and you see that plus, I mean, it's really putting the pressure on you to take. I mean, but like I said, I mean, if you got a little bit of time and some patience on some stuff, or say if you've been in position where this week it expires, but you've been holding it for a while, it's a little different for you. But if you're just trying to get in there and day trade and get out, man, it's extremely volatile. You know, I caught a top, and just luckily I caught Amazon right here at about 2,094. As you can see, it went up on me a little bit, 2,104. I was like, oh man, they go with this. Then it came down, it did come down, came down. I decided to get out around 2,000 and about 68. That was 2,068. But as you can see there, Amazon's back up 2,072. So they do a lot of moving, man. They do a lot of moving, man. The volatility is extremely crazy, you guys. But yeah, man, in and out. If you're going to day trade, in and out. Scalp it, try to time it, make sure it makes sense, measure it. You should be good to go after that. But the market is still red, you guys, and that price is still talking. I don't know what happened to Powell. Maybe they just tried to push it back. I don't know. Usually, like I said, the information I receive, I know it was true. I know he was supposed to speak, so I don't know. I mean, maybe they just canceled it, or maybe this was false information. I have no idea, but we did not see Powell today, you guys. Maybe he might say something tomorrow during the Fed minutes, and that's usually when now I'm thinking about it. I've been doing this for a while anyway. I don't know why I didn't think about that. He definitely is probably going to speak after the FOMC minutes. He usually does it around that time. He usually do it on that time. I thought it was strange that someone told me, well, who I get my information from, they had put it out and said Tuesday, but I think it was just a mistake. I think Powell speaks tomorrow, you guys, at 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. You want to tune in. And I think Bernard might be speaking with Powell or something going on. They probably speaking together tomorrow. Or I don't know, but I'm thinking that is tomorrow, you guys. Like I said, it's usually, I've been doing this for a while, about 4 or 5 years now. So usually when Powell speaks, it's only because of the FOMC minutes, or it could be something else. It could just be something else, like he's talking to like Wall Street Journal or something like that. But usually he only speaks after the FOMC minutes, or sometimes he speaks after the FOMC statement. But those are two different things. But, you know, statement and minutes are two different things. We're going to get the minutes tomorrow, so there's going to be a lot of volatility, more than you even see right now. So just keep that in mind. I think he speaks tomorrow, though, you guys. I mean, I don't know if they changed it, but like I said, I've been doing this for quite a while. He usually speaks, the minutes come out at 2 p.m., and then he speaks at 2:30 p.m. I'm assuming that's what's going to happen, and the minutes come out tomorrow, you guys. So I think Powell's going to be live tomorrow, not today. Someone just probably had it confused or something, and it just got out and spread it around, and it just wasn't. It's not today, you guys. It's going to be tomorrow. So 3 things to watch still. Fed minutes, like I said, Fed minutes tomorrow. Powell will be live tomorrow during Fed minutes. You got inflation data, and more retail earnings is out. You know, more retail earnings is going to present themselves. As you can see right here, earnings. More retail earnings tomorrow. What we got before the opening, we got Dick's. Today, after hours, we don't have anything. We don't have too much today after hours. All of these names are good, but that's just more retail. Nordstrom is retail, Urban Outfitters, Total, all that stuff, you know. So that's retail, more of that. And then we got Dick's in the morning. After close tomorrow, we got NVIDIA. We got a little bit of Snowflake go too. And then Splunk, Box. These are all earnings reports, you guys. So earnings is going to continue NVIDIA is going to be one to keep your eye on. Get ready. Strap your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. That can really move the market. That's a big tech name. That's a semiconductor name there. Really, really good company there, man. Yeah, man, for real though. Yeah, just look like I said, 8%, man. I'm cool. I'm taking 8 to 10% right now. I'm just playing it small. If I can get 8 to 25, I'll do it. If I can get more than that, then you know it's done. You're digging me. But yeah, man, it got so much going on. I mean, I'm working with other people. I got help from other people doing other things other ways. The month of June is coming up, so that payment on the way. You know, and so we making plays all around here. We're doing stuff all around, man. But as far as the company LCAOD itself, clients just really took a hit, but we're chilling so far right now. Took a hit, down, not out. You know how it is. But just they just chilling right now. Ain't nobody's doing nothing. It's really nothing to do. You know, really. If you can't play it fast, I understand. Like I said, some people just don't have the time to play it this fast. I understand. And I mean, this is the market. You know, they got the speed and fast forward right now, like times 8. So it's nothing you can do, man. It's nothing you can do. They going, but then they can just hit the rewind times 8. You feel me? That's just what's going on right now. So a lot of kangaroo action here. Market going up and down, paying everybody. You know what I'm saying? But it's credit spread, you guys. That's a limit to that. It ain't gonna be too much more of that. It will work out eventually back to one side. Looks like you want the downside more than upside, but you know, we do got Powell tomorrow, FOMC minutes. His last 2 presents has been positive and market went up, you know, and then afterwards it went down bad, you know. So hey, we're back at this really same position again. We got durable goods, orders, all that in the morning. And then after Wednesday, Thursday is important too, and Friday. You got GDP second reading. All that stuff is still important, you guys. Jobless claims, all that stuff is still important. Core PCE price index. So it's a swing opportunity here. It is. With this much volatility, it is. It's just a swing opportunity for you. But make sure you swing correctly. You know, it's like baseball. You don't want to strike out. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Top 5 things to know this week. U.S. PCE inflation data, FOMC minutes. Fed Chair Powell speaks tomorrow with the minutes. Must be. Didn't speak today, so he's speaking tomorrow. Macy's, Nordstrom, all that earnings. Best Buy, Costco, Dollar General, NVIDIA, Zoom, Snow, Dell, earnings. Just remember that. These are the top 5 things to know still. It looks like the spot's still getting rejected, you guys. We're still seeing rejection level. It did make it out of the channel again. It looks like we had a triple top earlier. 1, 2, 3, but that wasn't it. Now that count is over. You count it again, you guys. 1, 2, 3. This could be 3. Really, it's 6, but I'm going to say 3 because we're going to recount it. You feel me? Triple tops got to be recounted. It's head and shoulders. I see a shoulders here. Head, shoulders. I see that got flatlined. They came back up here. Started over. Shoulders, head, 2-headed snake, shoulders. Right now, we're at the shoulders. Or is this thing going to break out to the upside on the spot right now? We have no idea right now, but it does look like it wants to go up, but it does say that it's been channeling all day. So it can go either way from here. It's at the upper band right now. It's channeling at the top, you guys. Net price is still live. We're going to tune back into him. The market is about to close. It is officially power hour. Just wanted to give you guys an update. Market's still red, too. You see that? We still red. VIX still high, too. $29.66, 4% up. So be cautious here. Be very cautious. VIX on a little pullback right now, so the bull is taking a little bit of an advantage of this moment.
Blinken did share our perspective of freedom of the press, media freedom around the world. He was specifically asked about media freedom in Pakistan. He made the point that journalists, those in the media industry, should never have their voices suppressed. They should never be subject to suppression or repression solely because of the important work they are doing to shine a light on events around the world. So it's important to us that countries around the world respect the right of freedom of expression, freedom of the press, whether that is in Pakistan, whether that is in any other country.
So
After the meeting of President Biden with Indian Prime Minister Modi, Indian media claimed that US President Joe Biden and PM Modi reached substantive outcomes regarding situation in Ukraine. So can you please tell me something more about that? What kind of substantive outcomes about Ukraine?
I would need to refer you to the White House for that question. Thank you very much. Yes.
This has to do with American citizens detained in Russia. I just want to know if there are any updates since Friday's update on consular access or anything else with Brittany Griner or Poland.
There's nothing that we're in a position to share since Friday. We did note that a consular official from our embassy in Moscow was able to visit with Brittany Griner on the margins of her court hearing in Moscow that day. We have made the point that one-off consular visits are, in our view, not sufficient, but it's not only in our view, it is in the requirements that are put forward by the Vienna Convention and other bilateral agreements that stipulate that we should have regular, sustained access to Americans who are held in detention around the world, including to those in pretrial detention.
Okay, and did
anything? Are you?
Well, that already kind of came up.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Good. No, I wanted to ask. Sorry, I wanted to ask about Austin Tice. Are you guys involved in any kind of direct or indirect negotiation to pursue his release if he's still alive and held captive?
Austin Tice is someone who is constantly on our minds. He is someone who has spent about a quarter of his life in prison. I believe within the next couple months he will mark a grim milestone, having spent 10 years separated from his family. He recently, as I recall, celebrated his 40th birthday. We are and we will continue to do everything we can to see his release, his safe release, his return to his family as soon as we can. Of course, whether it's the case of Austin Tice, whether it is the case of Americans who have been reunited with their families, you know that we tend not to speak of our efforts in public before Americans come home, so as not to jeopardize our efforts precisely to bring them home. But our special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, Secretary Blinken, they are deeply engaged on this case. They are deeply engaged on all cases of Americans who are wrongfully detained, Americans who are held hostage overseas. They have no higher priority than to see the safe return of these Americans to their families.
Did you have any comment on Tedros being reelected the head of WHO, and given the fact that they still have not invited Taiwan to attend the WHO, I'm wondering if you have anything to say about that and his leadership of this?
I do. So we, of course, we congratulate Dr. Tedros on his re-election as the WHO Director General. We look forward to working with him to make real progress on reform at the WHO to improve the organization's agility, its transparency, its accountability. We strongly support ongoing efforts to strengthen the WHO and to make it more agile, transparent, and efficient as an essential centerpiece and convener in the global health architecture. And we appreciate the steps the Director General has taken, such as his transformation agenda, to help the organization reach its potential to promote universal health coverage and healthier populations, and to respond to health emergencies, especially in conflict areas, as we have seen most recently in Ukraine, where Russia's brutal invasion has created a real health emergency. We acknowledge, of course, that there still remains much work to do, and we remain committed to working with the Director General and the organization to reform and modernize the World Health Organization so it is more transparent, more effective, more sustainably financed, and more agile.
So you don't have concerns that he might be too influenced by China?
We are committed to continuing to pursue the reform agenda at the WHO to see to it that it can meet the growing needs of the global population. Yes?
One final thing, that Politico has reported that President Biden has decided to keep Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the list of foreign terrorist organizations. And a senior Western official saying that the decision is absolutely final and the window for Iranian concessions has closed. Do you have any comment on this?
We've been asked this question repeatedly over the course of recent weeks. We have not weighed in, and I'll continue to toe that line. Of course, we want to see a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, as I said before, because it would be manifestly in the national security interest of the United States. Now, the precise dynamics of potential sanctions lifting that would go along with it, that has been a subject of discussions with our Iranian counterparts by way of our European allies and other partners in Vienna, just as the nuclear steps that Iran would need to take if it were to decide to resume full compliance with the JCPOA have also been a topic of discussion. The discussions in Vienna, the negotiations in Vienna have been solely focused on the nuclear issue. If Iran were to seek to discuss issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA, to the nuclear agreement itself, that is a discussion we're prepared to have. But of course, Iran would have to make concessions of its own. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Ned Price. Excuse me, you're the State Department spokesman. So he's really the only. He's been the only briefing today. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, he's been the only briefing today. You know who went? You know who we ain't seen in a while, quite a while. I feel like we ain't seen the new secretary. Where is she at? She showed her presence that one day and the market tanked on her, and I ain't seen her since. I ain't seen the sister since. At least Jen gave us an everyday effort. I mean, she got to step that up. I wonder if she got a backup secretary now because she in charge. That's strange. But nothing going on though, as far as that. The market here, but we do got a live Department of Justice briefing. Looks like it just started about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, about 5 minutes ago. This is Department of Justice. Attorney General Merrick and Garlic Hose, they holding a news briefing to discuss market manipulation. So this definitely has a lot to do with the market right here. Let's tune in and hear this.
Let me be clear. Much of this expansive bribery scheme was made possible because Glencore's control environment was entirely inadequate. Bribery was built into the corporate culture. When we investigate and prosecute corporate crime, we often discuss the tone from the top. In this case, the tone from the top was clear. Whatever it takes. Well, no more. I want to thank the career prosecutors in my office who are handling this case, Michael McGinnis and Juliana Murray, and their supervisors, Christopher DeMacy and Sagar Ravi, the chiefs of the Complex Frauds and Cybercrime Unit. This is the third major corporate fraud case that the Southern District of New York has brought in recent weeks, and the second corporate guilty plea in the last 2 weeks. And I'm going to repeat what I have said before. The Southern District of New York is going to be relentless in rooting out corporate corruption, whatever it takes, wherever it lies. And just because you are abroad does not mean you are out of sight. We're watching. I'd now like to turn the podium over to my colleague from Connecticut, U.S. Attorney Vanessa Roberts Avery.
Thank you, Damian. I am Vanessa Roberts Avery, United States Attorney for the District of Connecticut. Glencore's market price manipulation threatened not just financial harm, but undermined participants' faith in the commodities market's fair and efficient function that we all rely on. This guilty plea and the substantial penalty incurred is an appropriate consequence for Glencore's criminal conduct, a significant component of which occurred in Connecticut at its offices in Stamford. We are pleased that Glencore has agreed to cooperate in any ongoing investigations and prosecutions relating to its misconduct. and to strengthen its compliance program company-wide. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Connecticut has long been committed to vigorously and fairly enforcing the laws applicable to corporate entities doing business in our district. I thank our partners at the U.S. Postal Inspection Service for their hard work and dedication in investigating this sophisticated set of facts and unraveling the scheme. And I especially want to recognize the fraud section, with whom we look forward to continuing a full and fruitful partnership in prosecuting these complex financial and corporate criminal cases. Lastly, I want to thank the career prosecutors in my office who have labored tirelessly on this case. David Novick, who is the chief of our Financial Frauds and Public Corruption Unit, and Assistant United States Attorney Jonathan Francis. I will now turn the program over to the chairman of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, Russ Benham.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, and all of our law enforcement partners for working closely with the CFTC after we brought this activity to light. Today, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission resolved charges against Glencore International AG, Glencore Limited, and Chemoil Corporation. The settlement represents the largest settlement in CFTC history. Glencore is one of the world's largest commodity trading firms and a major participant in the global oil markets. The deceptive and corrupt conduct was deliberate, it was longstanding, and egregious, in that it involved a concerted effort by individuals at all levels within the oil trading group, including its most senior leadership, to undermine the pricing mechanisms on which trillions of dollars of financial derivatives contracts, which the CFTC oversees, are based. Glencore's conduct included manipulating or attempting to manipulate publicly available price benchmarks for multiple fuel oil products. Glencore's manipulation was intended to alter and influence benchmarks to benefit Glencore's financial and physical positions and to increase profits to the tune of over $320 million. When individuals and entities seek to disrupt the reliability of benchmarks, they interfere with the proper functioning of the markets that directly impact consumers. Without question, manipulating oil markets can drive up the cost Americans pay at the pump or to heat their homes. And today, my message to the markets is clear. The CFTC will continue to pursue even the slightest hint of manipulative, corrupt, or fraudulent behavior. I want to commend the incredible work of Gates Harand, Peter Janowski, Jacob Mermelstein, David McGregor, Stephen Painter, Michael Kazikoff, Matthew Edelstein, Patrick Marquardt, Jordan Grimm, Linnell Hickson, and Manal Sultan. I want to thank the Department of Justice's Market Integrity and Major Frauds Unit, the Department of Justice's Foreign Corrupt Practices Act Unit, and the assistance of all our law enforcement partners in Brazil, Bermuda, Hong Kong, Luxembourg, Mexico, and Uruguay. The CFTC is focused on ensuring the transparency, the credibility, and the integrity of commodity markets. Where wrongdoers seek illicit gains through interference and manipulative practices, the CFTC will be thorough, aggressive, and unrelenting in our response. Thank you. And now turn it over to Brian Turner from the FBI.
Good afternoon. I want to congratulate the International Corruption Squad and our New York field office for their successful investigation. This 5-year investigation spanned the globe, and today's results highlight the importance and necessity of cooperation with our foreign law enforcement partners. Over the course of our investigation, we uncovered how Glencore paid more than $100 million in bribes to officials in more than a half dozen countries. Foreign bribery has the ability to impact U.S. financial markets, economic growth, and national security. It also breaks down the international free market system by promoting anti-competitive behavior and ultimately makes consumers pay more. What's even worse is that Glencore's bribery payments were primarily in developing nations whose citizens were the ultimate victims of the bribery. When those officials accept bribes in their official capability for personal gain, they are betraying the trust of the people that they represent. which ultimately breaks down the global order. And businesses that pay bribes continue the cycle of corruption within the governments of those developing nations. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act exists to stop these practices from happening. We in the FBI take these crimes very seriously, and we're committed to shining a light on corruption wherever it exists. Today's results send a message that even the largest, most well-known, and most successful international companies will be held accountable for their corrupt and illegal behavior. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Craig Goldberg, Deputy Chief, U.S. Postal Inspection Service.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon. My name is Craig Goldberg. I'm the Deputy Chief over our criminal investigations with the United States Postal Inspection Service. The idea of fair and honest trade is the bedrock of American commerce. And it's an insult to our shared traditions and values when individuals or corporations use their power, wealth, and influence to stack the deck unfairly in their own favor. Manipulating the price of essential commodities for personal gain is not only illegal, it also damages the integrity of international commerce, and it erodes public confidence in our supply and demand market economy. That's why the Inspection Service's mail fraud team, embedded at the Department of Justice, and the Market Integrity Major Fraud Section of DOJ joined forces to combat illegal manipulation in the commodities market through the Market Manipulation Initiative, or MMI. This case is an excellent example of the MMI's success, and yet it is only one of several currently under investigation under the MMI. To date, 7 of those cases have yielded 5 arrests, 3 indictments, 1 guilty plea, 2 convictions, and millions of dollars of forfeiture, criminal fines, and penalties. Results like these prove that we can accomplish great things in the law enforcement community when we work together. I want to thank Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, all the U.S. Attorney's offices that we worked with, and all of our other partners who contributed to this investigation. Our work together and the results announced today demonstrate our combined effectiveness. They also showcase our tenacity in holding accountable criminals who try to enrich themselves by undermining the forces of supply and demand. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for doing this. So I have 2. For one, you said that the Justice Department wants to and plans to hold individuals accountable for corporate crime, but in the FCPA case, there's only been 1 middle manager charged. Why are we not seeing more individuals and more executives charged in this case specifically?
You're exactly right. We take holding individuals accountable priority because this is the way to deter corporate crime, because it's the individuals who will end up paying, and because it is the individuals who are responsible. In this case, there are 2 guilty pleas of individuals. Just last week, in another case, there were at least 1 or 2 others. And I'm going to pass on to the head of the criminal division. I'm unable to talk about any pending investigations, however. So
Real quick, while I have you up here, though, I do want to hear your answer.
that makes 3, Cindy.
It's 2, but just while I have you here, I just am wondering, you imposed a moratorium on executions. I'm wondering if, from what you've seen so far of the Buffalo grocery store shooting, if this is a case that would represent one in which you would consider seeking the death penalty.
So charges for the federal government haven't even been filed, so we're not anywhere near the stage where that occurs. As you know, it's a process, I think, set up originally by Jana Reno for developing a record on that subject, so really can't say that. Before we switch over there, do you want to answer this question?
Yeah, so tell us about the individual.
Sure. Thank you again, sir. And the question goes to, as you noted, there has been 2 guilty pleas, 1 in each of these components of this prosecution. Mr. Stimler in the FCPA case, Mr. Heredia in the commodities trading case. They are individuals that have significant culpability in the underlying misconduct. With that said, we will not comment on ongoing efforts to hold additional individuals accountable. These are complex cases, particularly when we have global partners where individuals may lie outside of the United States. We do coordinate with our law enforcement partners across the globe to ensure that those individuals are held accountable wherever they may sit.
General, I hate to go off topic here, but we're getting word.
No, you don't.
We're getting word of a possible shooting at or near an elementary school in Texas. Can you give us any update on whether there are injuries or fatalities?
So, Pierre, I was just briefed on this as we were walking in here. We will put out information as soon as we know more, but I'm not able to say anything right now. Sorry.
Mr. Attorney General, you talked about having monitors go into this company. Can you talk, what are these monitors going to do? Are they going to be coordinating with the Justice Department, and how, what if they're finding out that the company isn't following through with this obligation? Then I have a quick follow-up question.
All right. That question, which is a very good question, I'm going to ask the Assistant Attorney General to give you the specifics on. If you want the follow-up question, I'll be happy to start with that, and then I'll switch over.
Former Attorney General Eric Holder has said that it appears there's sufficient evidence to indict former President Trump for the actions in the days and weeks leading up to January 6th. As one Attorney General to another Attorney General, how do you respond to Mr. Holder? And what do you say to Americans who are looking at what happened in the days, what we know publicly already about what happened in the days and weeks leading up to January 6th? And are questioning where are the charges for those activities?
Look, normally when I answer this question, I say the Justice Department has a long-standing policy of not commenting on pending investigations, whether they are pending or not. I think it's fair to explain why that's our policy. So it's our policy for three major reasons. First of all, it protects the civil liberties of people who have not been charged. This is critically important. That we not begin making comments outside of the record of charges. Secondly, it protects the civil liberties of people who have been charged. As you no doubt know, there are 800 cases already brought against individuals with a broad array of kinds of charges, making statements about others, making statements about pending investigations outside of theirs, can affect theirs, and it can also make it more difficult, our own prosecution in that respect. And finally, Justice Department investigations typically proceed in relative secrecy. Things come out as we file papers, as we file search warrants, as we file for orders, as we file charges. If we let all possible witnesses know exactly where we are at exactly what moment, it makes us very difficult to do our job of ensuring that the laws are not violated and that those who are accountable are brought to justice. So that's the reason I give the short form answer. I know a lot of the members of the press corps here hear it a lot, and I know that they know that, but I think it's important for me to say more generally. Now, you had a question which I've almost forgotten, but I think belongs to Mr. Polite.
Yes. Thank you, sir. As to monitors, look, and I reflect this coming from my background as a prosecutor, but also as a former chief compliance officer. We make the decision to impose monitors in two separate cases. One, when we find that corporations have not properly resourced their compliance function, or, and this happens quite frequently, when they have not had the opportunity to properly test that compliance function. Even if they've resourced it, they haven't had the opportunity to test it to prove that they've had the resources, the policies, the procedures, the controls in place to ensure that misconduct is detected, remediated, and ultimately prevented. That will also be a situation where a monitor is appropriate. Monitors oftentimes will be then responsible to work with that corporation to ensure that it is actually making that appropriate investment in its compliance function. But more importantly, it's also reporting back to the Department of Justice any findings that it makes related to a lack of investment or to additional misconduct that may be occurring in the company.
Hi, Stefania Farman, Financial Times. In light of what you just mentioned on the compliance monitors, could you comment on, or perhaps it's both of you, could you comment on the compliance controls that actually were set up by the former Glencore CEO, Evan Glasenberg? Were they tough enough? What type of understanding do you have about how the company tried to improve them, and therefore what kind of role will these monitors play? And secondly, very quickly, you have taken action against Vitol in the past. Now the settlement with the Glencore. Are there other commodity traders in your sights?
As to your second question, listen, this is an area that we're remaining vigilant in, but I will not be in a position to comment about other actions that we may be taking. As to the first question, though, the significant level of investment that a company has made, we certainly take that into consideration in fashioning the appropriate resolution here. Certainly, it is the type of investment that we credit. With that said, my prosecutors and our law enforcement partners ultimately determined that that level of investment was certainly not high enough, or that it was made at a late enough time that it was not at a position where it had been properly tested in this particular circumstance. And so we did believe that it merited the imposition of not one, but two separate monitors in this particular resolution.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes we overlook the most obvious things we can change.
Right, we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me right there. But you see, something happened. Something just went down. A company got caught with market manipulation, fraud, or something like that, and they pleaded guilty. It looked like two companies, or something happened in this. That was what that briefing was about, you guys. That was breaking news, and it really picked the market up. It seems like it really did shoot up here out of nowhere. Here, you see, we're going into the close here in about 20 minutes. The SPY's picking up 394, man, just popped out of nowhere here. 394. You know, it is moving. I mean, some people said it might have been safer, so at the wait, hey, so to each his own, but you definitely could have, it would have been a little game right there for real. But yeah, man, out of nowhere, man, for real, the market just turned around and it's going back up here. Amazon is no longer flushing, it looks like today anyway, but don't get that twisted, because yesterday they showed that move and they were down. They flushed overnight, they gapped down, but that was only due to Snapchat situation. It looks like now the market might be starting to pick up here, and I'm thinking more people are starting to realize, like like me, that Powell speaks tomorrow, you guys. It's not today. He speaks tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. FOMC minutes will come out at 2 p.m. tomorrow. It looks bullish right now. Things are going up here. The SPY is almost out of the red zone, and the triple Qs is still down 5, but the SPY is almost out of the red zone. So we're seeing a lot of buying here in the SPY today. The market overall is still bearish, though, you guys. Don't get it twisted. We're still red right now. Everything's still down about 2%. The Dow's almost green, though. They are close ones to making the market be a little kangaroo-ish. SPY's really going down 395. Oh, man. Man, SPY's really going up right now. They are gone there. So SPY's really gone there. Amazon's really starting to pick up here, too, now. They're still down here. The S&P 500 is only down 49% now. The NASDAQ is down about 1.97% now. The Russell 2000 is still down 2%. The VIX volatility is only down 2.90. Oh, it's only up 2.95%. Excuse me, only up $29.32. So still red market, but we flipping. Looks like we're about to flip here possibly. If not, like I said earlier this morning, man, you're going to get a really low green. That's probably the best you can get, because it was just down bad too much from that sell-off this morning, you guys. It was a gap down overnight, and it sold off during the first, 2 hours in the market this morning. So that kind of hurt the market, you guys. Now it's zooming out here now. If I zoom out and look all the way out, the SPY is above where it just sold off at, all of that turmoil. Yeah, just missed out on all that turmoil. Uh, so yeah, just getting things there. Yeah, you guys. So I'm just sitting here. I'm talking to my clients. I apologize. But yeah, the SPY just rocketed up though. Like I said, it was due to that last briefing. It just came out of nowhere. Like I said, it looks like a company got caught with something about fraud or something. I have no idea. But yeah, it did shoot the market up, man. And the SPY just went up $5, man. $5. The SPY just went up since that briefing ended. But it looks like that might be it today. The White House hasn't been live in a few days, man. I doubt they're live here towards the end of the day. We don't have the same red-haired secretary anymore. We got a sister in office, so you know how it is with, they ain't gonna be there every day. But yeah, man. So it don't look like we got nothing going on, man. Nothing going on. The market is about to close though. That last little briefing did spark the market up though. But that was it, you guys. That was it. That was the move right there. Looks like a client was right there. He tried to give y'all heads up on it. Looks like some of y'all wanted in, then y'all backed out on them. But in the mix of that, you guys, you can't be really doing that. The market went up, so that things like that happen. But it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just try to catch the next one. I tried to warn you too before, even all that, about how fast this market is moving at a blink of an eye. Like. But yeah, make sure you just don't say you want in and then say we should wait. That's not good business there. Because at that point, the company could have did whatever or can do whatever at that point. So don't say you want in and then say wait. It can't. Once you're in, you're in. It's solidified. There's no taking it back. But just keep that in mind. Future reference. Dow's up 38% here, you guys. The S&P 500 is down 64%. The NASDAQ is down 2%. The Russell 2000 is down 2%. The VIX is up 3.83%, up $29.57. NASDAQ falls 2% as Snapchat warning hits tech. Dow reverses higher. That is the green beam right there. The Dow just went up. So the Dow has got the market on kangaroo style here. Kangaroo style here on the Dow. Kangaroo style on the Dow. Kangaroo style on the Dow. So, yeah, man. Really, really chill now here since they had that last briefing. That was crazy. They didn't really even they told the company name. They didn't tell too much detail, but they did say that they pleaded guilty. So something happened, like I said, and that had a lot to do with the market. As you can see, they were like a little excited they did something. But yeah, man. Things are starting to pick up and hold up here, man. They really are. Yeah. Looks like they're probably gonna consolidate it right here. The last 15 minutes. I don't know. We'll see here. We're gonna take a quick break from here. We'll be right back, you guys. Hey,
Kill the trap.
I got 15. I got 15. I got 1500 in my pocket. 1500 won't pop it. 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 just pop shit. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my Robins. I got 1500 who want it. I got 1500 what you gonna do for this motherfucking money. I got 1500 for your mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 on my mama. Got 1500 bricks, got 1500 bitches, got 1500 chickens, I got 1500 chickens, got 1500 in the kitchen, 1500 is the chicken, 1500 is the chicken, 1500 is the slice, 1500 is the slice, nigga I shoot precise. Life I live's no lie, ain't this life I live no lie. You niggas is selling no dice, selling no dice. Oh, we got 1500 and 1500, got 1500, got 1500, got 1500. I got 1500, got 15 mummies, got 15 dummies. I got 1500 in my pocket, I got 1500 in my wallet, I got 1500 won't pop it, I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet, I got 1500 in my wallet, I got 1500 in my wallet, I got 1500 in my pocket, I got 1500 won't pop it, I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 15 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. When I was 15, nigga, I was popping. When I was 16, nigga, I was popping. When I was 17, I was making profit. When I was 18, I was making dollars. When I was 19, hey, no way. I don't wanna talk about it. No. 20 just sound perfect. It sound perfect on me. 21, I was in birdie. Bye. Time out. T.O. Cause this bitch, she like. She die. She cry. 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. She got no money. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here from the break. The market is about to close. We're gonna zoom in here towards the end here. At the end, we're gonna zoom in, make the candles real big here towards the end. Just see what it's gonna do here. But the market is about to close. We ain't got no earnings going on after hours today. None that's really important, and they can make the market move. So we're gonna close it up here right at 4 today, man. But you guys be ready for tomorrow, man. We got Powell FOMC minutes. Retail do report after hours, but we'll just keep up with that tomorrow. We'll catch up with that tomorrow and see what happens and what happened with Nordstrom and Urban Outfitters and Alliant Technologies. You guys, they are gonna report here after the bell. Starbucks, they all report here. Toll Brothers, everybody reports. You guys, Dick's report in the morning, and tomorrow after hours is NVIDIA. All eyes will be on them. Snowflake and Block and Splunk. So yeah, that's what it is here. You guys, just remember, Fed minutes tomorrow. That's what we're waiting on. Inflation data. It's always the end of the week. Retail earnings, all that. So yeah. It looks like we're gonna close still in the red at least. The market just kept getting rejected today at certain levels on the SPY. 394 was the high. I want to say 394 was the high. I want to say. No, 395. 395, about 395.15. They just tagged. That was the high of the day right there about 10 minutes ago. But they just faded away from it, and now they're back here. It looks like everything will be closed in red, though, you guys. That is what it seems here so far. We do got breaking news, paying bond holders through American banks increasing default. So it looks like some breaking news here on Soho. Wait. Breaking news, U.S. bars Russia from paying bondholders through American banks, increasing default risks. So I don't know. That don't sound good. Don't sound too good. The Dow's look like it's about to flip back red here. So here we go. We got that action going on. The S&P 500 is down still 90%. The NASDAQ is down about 2.43%. Looks like that's where we're going to close. The Russell is down about 1.41. The VIX is still up 4.25, up at $29.70. We are seeing some sell candles kick in towards the end here. Volatility is going up. But overall today, the market got clapped, you guys. These numbers, we haven't seen these lows since 2020, man. Tesla, man, got clapped today, you guys. They're below 630. Ouch. This is ugly. They went to 620 today. That was the low. VIX is shooting up here towards the end. Everybody's selling off here towards the close. We're having a 10-minute, 5-minute rig here. Everything is starting to sell off here. Let's see where Zoom has ended up. It looks like Zoom is still trying to hold green. Zoom is weird. Like I said, the market being this red, Zoom can kind of be green. It's weird. That's kind of how they provided for the pandemic, you guys. It was weird. But that's kind of how they always been since that moment the pandemic kicked off. But yeah, that's how it was ever since the pandemic kicked off Zoom. Like if the market was green back then, and it was only because they were a pandemic stock, considering everything was locked down. People were using Zoom. Corporations were using Zoom. So on red days, Zoom was green, and on green days, Zoom was red. It's just kind of how they correlate, you guys. So tomorrow, like if the market's green and somehow it reverses because of Powell or something, you might see Zoom red. You see what I'm saying? Because they green today and the market's red. So that's just how Zoom worked, man. That's just how Zoom worked. Like I said, they kind of stalled their earnings move. They was expecting 20%. They only gave up about 3%. So that's not what Wall Street wanted, and it's not like they're not gonna get it. Wall Street gets what they want. Believe that for sure. They'll eventually get what they want out of Zoom sooner or later. Just like you saw what happened to Snapchat today. Prime example. They didn't really report anything on their earnings, but Wall Street got what they wanted out of Snapchat today. So that's just how that works, you guys. That's really how it works. But yeah, the market is about to close in 3 minutes. We are seeing a lot of volatility here towards the end, man. A lot of volatility here towards the end. But yeah, the market is definitely red here. But that's breaking news. I think that's what that briefing was a little bit about. That breaking news, the bondholders through American banks increasing default risk and all that. I think that's what that was about for real. Summing it up. So it's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay. Things gonna be okay, man. With patience and time, things will be all right, you guys. You know, you can't hit every day, and it's best not to trade or invest every day. Sometimes it's best to speculate. Just watch, look. You remember that word of the day? Look. Sometimes it's good to do that. It's not good to be greedy all the time. You know, good greed is there, but this ain't no time to try to have good greed. This is bad greed right here. This is where you just chill, weather the storm, like I said, especially if you can't handle the speed. Just weather the storm then and relax. Things will come your way eventually. They must. You know, that's how you got to think about it. But man, what a week, what a day. It's been so far, it's been 2 days into this week, and it's been a lot of stuff going on. Yesterday was real chill. Today got a little bit more than yesterday. Tomorrow there will be a lot going on. Like I said, we got Fed minutes. We got Powell speaking. They will be quoting him. It's going to be huge, y'all. You ain't going to want to miss that. There's a lot of volatility going to be in for that, for real. A lot of volatility want to be in for that. You want to be on the right side of the trade? Definitely. But, you know, it's gonna get real hectic there. It's gonna get real hectic. At these levels, like I said, the market has been selling for about 8 weeks straight. It wouldn't surprise me if it just bounces up. But yeah, 1 minute. Oh man, it's go time. It's go time or no time. You got 1 minute to make a final decision. You got 1 minute to make the best choice of your life, because the market is going to change after it closes today. And you see how it's changed overnight yesterday. Man, it's about to happen again. Just like that, you guys. Just like that. Just like that, you guys. So just know what's at stake, man. Know what's at stake. And just be ready for whatever's going to happen next, man. Be ready for what's going to happen next. Stay ready. You ain't got to get ready. That's the motto. That's the motto we chose. You did. That's the motto we chose. You did. Ding, 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 ding. The market is closed, you guys. That's it. That's a wrap. Market closed. The market is closed. The market is closed. No deal on that SPY Lotto call. The group of 4 or 5, no deal. We're going to lock that out. No one responded in time. No deal, you guys. No one decided to do it. Some people said they wanted to hold. And really, the person that was actually wanting to do it was right, and y'all held his time up. And, you know, it missed it anyway. So, no deal. Nobody responded. Only one person still kind of wanted to do it. But, you know, not affordable for one person there. And one person can find something on his own. That's the best thing that person can do. But no deal, no group trade there. We're going to wrap it up here, you guys. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you enjoyed the live stream today. I hope you learned something. I hope you earned something here. But be ready for tomorrow. Big day. It's like game day tomorrow. Tomorrow's payday. Printer Powell. He's back. We'll see y'all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. LCAOD.